Both Ain and Binz, who are disciples, are very happy to see teacher Zephyr regained his youth. Ain glanced at Luffy gratefully. It's been a long time since I felt my body is full of strength. Zephyr made a fist with his left hand, and armament hockey blackened his arm. According to Luffy's perception, his armed color intensity has reached IV5. Mr. Zephyr, your right arm. This robotic arm is called Smasher. Zephyr moved the fingers of the robotic arm. It is said to be fingers, but it is actually just 3 thick steel claws. This is a shredder developed by marine scientists, with seastone bullets installed inside, specially used to deal with ability users. It's just that the mechanical arm is a bit bulky, which is naturally far inferior to the original arm. Luffy shook his head. I can restore your arm. Cyrus' broken leg can grow back, so can Zephyr's broken arm. A self-healing fruit is enough. Zephyr froze for a moment. Taking a deep look at Luffy, he grinned and refused. I appreciate your kindness, but you don't have to. This arm is a lesson from my youth. It reminds me every moment of how ridiculous admirals don't kill is, and nothing can protect it. 30 years ago, Zephyr, who was still admiral, had his family killed by pirates. 7 years ago, the training ship he led was attacked by pirates, and all his beloved students except Ain and Binz were killed. It was also at that time that he lost his right arm. When he lost his right arm, he was 65 years old. He had already passed his peak period, and his strength had declined sharply. And that pirate back then is now a Shichibukai. This is also the root cause of his complete disappointment with the world government and marine. In this regard, Luffy did not say anything. Since Zephyr himself does not want to recover, he will not interfere with other people's choices. Grandpa. Luffy turned to look at Garp. The wedding date is very close. If you are ready, hurry up and go to New World. Come on. F.A. Garp patted Zephyr on the shoulder and said with a smile. Living in the past is meaningless, let's look forward. Immediately, the group left the restaurant. Zephyr notified the Carrera Corporation to release the warship from the dock. At the port, Luffy sees New Marine's first warship. It is exactly the same as Marine's large warship, enough for thousands of Marines to live on it. To talk about different places, only the markings on the sails. Marine's flag is a peace dove that symbolizes peace, but New Marine is slightly different. Under the peace dove, there are 2 more olive branches. It is also a common, symbolic element of peace. At this time, the sailors of New Marine are adding supplies to the new ship. I didn't expect to meet again so soon, Your Excellency Luffy. Bingshan came to Luffy and said hello. Long time no see, Mayor Bingshan. After that, the world government didn't make things difficult for you, did it? Luffy laughed. Bingshan looked around and said in a low voice, the world government thought you took away the blueprint, and the 7 waters can be as calm as it is now, thanks to you. Thank me? Luffy rolled his eyes. 10 billion for a warship? Is that how you thank you? Your grandfather ordered 3 warships from me, with a total of 5 billion Baileys, which is already very cheap. The unit price of such a large warship to the world government is 2 billion Baileys. Bingshan chuckled lightly. Luffy has to sigh. Marine is really expensive, no wonder the general country can't afford it. With warships like this, the world government can casually produce hundreds of them. As for medium and small warships, there are countless of them. Well, if you think it's expensive, you can buy Marine's decommissioned warships. But ships are generally 20 or 30 years old. I don't want to use second-hand ones. Luffy shook his head. Bingshan smiled, and then asked, Lord Luffy, how is Frankie? He's fine, he's happy now. In Wano Kuni, I am obsessed with researching the Pluton battleship, and I don't know how the progress is. Luffy chatted with Bingshan for a while. Luffy didn't say goodbye to Iceberg until the warship was filled with supplies. After watching everyone board the warship, Bingshan stood on the shore and said, Mr. Garp, Mr. Zephyr, the remaining 2 warships will be delivered in 2 months. After finishing speaking, he shouted to Luffy again, Goodbye, Your Excellency Luffy. Goodbye. In the sound of farewell, the warship slowly floated into the air and headed in the direction of New World. Sunny followed behind. In a blink of an eye, 2 sailboats, one large and one small, disappeared into the sky. On the deck of the warship, Tashigi crouched beside the warship, looking down. It has risen to an altitude of several thousand meters, and the ocean cannot be seen with the naked eye, and all that can be seen is a sea of white clouds. Lion fruit is really convenient, she said enviously. Ha ha ha, glasses girl, don't you want to become admiral? I didn't see you practicing hard. Luffy sat on the side of the boat and joked. Have you learned hockey? No, it doesn't work just by looking at you. How are you learning the 6 forms? Don't look down on me, Mr. Luffy. You must think that I am not as good as a man because I am a woman? Tashigi pushed his glasses and moved his body. Shave. In an instant, he came behind Luffy, and he drew out the knife like lightning. Draw your sword and chop. Ding. Luffy stretched out 2 fingers and gently held Chukyuo. This girl also knows how to sneak attack with the back of the knife, not the blade. It's too slow, I can tell you haven't practiced well just by looking at you. Tashigi wanted to draw the knife back, but he couldn't do it with all his strength. A small face flushed red. Let go, let go. You are the Pirate Emperor, one of the strongest people in the world. What kind of skill is it to bully a woman like me? Beat it up. Luffy let go of his fingers wordlessly. Garp came over. Ha ha ha, Luffy, it's not okay to bully little Tashigi. Why did I bully her? She was the one who sneaked up on me. Grandpa, according to the current speed, we will arrive at Elegia in 3 days. Elegia? The country destroyed by that red-haired bastard. Garp narrowed his eyes, very upset with the redhead. It was that brat who gave his grandson what rubber fruit that led to the current situation. In his original plan, Luffy was going to be the strongest sailor. But, after breaking away from Marine and founding New Marine with Zephyr, he saw things he had never seen before. Little Tashigi, come with me, I will teach you the basics of hockey. 3 days passed in a flash. Even if he was flying in the air, the system still judged that he was sailing, and rewarded him with adventure coins. During these 3 days, he was still tirelessly refreshing the adventure store every day. Too bad there's nothing new. At this time, sitting on the bow turret of the warship, Luffy took out a devil fruit from the portable space. Zone Snake Fruit Phantom Beast Biki Serpent Form. Logia has the shame of Logia. Phantom beasts naturally also have the shame of phantom beasts. Kurozumi Orochi is a waste, a phantom beast fruit, it is completely wasted on him. Yamada no Orochi, each head represents a life. Luffy thought about who he should eat for a long time, but he couldn't think of the right person. Among the core members of the Straw Hats, there are very few capable people. Give it to the female crew, weird and inappropriate. Among the male crew members, that is, Zoro, Usopp and Frankie are not capable. Oh yes, and Johnny and Joseph, who are currently stationed in Dressrosa by him. Thinking for a moment, I didn't think of a suitable candidate, so let's put it aside for the time being. Lord Luffy, you can already see the island. At this time, a sailor shouted loudly. Luffy cast his gaze, and sure enough, he saw the shadow of the island in the sea below. Binz came over and said in surprise, 3 islands. Arranged in a row? This is really a strange situation. I moved here, that is Daughter's Island, the one in the middle is Elegia, and the nearest one is the Fishmen Island. Luffy waved his finger down, and immediately, the warship and Sunny lowered their altitude simultaneously. Soon, the ship docked at the port. Luffy jumped down and found another ship in the port, Jinbei's Sun Pirate's ship. Lord Luffy. Bartolomeo ran to the port immediately, and was stunned when he saw the warship. Then, I saw Garp and F.A. leading hundreds of Marines off the ship. Vice Admiral Garp? Zephyr Admiral. Ha ha ha, this island is really nice, Luffy. Garp laughed, and said, Grandpa, I suddenly thought of a good idea. Why not just set up the headquarters of New Marine here? Zephyr. What do you think? It's very suitable, this place is very hidden. There is no permanent pointer, and ordinary people can't find it. Zephyr nodded approvingly. Then, the 2 old men looked at Luffy together. Luffy's eyelids twitched violently. This is my base camp, does it make sense for you Marine to put the headquarters here? What's the matter? You're the marshal of the New Marine, Luffy. This place looks empty, not many people live at all. Garp said carelessly. Are you serious about co-authoring the previous joke? He is a good pirate emperor, but he actually became the Marine Marshal? Absurd. Luffy pointed helplessly at the outlying island not far away, and said. See that small island over there? Give that small island to you. What naval headquarters, you build it yourself. That island, where Elegia held concerts, is now in ruins. Zephyr couldn't help laughing and said, No problem, leave it to me. I'll invite you to take a look after the headquarters is built. I'll take someone over to have a look first. As he spoke, he began to act resolutely. Garp didn't go, he followed Luffy towards the castle. When passing by the ruins of the town, he sighed and said, The news that our Marine got back then was that the whole city was razed to the ground by the Red Hair, and there was no one alive on the island. There are two alive. Uda and Gordon. Garp was at a loss for words, thought for a while, and grinned. In the future, this town will be renovated so that families of sailors can live there. Similar to the former naval headquarters Marineford. In addition to the marine fortress on the island, there is also a town on the island for the families of sailors to live in. Whatever. Luffy doesn't care about that. Anyway, there are no people on this island, so live here if you like. Zauba, Jinbei is back? He asked. Yes. Bartolomeo immediately replied. Jinbei brought back a piece of historical text, which is now placed in the castle. I see. Luffy nodded. Suddenly, Garp stopped and looked at the ruins not far away. In the ruins, several men are repairing the house. Someone is hammering, someone is moving lumber. Ra Belushi, Kaku, Jabra, Blue No, Fukuru, Kumadori. The only woman, Khalifa, was holding the architectural drawings and directing everyone to work. Garp. After staring dumbfounded for a while, he couldn't help but say. Isn't this CP9? Luffy nodded and said, well, I caught them and let them work here. These people are quite honest, and they haven't done anything. I guess I really like this kind of comfortable life. Garp strode over. Seemingly aware of his arrival, the 7 members of CP9 stopped working one after another, and they were all surprised when they saw Garp. Khalifa pushed his glasses. Vice Admiral Garp. The old man has quit Marine. Sorry. Khalifa apologized, with a businesslike expression. What can you do, Mr. Garp? Ha ha ha. CP9 is the elite of the government. How many of you are building houses here? Garp found it interesting. Kaku scratched his head and sighed. Mr. Garp, this old man thinks life here is pretty good. We can't go back if the mission fails, and Song Quan was cleaned up by the government. Not to mention, their hearts are still in the hands of Straw Hat Luffy. If you resist and can't resist, then it's better to accept your fate. Not to mention, as long as you choose to put it badly, the family's mood will improve. I get up early every day to build houses and clean up the ruins, and my life is very fulfilling. Hearing this, Garp suddenly turned his head, clicked his nose, and shouted casually. Luffy, leave these boys to me, our new Marine is short of outstanding combat power. Luffy came over, thought for a while, then nodded and said, you can do whatever you want, Grandpa. But don't forget, these people are still very loyal to the government. Loyalty? Garp grinned and said, leave it to me, I will fix them properly. After a pause, he looked at Khalifa again. Little girl, what's your name? He knew Ra Belushi, known as the strongest CP9 in the past 800 years. Khalifa. Khalifa, you will be the Marshal's secretary from now on. Oh yes, the Marshal is Luffy. Luffy. Khalifa. Khalifa had a dull expression on his face. She made a good CP9. How did you become the secretary of the Marshal of New Marine? I see. She nodded in agreement. Being a secretary is better than being a construction worker. Secretary, she is professional. Garp wanted to include the 7 members of CP9 in New Marine, and Luffy did as he wanted. As an old Marine, there is still some sense of propriety. As long as the hearts of these people are still in his hands, there will be no waves. Of course, just to be on the safe side, Luffy still used mind reading to read the hearts of these people. There is nothing abnormal for the time being, on the contrary, they are a little bit resistant. If you are a secretary, as long as you behave well, can you get your heart back? The only person who is a bit motivated is Khalifa. Shaking his head, Luffy didn't pay any attention to these things, leaving Garp here alone, and returned to the castle by himself. Under the leadership of Bartolomeo, they came to a warehouse under the castle. This is the historical text brought back by Jinbei, Luffy Tianxia. What about others? Luffy didn't notice Jinbei's aura with his knowledge, and there wasn't a Murloc on the island. Where are Shirahoshi and the others? Not only the Murlocs, but Shirahoshi, Vivi, Uda, and others are also gone. They all went to the Fishmen Island. Jinbei and the others are preparing for tomorrow's wedding. Ready for dowry. Luffy complained from the bottom of his heart. The boats were all in the port, and they probably swam over. The straight line distance between the 2 islands is less than 10 kilometers. For the Murlocs, such a small distance is about the same as humans wading through a small stream. No wonder I didn't see the Mary at the port. It must have been driven to the Fishmen Island by Vivi and the others. Make a rubbing of this. Yes. Bartolomeo took out his tools and quickly rubbed the words on the steel. After getting the rubbings, Luffy went back to the upper level of the castle. When I walked into the living room, I saw Granos playing poker with Golden Week. Regarding his arrival, the two little girls didn't notice, they were playing cards very seriously. Luffy sat on the sofa, watching this harmonious scene, suddenly felt a little subtle. Miss Golden Week, whose real name is Marianne, is 16 years old. Her ability is color matching, similar to that of a hypnosis master. She can use colors to exert psychological hints on others, but she is not demon fruit power. Granu, 22 years old, childlike fruit ability user with very buggy abilities. Both of them have the appearance of a little girl, but their actual age is older than their appearance. Both are Shichibukai's subordinates. One is Crocodile, not Doromingo. Sugar is like an upgraded and enhanced version of Marianne. Luffy thought to himself. There are many similarities between the Alabasta chapter and the Dressrosa chapter. Golden Week and Sugar, just a little microcosm. Suddenly Pulu Pulu, Pulu Pulu, the phone bug in his pocket rang. Luffy took out the phone bug, and after connecting, Nami's voice came from the opposite side. Luffy, where are you now? What's wrong? Kaido is awake. I see, I'll be here soon. Yeah, hurry up. Although this guy is tied tightly by Seastone, but if you're not here, I'm always a little flustered. Luffy smiled, said a few words of comfort, and hung up the communication. Monet walked in with a cup of coffee. Lord Luffy, please use it. Thanks. Luffy drank a little casually, so as not to waste the other party's heart. Then he got up and walked outside the castle, and said to Bartolomeo, who was waiting outside. The minibus, informing the others, is ready to depart for the Todo land waters. Yes, Luffy scales. After arranging the base camp, Luffy came to the port and boarded the Sunny. In a blink of an eye, the Sunny passed through the space-time channel and appeared in the offshore Wano-Kuni. In a few days, the elephant owner has completely removed the protective wall of Wano-Kuni. Luffy lifted the Sunny and flew over ancient Wano-Kuni. Saw a lot of people cleaning up the ruins of the royal garden. This was probably Ayu's order. Ignoring them, Luffy went directly to the capital of flowers. Luffy. Nami immediately greeted him, I'm in prison, I'll take you there. Soon, the two came to the prison. Kaido has regained consciousness, and Usopp is frighteningly serving delicious food, sending a large amount of food to Kaido's mouth. Kaido was not polite at all, he ate. Wine, without wine. This kind of prison is not delicious at all, said Duo dissatisfied. He looked up and saw Luffy outside the cell, and immediately grinned. Straw Hat, I lost. What are you going to do with me? My heart is in your hands. Someone should have told you that I am waiting for your reply, and based on your reply, I will decide how to deal with you. Luffy said frankly. Oh cluck cluck. Straw Hat, if I win, will you obediently be my subordinate? Kaido dismissed it and even asked back. Regarding this question, Luffy thought about it seriously, and said with a smile. Yes. If I lose to you, I will marry your daughter Yamato and serve as the second captain of the Beast's pirates. Yamato is also a big beauty, and he doesn't suffer a lot when he gets married. Judge the situation. Where there is life, there is hope. 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. A man can bend and stretch. Kaido looked calm, staring at Luffy. I am a soldier, and a soldier can only die in battle, not surrender. Yeah. For this answer, Luffy was not too surprised. The choice of Tituwa was expected. You're making me kill you. Kaido grinned. If you want to take this life, just take it and let my subordinates go. For his own death, Kaido faced it calmly. Can you plunder other people's abilities after killing other ability users? My ability, let's go. This is your prize as the victor. Straw Hat, I am very interested in your war with the world government, but I have no chance to see it. Use my ability to change this boring world. If I can use my moves to kill 1 or 2 5 elders, I will be very happy. Happy. Everyone in the Straw Hats was shocked by his statement. The 3 disasters in the same cell all opened their eyes wide. The 6 sons in the opposite cell stared blankly at the captain. Jin gritted his teeth and said, Master Kaido. Jin, I'm not Joey Boy, he is. I'll stop here. Kaido said in a deep voice, finally, can you give me a jug of wine? Hearing this, everyone looked at Luffy. Luffy looked at Kaido silently, then turned and left after a while. Bring people out, the fall of a 4 emperors can't be so unknown, let all the people of Flower City witness together. Soon after, in front of the gate of General City, the people of Flower City who were notified gathered here one after another, and some even climbed onto the roof to watch the execution. Kaido sat cross-legged in front of the city gate, receiving the gazes of countless people. Beside him, there is a strung corpse, that is the Kurozumi snake. The blood of the Kurozumi Orochi was drained, and the corpse began to stink. As the new general, Ayu is also on the list at this moment. Kazuki whispered in her ear. After a while, Ayu took a nervous breath and shouted. People of Wano-kuni, this man in front of you is the man behind the scenes who has oppressed us for more than 10 years and turned this country into a mess, 4 Emperors Kaido. The people became whispers, and there were small voices of cursing. Ayu continued. Today, we will execute him. His death will represent the end of a dark age, and a new future will finally come. Luffy took a jug of wine and walked up to Kaido. He tossed it lightly, and the wine jug flew to the top of Kaido's head out of thin air. The lid opened automatically, and the wine flowed from it. Kaido opened his mouth for the first time, and drank tons of tons. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on the two of them. A tea house on the street. Kazuki Hiyori stood in the corridor, clenched his hands nervously. Denjiro, are you going to die? Is it true? I thought Kaido wouldn't die. The vassal Denjiro nodded heavily. Master Hiyori, Master Oden's revenge is finally avenged. All this is brought by that man. Kazuki Hiyori stared blankly at Luffy. Luffy chuckled and said, before you die, what else do you want to say? The flagon was drained. Kaido couldn't catch another drop. He looked up to the sky and laughed twice. Oh cluck cluck. My idiot daughter, I'll trouble you, Straw Hat. Don't you want to kill her? That bastard Yamato. Kaido's face darkened, but it's over. When I really knew that I was going to die, I was still a little worried about her. This is family affection. Luffy shook his head. Kaido is actually okay with Yamato. Although Yamato was rebellious from a young age, as the daughter of the 4 emperors, she was respected by all. She wanted to be a man, and Kaido also asked his subordinates to call her His Highness, not Princess. Yamato doesn't know how many times he challenged Kaido, and Kaido didn't kill him. Yamato also awakened conquerors, mastered conquerors' entanglement. Yamato also learned the Thunder 8 trigrams. This is also the result of Kaido's deliberate teaching in battle. The only thing Kaido can't bear is that his daughter worships no one but Kazuki Oden. Every time Kaido heard the bastard daughter claiming, I am Kazuki Oden, Kaido wanted to beat him to death. But in the end it still didn't work. When he learned that the Straw Hat was Joey Boy, and when he saw the Straw Hat for the first time, Kaido immediately thought of marrying his daughter. It may not be that there is no idea of finding a home for her daughter. Unfortunately, that bastard daughter still won't let him hide. I drank the wine and said my last words, let's do it. Kaido said frankly. Just to remind you, ordinary swords can't hurt me. Even without the hockey body armor, his strong physique makes him invulnerable. Luffy's right index finger swiped across his side, and a crack opened in the space. He reached out and took a heart out of it. It's my first time to kill someone with my heart. Farewell, Kaido. Puff. The heart broke instantly. Kaido grunted, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He maintained a heroic sitting posture and slowly lost consciousness. At this moment, the green dragon fruit was reborn. A blank fruit with a spiral pattern appeared on the skin, intercepting this calendar. Master Kaido. The cadres of the 100 Beasts Corps who were escorted over to watch the ceremony all looked dull. Is that invincible Kaido-sama dead? Even though I knew it would happen, I still felt unbelievable when I actually died. Yamato was also watching the ceremony. Facing his father's death, even though he hated it before. He had to beat his father to death, but at the moment his heart was a little empty, and his expression was in a trance. Kaido, are you dead? She is truly free, but not as happy as expected. Instead, a little sad. The scene was silent for half a minute, and the crowd burst into deafening cheers. Luffy ignored it, turned and walked towards General City. Nami, get ready. Get ready for the wedding. Go back to General City. Luffy stood on the high platform, overlooking the joyful people in front of the city gate. He took out Kaido's blue dragon fruit. Zone fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit down. Boom. The heart beats for a while. Luffy took out another awakening fruit and ate it again. In an instant, this phantom beast fruit awakened on the spot. Dragon horns appeared on his forehead, his hair became longer, and a few dragon scales appeared on the lower jaw of his cheeks. While entering the human dragon form, Nika's form also appeared for the first time. The dragon scales turn white, the dragon horns turn white, and the hair turns white. At this moment, Luffy felt a stronger force zone than in the past. It's like Super Saiyan, evolved to Super Saiyan 2. Luffy named this new transformation form Sun Dragon God. In the history of Devil Fruit, there has never been a special transformation posture after the combination of two phantom beasts. In this form, Luffy doesn't even know how strong he is. Luffy. Suddenly, Nami's voice came from outside the door. Luffy turned around, and then saw Nami walking in with the remnants of the beast's pirates. All were unshackled. The 3 plagues, and 5 of the 6 sons, except Drake, are here. Kaido is dead, he said, let me let you go. Seeing Luffy's appearance at this time, everyone felt palpitations. Without Haki releasing, just standing in front of them felt a terrifying pressure. The 8 of you, after that will be the wedding of the Legion of the Heartless tomorrow, looking forward to your performance. Yes, Lord Luffy. 8 people knelt down on one knee. Luffy nodded, and said lightly, then, let's go and start a new war. The Straw Hat fleet marched mightily towards the waters of Todo Land of Big Mom. There are not many main combat forces dispatched this time, and the outbreak of war can be foreseen. Therefore, each team has selected elites. Team 6, Fire Fist, Ace, Phoenix, Marco, Diamond, Josie, Foil, Vista. Team 5, Seaman, Jinbei, and his son pirates. The 4th team, Death Surgeon, Luo, and the White Bear Beige of the Fur Clan. Team 3, Moria and his army of zombies. Team 1, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, and Brook. Team 0, Nami, Vivi, Robin, Shirahoshi, and Perona. And the last Ghost Island, 8 members of the Heartless Legion, plus 20,000 pirates from the Beast's pirates. The island was taken to the sky by Luffy, and the pirates on it had nowhere to go, so they could only stay on the island obediently, waiting to be sent to the battlefield. As for the second team, they still stayed at the base camp, Elegia. Usopp and Frankie are busy with the research of the Pluton battleship. Frankie finds that the battleship seems to be not only used for shooting guns, but also has deeper functions. At this time, 6 ships, plus a ghost island, are heading towards the Sea of Todo Land from a high altitude. Sunny's deck. Nami stood on the edge of the boat, looked at Shirahoshi floating in the air, and said with concern, Shirahoshi, are you really going? It would be dangerous and hungry. Around the hull of the Sunny, there was a piece of seawater floating in the air. Shirahoshi only had his upper body out of the water, with his hands resting on the side of the Sunny, leaning his head closer, looking at the people on the deck. I want to help too. Miss Nami, she whispered. Vivi pursed her lips, grabbed Shirahoshi's fingers, and said with a smile, be careful, Shirahoshi, this is not the sea, there is no seabed below. Well, I'll keep an eye out. Shirahoshi smiled broadly. The spirit Perona floated by the table, listening to the conversation of the 3 girls, whispering. Why do you take me? I don't want to go at all. Her actual body lies in the Sunny's bedroom. Robin sat gracefully on the chair, crossed his legs, and smiled when he heard the words. Your ability is excellent, and you can do no harm in scouting. If you perform well, Luffy will be very happy. Why do I want to please him? Ah. Perona reached out to pick up the donut on the table, took a bite, half of her cheeks puffed up, looking cute. Luffy had been standing at the bow of the boat, turned around and walked over, took out a new rubbing copy, handed it to Luo Chen and said. This is the historical text found by Jinbei, please take a look. New history text. Robin's eyes lit up, and she immediately opened it and read it. This time, the historical text seemed to contain more important information, and she read it very seriously. Luffy turned to look at Perona, and said in surprise. You are a spirit body, can you also eat? It's been a while, and Perona is not so afraid of him anymore. It's the experience that counts. You can only taste the taste. You can't eat without eating. Luffy pinched the spirit body Perona's face, let the main body come out to eat, because Tianjai is in the room, this is the captain's order. Why am I still being pinched even though I am a spirit body? Perona rubbed her pinched face, and floated into the cabin angrily. After a while, the main body Perona came out. She came out together with her favorite puppet bear, Kumasi. He. She suddenly laughed twice, my ghost told me that there is an infiltrator on the Moby Dick over there. Moby Dick, deck. Although there were only 4 people in the white group, it was precisely because there were only 4 people that no one was found sneaking onto the boat when they set off. Yamato, when did you come up? Ace was stunned. Yamato quickly made a silent gesture. It's too loud. If Luffy finds out, I will be thrown down. Marco raised his forehead. I know you are still running up, and you have already found it. -operator, 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 -operator. Ghostly whispers came from overhead. Yamato looked up sharply and saw a cute little ghost dancing. At this moment, the little ghost swooped down and passed Yamato's body. Plop. Yamato knelt down and muttered negatively. I'm so sorry for sneaking aboard. The little ghost covered his mouth and snickered. He. Master Luffy asked you to confess your crime. Hateful. Emotions come and go quickly. Yamato stood up abruptly, clenched his fist and said, I'm careless. Come here. A voice of reprimand suddenly sounded in his heart. Cold sweat dripped from Yamato's forehead, so he obediently walked to the side of the Moby Dick ship, jumped onto the Sunny in front of him. After a while, she knelt on the deck and accepted the trial of everyone. Luffy crossed his legs, and said slowly, when your father died, he asked me to take good care of you. Although we have different positions, I can't pretend that I didn't hear his last words. It's not impossible to let you aboard. Really? Yamato looked up in surprise. Conditions. Yamato nodded his head. Luffy showed a kind smile. I heard that Black Maria gave you special training as an Oran. In the future, you have to call yourself a little girl, and you must always pay attention to the etiquette of the Oran. Also, don't let me hear the name Kazuki Oden. Now, the doctor said tell me. Just kill me. Yamato looked desperate. Little girl understands. Luffy laughed. Bullying tomboys is also quite interesting. The other side. Sun Pirates. As the groom's vice captain Aladdin, he is receiving blessings from many Murlocs. Aladdin, are you nervous? Jinbei smiled and said, I'm getting married soon, remember to treat my wife well. Boss Jinbei, even if I am married, I am still a member of the Sun Pirates, and I have no intention of leaving the pirates. Jinbei. The rest of the Murlocs lifted out the barrels one after another. We will be parting soon, Boss Aladdin, drink more now. So, I'm not going to leave the group. Aladdin turned into a shark's mouth. Why do these people want him to leave? The Terror pirate ship. Hobak is stitching the zombies. Moria crossed her arms and stood aside with a strange smile. Hey, hurry up, Hobak. The war will break out soon, and there are more corpses waiting for us to deal with. Boom. 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 Huobake also gave two strange smiles. Don't worry, Lord Moria, I will definitely catch up. Mary no Zoro is exercising his muscles every day, holding a 10-ton barbell, training without changing his face. Sanji served the afternoon tea. Brook drank his coffee. Yo ho 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 Chopper, are you not energetic? War will kill a lot of people. Chopper lay on the sofa with a melancholy tone. Why does the world government have to kill Luffy? Because Luffy is the sun god. Sanji lit a cigarette, sat on the sofa, and looked out the window. Don't be confused, Chopper, if we lose, everyone will die. Yo ho ho ho, Chopper, most of the tragedies that happen in the world are due to the lack of power at that time. Brook put down his coffee, lifted his skull, and pulled out 3 fruits. After putting it on the table, this is what Luffy gave me. It's called the awakening fruit. After eating it, the power of the devil fruit can be awakened. There are 3 in total, 1 for each of us. Both Chopper and Sanji leaned over. All 3 are capable. Paramecia yellow spring fruit. Zone fruit for everyone. And man-made zone fish fruit phantom beast species pink dragon form. Chopper. After the fruit of everyone awakens, the combat ability will lead to a huge leap. Sanji laughed. Luffy is the fruit of everyone, and the previous Marine Marshal Sengoku is also the fruit of everyone. Brook handed one of the awakening fruits to Chopper. Chopper took a bite, and the fruit awakened. His expression was dull. How about it? Said himself. It seems that nothing has changed. Luffy's Nika form is very handsome, and Sengoku's Buddha form is also ridiculously strong. They are all human fruits, and they can transform, right? Brook, did you take the wrong one? Sanji was stunned. Impossible. Brook picked one up and ate it. In an instant, boom, his spirit is out of his body. The activity room suddenly became cold. There was a faint air conditioning of Wangchen on the ground, and the coffee was frozen into pieces. On the top of Brook's head, the soul is like a demon, with a terrifying image. Chopper was shocked. It's true. Sanji froze for a moment, picked up the last one and ate it. Suddenly, he uncontrollably entered the human dragon form. It's true. Sanji said affirmatively. Chopper. Why? Why leave me? Didn't I fail to awaken? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chopper burst into tears. Wedding day. There is a joyous atmosphere in Cake Island. The flowers and plants that have been given souls are singing. Click, click, the sound of wheels rolling. Let's start. Let's start. The wedding that Mom is looking forward to is about to start. The pig cart is coming in a hurry. Can you make it? I'm going to be late, hurry up, a distinguished guest is here. In front of the cake castle, the flowers in the flower beds on both sides are humming strange songs. Several pig carts stopped, and the guests invited to the wedding came out one after another. Those are the emperors of the dark world. Everyone is the undisputed king in a certain field. They may not have the incomparable fighting power of the four emperors themselves, but the forces they have mastered can easily affect all aspects of the world. Oh my! This is a marriage between the four emperors. It's a pleasure to receive an invitation. The king of news, because of the news, Morgans. Zone bird fruit albatross form. No one knows his true face, and he has always shown himself in orc form. You've done a lot of good things recently, isn't the world government hunting you down? It's a shame you dared to come, Wei Ergon Sea. Sea Freight King. Deep Ocean Current, Umit. If he doesn't come to this kind of world-shaking event, he won't be called Morgans. The man with a cigar in his mouth said, looking like a big guy. The king of usury, god of fortune, Dewfield. Guji Guji heck. You smell like copper all over. With a huge scythe on his shoulders, the man wearing a half-face mask smiled lowly. Undertaker Magnate, king of killers, Draco Pacro. Gulu. Gulu, swallowing the wine, the man with the pointed long nose burped. If I say so, the wedding will become a battlefield. Really, Stussy? A time-honored brand in the warehousing industry, Hidden Master, Gibson. The only female, beautifully dressed and beautiful. Wearing a pink dress of the latest style, wearing a lovely white hat with flowers, carrying a handbag with her, her delicate fingers are painted with gorgeous nail polish. It's disgusting, I just owed a little balance, what a narrow-minded man. Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy. Several people stepped forward and came to the gate of the castle. The door opens. Charlotte Perisparrow stuck out her long tongue, and enthusiastically made a gesture of invitation. He. This way please. After inviting the distinguished guests into the castle, they walked through the long corridor and came to the hall. A spiral staircase caught everyone's eyes at Yishi. Sweet elevator. Perisparrow said with a low smile, please come with me, Mom hates being late. There are really new tricks every time I come. Stussy pursed her lips and smiled. How is Linolin recently? It's really surprising to see on the news that she is going to marry a straw hat. The surprise is still behind. After casually coping with it, Perisparrow led a few people up the spiral staircase. Soon after, everyone came to a living room full of sweet and greasy fragrance. In the living room, someone arrived earlier than them. The man sitting on the sofa was wearing a pink suit and had gold rings on all 10 fingers. Seeing this person, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. Golden Emperor. Tezzolo. What a surprise. Can I see you, the King of Gold, in this kind of place? Tezzolo squinted at the gate, seemingly dismissive. As the richest man in the world, the Emperor of the Dark World, in his eyes, would be just a bunch of idiots. He ate delicacies covered in gold leaf. It's so noisy, can you be quiet? What did you say? Draco, the king of killers, said in an unhappy tone. The Golden Emperor flicked his left hand, and a golden ring flew out, changing shape in the air. Like a fluid, it was directly patted on Drago's face. What are you doing? The gold turned into a slender silk thread, which was wrapped around Dracula's neck. And the other end of the golden thread was pinched by Tezzolo. What do you think will happen if I just give it a little tug? Drago's face was ugly, but he didn't panic at all. You? He. All distinguished guests, please calm down. Perisparrow said with a half smile. Today is the wedding day. Mom will be angry if you mess around. Oh, and the 4 Emperor's straw hats, they are coming soon, right? Hearing the name of the 4 Emperor's straw hat, everyone was silent for a while. Forget about Big Mom, after all, we are old acquaintances. 4 Emperor's straw hats, those werewolves who dared to go to the Holy Land to slaughter the celestial dragons. Stussy ignored the farce and went straight to sit on the sofa. Then, let us look forward to it, the beginning of the wedding. Cake Island is busy. The wedding venue is located on the top platform of the castle. The round tables of the banquet were neatly arranged, and the maids spread white tablecloths on them, and served exquisite desserts. On stage, Charlotte Linlin singing, feeling happy about the upcoming wedding? Charlotte Smoothie came over, waited quietly until the singing stopped, and then said, Mom, the guests are here. Is the straw hat here? No, it's Stussy and the others, and the Golden Emperor. Is anyone not here? Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes. Of course, the invitations she sent out were more than these, and less than 1/3 of the people actually came. In this regard, Charlotte Smoothie dare not tell the truth. No one dares to come. The 4 emperors are marrying with great fanfare, and it is impossible for the world government to remain silent. Whatever happens, Cake Island is going to be dangerous today. People who are afraid of this, choose not to attend the wedding, as also a wise choice. Of course, if you don't give face like this, you will be accounted for in the end. HMPH, forget it, cowards have ways of living as cowards. Charlotte Linlin snorted disdainfully, and put it aside for the time being. How is our bride, Praline? Where's the bridesmaid? I'm putting on makeup, and there are some problems with the custom-made wedding dress. It was not delivered on time, and I am asking people to solve it. For the bridesmaids, Pudding is helping in the kitchen, making the chief onion cake for the evening ceremony. Praline is a mermaid, and she is not yet 30 years old, and her tail is not forked. A mermaid's wedding dress is obviously much more troublesome than a human's wedding dress. Which bridal shop is it? Let the store manager pay for 10 years of life. Yes. Mama, forget it, let her go this time. First go and meet the guests who came from afar. Charlotte Linlin walked off the stage, ready to go downstairs to see the guests. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped. Suddenly looked up to the sky. The wind today is noisier than usual. She narrowed her eyes. Charlotte Smoothie was taken aback, and immediately assumed a fighting stance. The high-altitude wind became more and more noisy, and when it whizzed by, the white cloth on the wedding table was blown up, and the maids screamed and pressed the tablecloth down. Tables and chairs vibrate. Come out. What is the skill of hiding your head and showing your tail? The wind disappears. It came abruptly, and disappeared very strangely. When the wind disappeared, a figure wearing a green cloak quietly appeared in front of Big Mom. Mama. This is really a rarity. Charlotte Linlin grinned and said in a bad tone, I don't remember inviting you, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Dragon. Charlotte Smoothie grimaced. The most ferocious criminal in the world is also the man with the highest reward in the world. Just witnessing information is worth 1 Bailey. His own bounty is as high as an unbelievable 7.64666 billion Baileys. Logia Windwind Fruit Ability User. The dragon wears a hood, but now he takes off his hat, revealing a face that everyone in the world knows and knows. Big Mom. I'm not here to make trouble, just to meet Luffy, Long said calmly. Straw Hat Luffy? Charlotte Linlin froze for a moment. Is it a guest invited by the Straw Hat? He is my son. A brief answer stunned Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Smoothie is unbelievably wide-eyed. Isn't the 4 Emperor's Straw Hat the grandson of marine hero Monkey Garp? That man's father turned out to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army? In other words, the full name of the mysterious dragon is Monkey D. Dragon? Whoa. What a super family. Even more outrageous than their Charlotte family. Honestly, a bit of a shock. Charlotte Linlin was serious. Near Toto Land Sea Area. A pirate ship is slowly heading towards Cake Island. Sangjung, are we really going to attend some kind of wedding? The subordinates screamed. The sea area of Toto Land is ahead, and we will be spotted by BIGIMDM's car detection boat a little further. Let's turn around and go back. What stupid things are you talking about? It's really outrageous not to attend such a grand wedding. Strange monk, Yorogue. Born in Sky Island, it has a pair of large white wings on its back. The captain of the pirates, one of the supernovas of the year, has a bounty of 100,800,000 Baileys. But we haven't received an invitation letter? This one. Yorogue took out a wedding invitation from his pocket, grinned and said, I killed a king, and the things I got should be usable, right? Minions. Hell. But, don't make trouble, sang Jung. Make sure you don't mess around. Don't worry. 4 emperors is nothing more than 4 emperors, I'm not that stupid, I'm just going to have a drink. Yorogue said carelessly, forward. A place farther away from the broken monk pirates. On the calm sea, a large number of warships have gathered. More than 100 large warships with a combined force of more than 50,000 troops. In the fleet, a pirate ship was unfortunately sunk, and the captain of the pirate was arrested. On the deck of one of the warships, Admiral Alternate, Momoshagi looks at the captive woman with her hips akimbo. It turned out to be you. Jewelry Bonnie, one of the pirate supernovas this year, known as the Big Stomach Girl, is the captain of the Bonnie Pirates. Bounty, 140 million Baileys. Damn, let me go. Bonnie's left hand was in seastone shackles. The government even issued an order to arrest you before. To be honest, there is really no way for you to bump into it yourself. Momoshagi had a speechless expression on his face. They are a huge fleet, and this stupid woman dared to sneak in. I really don't know what to say. Marine. Bonnie looked ugly, staring at Momoshagi in front of him, gritted his teeth and said, Shichibukai, how is Bartholomew Kuma doing now? What ordinary people don't know, Leaping Rabbit, the prophet of Admiral, naturally knows. Jewelry Bonnie. Bartholomew Kuma. Although they have different surnames, they are actually father and daughter. Why did you give up your princess status and become a pirate? Momoshagi asked, puzzled. It has nothing to do with you. I know you are Admiral candidate, Momoshagi Gion. Momoshagi thought of another princess. Princess Vivi of Alabasta also gave up her status as a princess and went to become a pirate. Shaking her head, she said, your father is dead. Bonnie felt struck by lightning. Unforgivable. Do you deserve to be called justice? Your father participated in the experiment voluntarily to protect you. Today, there are more than 100 pacifists in this fleet. Momoshagi sighed helplessly. Fortunately, I found out about your attack on the fleet in the first place. Anyway, just stay here honestly. I won't do anything to you. At the same time, the center of the fleet. Like the stars holding the moon, it is located in the central area of the fleet core, on a command ship that is tightly protected. Kizaru poured a cup of coffee and respectfully handed it to the 5 elders on the sofa. Please use, Nashoro-san. How's the situation? Izan Baron v Nashao Langshang didn't appreciate it. He held his favorite knife and asked with a stern face. Behind him stands the bodyguard, Bartholomew Kuma. Behind the bear, there are 2 paintings in black suits. One of them took a step forward, tested the coffee for poison, and after confirming that there was no threat, he retreated like a wooden man. According to the information just received, among the guests attending the wedding, an unexpected person appeared. Kizaru held out a phone bug. White phone bug, a small phone bug that prevents eavesdropping. A female voice came from the phone bug. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, appeared on Cake Island. Izan Baron v Nashoro's complexion changed slightly. Where are the other army commanders? I haven't found it, but it may be hidden. The other end of the phone replied. At this time, a handsome man came from the side hall, about 30 years old, with stubble. He has long golden hair and a long sword on his waist. One of the Knights of God, Alexis Bunting Saint. Hey. Long guy. Did you run to Cake Island? Bunting Shang said with a smile. I took 2 people to find his lair, erased that place, and have been chasing his traces. Thinking that this guy ran out by himself. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the island of White Soil, Baltigo. Today, it is already in ruins. Not long ago, 3 members of the Knights of God finally found that place according to a little clue. But unfortunately, the dragon was not caught. Not only was he not caught, but he was injured by the other party and was almost killed. It doesn't matter, since the dragon is here, it happens to catch them all. Izan Baron v Nashao Langshang sneered and said, Garp's family deserves to die. His son and grandson, it is fate to die together. After a pause, he told the phone bug, continue to investigate, and report back immediately if there is any situation. Click. Nianbo was cut off, and the phone bug closed his eyes. Kizaru scratched his head and sighed secretly. Things got tricky. Main enemy leaders. 4 Emperor's Straw Hats, 4 Emperor's Big Mom, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon. Our main combat strength. Admiral Fujitora, Admiral Green Bull, Admiral Alternate Momoshagi, Admiral Alternate T-Dolphin, 10 from Vice Admiral, 500 Colonel Marine, 100 pacifists, 3 from the Knights of God, 5 from Shichibukai, and the 5 elders alone. As for Admiral Kizaru, of course Kizaru couldn't possibly count himself in. Oh no, there are also the former Marshal Marine who acted together with the army, the Chief Inspector Sengoku, and the Chief Staff Officer Suru. To be honest, even if they can win, the casualties will be extremely tragic. This is a bigger campaign than Summit War, and it's not even a home game. Even Akainu disagreed with such a risky move. However, this is the direct order of the 5 elders, and no one can stop it, even if the imperial conquest is in person. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. Kizaru is suddenly envious of Aokiji. After that guy lost to Akainu, he left Marine alone, so didn't have to fight such a hard battle. In the southeast of Cake Island, Iceland is one of the 34 small islands. The island managed by Ice Cream Minister Charlotte Moscato is occupied by 1 person at this time. Aokiji sneezed, touched his nose, and said with a slight expression. I just came to the wedding, you don't have to curse me, do you? Moscato, whose lower body was frozen into an ice sculpture, roared angrily, Admiral Aokiji. I'm not Admiral anymore, I'm a free man now. Aokiji took out an invitation card and shook it in his hands, looked carefully. This is an invitation card from the Straw Hat. I gave up my leisurely vacation life and came here specially. Is this how you welcome me? Charlotte Moscato froze immediately. It was indeed an invitation, really. I didn't scold you. Let go of me first, he said through gritted teeth. Stop lying. You didn't scold me. How could I sneeze? I am a frozen fruit capable user. Aokiji had a disbelieving expression on his face. You have offended too many people before. Aokiji scratched his head and sighed. Forget it. Tell me which direction is Cake Island, and I will go there by myself. With that said, he turned around and got on his bicycle. Charlotte Moscato noticed the opponent's feet. Below the knee of the right leg is ice. In a battle with a Kainu, Aokiji was defeated and lost 3 legs. Don't mess around. Charlotte Moscato warned. If you dare to destroy the wedding, even you will not be able to get out of this sea. That's the alliance between Mom and the 4 Emperor's Straw Hats. TX equals T. You're so annoying. You told me I'm not a Marine anymore. Aokiji exhaled cold air, Hi blinked and froze the upper body of the person. Da. Sigh again. Aokiji rode a bicycle, entered the sea, chose a direction at random, and rushed to the doctor slowly. In the other direction of the Toto Land Sea area, a large warship flying the flag of New Marine is slowly sailing into the waters of Toto Land, and was discovered by Big Mom's surveillance ship at the first time. Warning. Warning. A warning sound came from the surveillance ship. On the deck, Garp picked his nose, and shouted to the surveillance ship. It's so noisy. I'm here to attend a wedding. Is there someone to lead the way? Is there no one? That woman from Big Mom doesn't know what etiquette is? Between the words, the eyes were fixed. Boom. A stream of conquerors' hockey spread like a horse, like black and red tentacles, reaching the depths of the sea area of Toto Land. In an instant, countless strong men sensed this breath. It's like a bright light in the dark night, illuminating everything. Garp knock. Toto Land Sea area can be divided into 4 rings. Most of the islands are in the first ring, second ring, and third ring, and the core Cake Island is located in the center. There are only a handful of 2 or 3 islands in the 4th ring, and there are more detectors all over the seabed, as well as small reconnaissance ships cruising on the sea surface. Big Mom built its lair like a railroad, almost airtight. Unless it is an invasion from the air, any ship will probably be discovered when it enters the 4th ring. Now, this is the case with New Marine's warships. When the first small reconnaissance ship discovered the intruders, dozens of them surrounded them in a short period of time. This egg-tart-shaped unmanned boat has only 1 cannon and a surveillance phone bug on it. The surveillance images will be sent to Cake Island as soon as possible. While being captured by surveillance cameras, Garp immediately released conquerors, announcing his arrival. Top floor of Cake Island Castle. Charlotte Linlin and Long Chi-Chi sensed this breath. Who is the mighty conquerors? It's my father. The dragon thought to himself that he was no stranger to Garp's conquerors. Just a little weird. Garp is already over 70 years old, how can there be conquerors of this strength? At this time, Charlotte Smoothie received a communication. After she got connected to Nianbo, she immediately got the news. Mom, it's Monkey D. Garp from New Marine, and Zephyr. They have wedding invitations. Charlotte Linlin had nothing to say for a while. This must be another guest from Straw Hat Luffy. Send someone to bring them in. Yes. At the same time. Over the Toto Land waters, on the deck of the Sunny. Luffy is refreshing the adventure store. There is only one thing he wants to buy, blank fruit. When he went to the capital of 7 waters and returned to Elegia with Garp and others all the way, he had been buying blank fruits. The same is true today. Adventure shop. Hockey fruit 31, blank fruit 23, washing fruit 1, self-healing fruit 1. Adventure coin. 125105. He bought a full 24. One of them was painted on the body. There are 23 left. Should be enough. Luffy thought to himself. War, of course, will kill people, and many people will die, and there are naturally many demon fruit powers among them. For certain fruits, even if you don't need them, it's good to recycle them by the way. In his predetermined plan, when he solves the world government, he will recycle the devil fruit all over the world. Now it's just a matter of doing it. Maybe not enough, but let's prepare so much first. Luffy closed the adventure store and turned to look at the girls on the deck. Yamato pestered Vivi and listened to Vivi tell some adventure stories. Nami and Shirahoshi are chatting. Perona ate the dessert alone. Although the spirit body could taste the taste, she was happier eating the delicious food. Only Robin is seriously translating historical texts. I've seen you for so long this time, Luffy asked curiously, what's recorded on it? A piece of history 900 years ago, there used to be a huge kingdom in Mariajoy. That country had very advanced technology. And at that time, there was no Ween Airway. Luffy was taken aback for a moment. What do you mean? Literally. Robin looked up and smiled. She was very happy to see an interesting piece of history. Luffy frowned. The Grand Line is a blank 100 years, that is, it only appeared between 900 years ago and 800 years ago. Is it artificially created, or is it a natural evolution? It doesn't say. In this regard, Luo Shi is also very innocent. It's like an adventure novel, only the first half, no second half, stuck in the middle makes people uncomfortable. This is one of the 9 intelligence history texts. If you want to know more, you can only find the other pieces. Robin looked at Luffy expectantly. Where are there more? Almighty Luffy. All were corrupted by Uda. Luffy gave her a supercilious look. To be honest, he didn't know where else. At this time, Nami suddenly shouted. Luffy, the permanent needle on Cake Island is pointing straight down. We're there. Nu. Luffy nodded, and immediately, the 6 ships of the Straw Hats began to lower their altitude. From an altitude of several thousand meters, he quickly headed straight down. Only Ghost Island was left in the sky. Passing through a layer of clouds, the Cake Island has come into view, and it quickly becomes larger in the field of vision. When they saw Cake Island, the people below also noticed Luffy in them for the first time. 6 ships fell from the sky. It's the Straw Hat boat. Sunny? Mary? Wait, that's Whitebeard's Moby Dick. The exclamation sounded. Why panic? Whitebeard is dead, Charlotte Perisparrow snapped. Even so, when he looked up at the Moby Dick, he still saw several familiar figures. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, raised her head and shouted. Straw Hat, are you finally here? Luffy stood on the figurehead of the Sunny, and when he looked down, beside Charlotte Linlin, he saw the figure of his cheap father. The figure flashed. The dragon disappeared in place as a ray of wind, and when it reappeared, it had already arrived on the deck. Luffy. Luffy turned away, eyeing the dragon. Wearing a dark green coat, with a red square tattoo on the left side of his face, short black hair combed back, no eyebrows, and a beard on his chin. Despite the smile on his face, his expression still looks very ferocious. Before he could speak, Nami and Vivi were already tense. Luffy's dad. Meet for the first time. What should I call it? The 2 girls looked at each other, and both hinted at each other with a kind of look in your eyes. In the end, Nami was defeated. Dad. Dad. She squeezed out a nervous smile and called out in an inaudible voice. Although slightly, the dragon heard it. He froze for a moment, looked sideways at Nami, and a kind smile appeared on the dragon's face. Are you Nami? Don't be so nervous. Yes. Nami nodded immediately, and then bowed. Nice meeting, I am Nami. Seeing this, Vivi also yelled, and because Nami was proofreading, she relaxed a little. Long was stunned. What's the situation? Is this also the daughter-in-law? The daughter of Neferutali's family. Long looked at Vivi, the corner of his mouth raised a little. Sorry, I didn't prepare any greeting ceremony either. No, it's nice to meet you, Vivi waved her hands quickly. Then, both women looked at Luffy in unison. Luffy couldn't help laughing. Does the ugly wife see her in-laws? Go down first. Let the 2 nervous big girls go first. Soon, there were only father and son left on the Sunny. Long took the first step and said, Luffy, I'm just here to see you, I'll be leaving soon. So anxious. There are 3 members of the Knights of God who have been chasing me. Staying here will bring you trouble. The dragon stared at Luffy. I haven't seen him for more than 10 years, and he hasn't seen Luffy since he was a baby to his father Garp. In a blink of an eye, he has become a handsome boy. There are even 2 daughters-in-law. No, the master? Before Sabo reported to him about Dressrosa, there is also a childhood sweetheart named Uda? Speaking of which, who is my mother? Luffy suddenly asked a question that he had always been curious about. Hearing this, the dragon's smile disappeared. He was silent for a long time before he said, he's dead. After a pause, he said again, it's my responsibility. Luffy, The revolution is not smooth sailing. I have encountered many crises. Hearing this, Luffy stopped asking. He is just curious, not necessarily to know. Long walked to the side of the boat and looked at the white clouds in the distance. Luffy, you have been walking all the way from East Blue, and I have been following you. Now that you have become the Pirate Emperor, you have your own answer to this world? Answer. The will passed down from generation to generation, the tide of the times, and the dreams of people are all unstoppable. As long as people continue to pursue the solution of freedom, all of these will never stop. Long said in a deep voice. Luffy grinned and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. Long also smiled. When you find the big secret treasure and become the One Piece, tell me your answer. Now. As he said that, there was a sudden commotion below. Charlotte Smoothie received another contact from the monitoring room. What? Marine's fleet. She quickly said to Charlotte Linlin. Mom, a huge marine fleet has invaded our territory, in the southeast direction. Marine? Coming so soon? Charlotte Linlin's face was ugly. Although she knew that the world government would definitely not keep silent, but before the wedding started, she invaded her territory, and she felt underestimated. How many people? It's not clear yet. Many of our scout ships have been destroyed, and we have lost contact. Charlotte Smoothie quickly said. In the last picture, there are at least dozens of large warships. HMPH, it's really unpleasant. Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly, looked up to the sky. Straw Hat, you can't continue chatting, can you? The leader of this wedding, or this alliance, is not her, but the Straw Hat. It's the Straw Hat that controls her heart. I see, the wedding is going on as usual. Luffy said calmly. Nami, you protect Shirahoshi. I will leave for a while. As he said that, he was not interested in chatting with Long, and immediately flew towards the southeast of Cake Island. Be careful. Nami yelled worriedly. Long laughed and said, Don't worry, I will stop them. As soon as the voice fell, he also followed. To the southeast of Cake Island, the fourth ring area of Toto Land Sea Area. The huge marine fleet came oppressively, and all the scout ships were destroyed immediately as they passed by. 3 marine admirals stood on the 3 leading warships. Fujitora, Smile. Kizaru, Pozzolino. Green Cattle, Barren Grazing. As the middle ship of the Sharp Knife, Kizaru pointed to his subordinates and said. Sink them all, don't leave a single ship, huh? Suddenly, the wind direction changed. A hurricane swept in and stopped the fleet's progress. Immediately afterwards, a figure descended from the sky. The 3 admirals all locked on the visitor. Straw Hat Luffy. The Green Bull narrowed his eyes, seeing the newly promoted 4 emperors for the first time. Fujitora is also looking at the Straw Hat. To be precise, I used the color of knowledge to observe the color of the Straw Hat. Unlike the Green Bull, he went to Dressrosa before and saw the coup there. The Straw Hats were there to abolish the king and return the power of the king to all the people. This behavior doesn't look like a pirate at all. At this moment, in his world, the colors of Marine are colorful and different. But the color of Luffy. White. Fujitora drew out his sword and swung his sword like lightning. Straw Hat, what kind of country do you want to create? Circles of purple gravitational waves spread towards the sky. Suddenly, a meteorite fell from the sky. My men told me that you went to Dressrosa. Luffy also saw Fujitora for the first time, and he had a good sense of this admiral, so he grinned and said. Let me tell you a good word, the country is not created by me, it is the people. Meteorites roared overhead, rubbing against the weather and producing high-temperature flames. While talking, Luffy raised his right hand, palm facing the sky. Boom. The impact of the meteorite caused his body to drop tens of meters. Soon, the flames die and the impact wears off. Countless Marines gasped and watched this scene in horror. What a monster. In the sky, a small figure held a meteorite hundreds or thousands of times bigger than him with one hand. If you come to the wedding, please give red envelopes instead of meteorites. Luffy chuckled, and threw the meteorite thrown by Fujitora towards the fleet. The exclamation sounded suddenly. Countless Marines were terrified. The meteorite fell, and the fleet might suffer heavy losses in an instant. In a panic, Green was born. Why panic? It's just a meteorite. The Green Bull raised his arms to the sky, and in the blink of an eye, his arms turned into tree trunks. As they spread toward the sky, countless tree roots intertwined to form a large net. The meteorite landed on the big net and was abruptly blocked. Dare to come here alone, should I admire your courage? Luffy in the Straw Hat. The green cow spat out the cigarette in his mouth with a baw. One person? Luffy raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. In an instant, an island fell from the sky and fell rapidly. Seeing this scene, the green cow's complexion changed drastically. In the knowledge-colored perception, that island has a super square atmosphere. The island that fell from the sky fell heavily on the sea. Boom. The huge waves that were set off spread out in all directions, and the waves with a height of more than 100 meters swept towards the direction of Marine. It's scary, Lion Fruit Kizaru said, scary with his mouth crooked. When the 100-meter high wave is close at hand, it is like a canopy covering the sky and the sun. But compared to throwing an island directly on their heads, I have to thank the Straw Hats for their kindness. On the few warships in the front row, all the sailors were scared out of their wits. Faced with such natural disaster-level power, ordinary people simply cannot resist. If only Aokiji Admiral was still here. Someone made such a sigh from the bottom of my heart. Gravity Knife Tiger. Fujitora held the sword backwards, accumulated gravity on the blade, and slashed out with a single stroke. Along with the trajectory of the slash, a horizontal force of gravity slammed into Julong. With a bang, the 100-meter giant wave was cut off in an instant, and the direction of the force changed accordingly. It paused in its forward posture, then rolled back and fell towards Ghost Island. Seeing this, Luffy chuckled. Freedom to manipulate gravity is also a very powerful fruit. While speaking, he swung his arm and hit the atmosphere with his fist. Boom. The cracks spread, and in an instant, the huge waves that rolled back were torn apart by the force of the vibration, and the resulting seaquake split the sea into dozens of pieces. The scene from Summit War reappears. It's going to capsize. The warship is going to capsize. Countless warships rolled, and the sailors on the deck slid to the lower side one after another. The Green Bull said with a serious face, "Shock fruit in his hands is more terrifying than in Whitebeard's hands." Of course, he also watched the live broadcast of Summit War. After all, Whitebeard is an old man, and the sea shock caused by it is not as good as it is now. Shock fruit and lion fruit. With these two abilities, Straw Hat Luffy is virtually invincible at sea. Tricky. The big net woven by tree roots is like a slingshot, and the meteorites pulled down are launched. Luffy didn't dodge or dodge, and punched through the air. Boom. In an instant, the meteorite was torn apart by the shock, turning into a sky full of rubble and falling to the ocean. At the same time, the green ox turned into a huge tree, the tree swelled wildly, and countless branches spread rapidly in all directions. They climbed to the surface of the sea along the hull of the warship, and then absorbed the seawater, soaring faster. In a blink of an eye, the sea surface visible to the naked eye was covered with dense tree roots, and they formed a foothold in the interweaving. Not only that, but these soaring rhizomes have also touched Ghost Island, connecting each other. Forbidden to hate. The tree man in Green Bull snorted, and shouted to Luffy in the sky, "Don't underestimate Marine, 4 Emperor's Straw Hat." All warships, including Onijima, were connected together by his ability. The range covered is more than 10 kilometers. Bang bang. Luffy smiled and applauded. As expected of an admiral who can be promoted exceptionally, his ability is indeed at the level of a monster. Saying so, he slowly lowered his height, and finally landed on the top of the skeleton castle. Behind him are the 8 members of the Heartless Legion. And below the skeleton castle, more than 20,000 pirates are gathering. At the forefront of the formation, 10 tall giants each held weapons and faced the marine fleet. Kizaru's warship. A rear admiral put down the binoculars, gasped and shouted. Yes. Kaido's beasts pirates. Not only him, but soon, more people also discovered the abnormality. It's the big 3 plagues, Fire Ember, Plague Quinn, Jack the Drow. It's the 5 real fighters of Beast, Fuzz Fu, Sasaki Manzai, Black Maria, Runti, Peggy Wan. Then, those giants are the ancient giant race, the numberers of the 100 beasts. Unbelievable voices sounded from warships everywhere, and countless people stared wide-eyed. Why are the beasts pirates here? In the central area of the fleet, Crane Vice Admiral put down his binoculars with a dignified expression. Before Big Mom, Straw Hats first formed an alliance with Kaido. Sengoku ate the crackers leisurely, squinting his eyes and looking at the distant island. This is not good news. Are you still in the mood to eat? Crane was speechless. Do you want to eat? Xiaohei. No. The command ship where the 5 elders are located. Izanbaran v Nashao Langshang sat on the sofa with a cold face. In front of him is a video phone bug, conveying here the scenes that happened in front of the fleet without any omission. Shock fruit. Lion Fruit. These two abilities are really troublesome. Saint Bunting of the Knights of God is also sitting here, looking at the live broadcast, he said with a bit of a headache. And Rubber Fruit. To be honest, Straw Hat wants to if he runs away, no one can do anything to him. Five Elders Nasi Sholangshang snorted coldly and said, the hurricane just now was a dragon. As he spoke, he immediately gave instructions to the phone bug. Don't forget the 3 goals of this operation. Do it, Kizaru. Sequence 1. 4 Emperor's Straw Hats, obliterate. Sequence 2. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, is captured alive, and if he cannot be captured alive, he will be killed. Sequence 3. 4 Emperor's Big Mom, capture alive, if you can't capture alive, kill it. The priority, of course, is the Straw Hat, not even an option to capture alive. Whatever happens, whatever the cost, Straw Hat Luffy must be killed right here. Straight ahead of the fleet. Kizaru scratched his head with his fingers, I can't help it, I can only obey the 5 elders' orders. Between the words, the whole body shone with golden light. With a whoosh, a golden light instantly traversed the sky, flew over the pirate array, and came to Luffy in a blink of an eye. A leg shining with golden light swept towards Luffy's face. Boom. There was an explosion. Everyone in Marine watched with binoculars. When the smoke cleared, Kizaru Admiral's kick was blocked by Straw Hat Luffy with one hand. Rushing like this can only be said to be foolhardy, Kizaru. Behind him, Jin immediately pulled out his knife. His weapon is a giant katana sword, and as he slashes towards Kizaru, the blade takes on the shape of a broken sword, with conical teeth appearing on the blade. Kizaru was cut in half with a single knife. The severed body also immediately turned into photons, and 2 beams of golden light fell towards the island below. Luffy lowered his left arm, glanced at Jin, and said, go down and join the battle, I don't need protection. Yes, Lord Luffy. Without another word, Jin jumped down from the top of the castle immediately. The other 7 people just have to keep up. Luffy stood calmly on a high place, and announced to the many pirates. This is a defensive battle, as long as you can block the Marine for an hour, those who survive will be free. Ooh. The pirates shouted one after another, full of fighting spirit. For that, Luffy can only wish them luck. 1 hour? It might be over in half an hour. Kizaru, who fell to the ground, condensed his body again, and said to the phone on his wrist. Attack. There are no traps on the island. He purposely ran to kick Luffy. Of course he didn't think one kick would solve the problem. Just came to the island to explore the situation. Different from Summit War, during Summit War, Marine is the defensive side and fights at home. This time it's the attacking side, away. And following his order, Vice Admirals on the warship also dismissed their combat orders one after another. The next moment, boom boom boom. Some warships in the front row fired their main guns in unison, and the shells fell on Guidao one by one. As a Marine, you have plenty of experience fighting an island. In short, regardless of whether it is useful or not, artillery washing the ground is the first wave of offensive. In an instant, flames ignited everywhere on Ghost Island. The farthest shell even hit the C-type, really annoying. Run is very angry and transforms immediately. Zone Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Pachycephalosaurus form. Facing the flying shells, Runty jumped up and hit her head on it. Moisturizer. Boom. Shells shattered in the air. Sister, save some effort. The trouble will start when Marine lands on the island. Peggy Wan immediately shouted. We don't want to defeat them, but to hold on for an hour. This is Lord Luffy's order. Ah? Xiao Pei. You also come to help. You only listen to Master Luffy, and don't listen to my sister. My sister is very hurt. Peggy Wan looked serious and serious. I have long been used to my sister's character. He had to change. Zone Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Spinosaurus form. Boom boom boom. Marine's artillery salvo continued for a dozen rounds. Suddenly, a flower grew on the green cow's back, which seemed to be the propeller of a helicopter, driving him towards the Ghost Island. Go to the island. Following his order, the sailors on the warship got out of boats one after another, stepped through the forest made of green cows and charged towards Ghost Island. At the same time, Fujitora's warship flew up, quickly overtook the Green Bull, and landed in front of the pirates first. Boom. The warship landed. While stepping on clogs, Fujitora jumped off the warship and drew his sword. Gravity Knife Viper Dragon. Slashing like a dragon, exerting gravity, leaping over the pirate formation, heading towards Luffy above the skeleton castle. What's going on? Luffy couldn't help laughing. A figure rose from the ground, and instantly intercepted the advancing route of Zhan Shi. Flame Emperor. Flame ignited on Jin's body, and instantly formed a shield, which was attacked by Kuohu's sword. At this time, the green bull had already flown over the heads of all the pirates. With a flick of his hands, 10 fingers turned into tentacle-like plant roots, and he quickly wanted to attack Luffy. Luffy was very speechless about this. Each one of them, everyone wants to do a trick where Wanjun takes the head of the enemy general? He just looked at each other coldly. Jack pulled out 2 uniquely shaped knives from his ivory ornaments. He jumped up, and the 2 knives he swung cut through the roots in an instant. "Don't ignore us, Admiral." Jack hummed bloodshot, his eyes wide open. At the same time, behind Luffy, pieces of paper the size of squares suddenly appeared. The papers were quickly pasted together, and more of them gathered together. In less than a second, they had already turned into a man's figure. "Straw Hat Luffy, I take your head." A man with long golden hair and a sword head. Ding. However, when the sword landed on Luffy's neck, it remained motionless. White scales appeared on the cut part. Blonde. The man's pupils constricted suddenly. Feeling a crisis, he quickly moved back. Luffy turned slowly. "Who are you?" His vision foretells the future. Sure enough, it's not that easy to get it. Sure enough, it's not that easy to get. The blonde man narrowed his eyes. "Knights of God, Alexis Bunting. You killed a lot of celestial dragons before. I have 2 relatives. It was also killed by you. I'm so sorry." "No, I want to thank you." Bunting Street smiled slightly. "I hate them too." "Well, you're welcome." Luffy also smiled. Bunting's complexion sank. "But, you also killed a woman. That's my fiancée." Excuse me." Luffy was speechless for a while. What is going on? "You are also celestial dragons. You don't want as many women as you want. The old ones don't go. The new ones don't come. Don't be sad." "You don't understand at all, Straw Hat." Bunting spread out his left palm, and the skin in his palm turned into pieces of paper, which flew up continuously. In a blink of an eye, thousands of pieces of paper surrounded his body. "Our celestial dragons are only allowed to give birth to offspring after marrying women who are also celestial dragons. Ordinary women are not allowed. When born, the child is killed or, at best, enslaved. Both parents will be punished, and the more serious ones will be sentenced. For male celestial dragons, ordinary women are toys. Female slaves are not even qualified to be toys. No celestial dragons. This is an iron rule. Any celestial dragons who dare to defy this rule will end badly." "You have so many rules." Luffy smiled lightly and said, "But don't worry, you won't have this kind of trouble soon, because you will die soon." Between the words, he flicked his fingers. Blade. With a whoosh, a wind blade instantly tore apart the opponent's body, cutting it in half. About 50 kilometers away from the battlefield, new marine warships are being steered towards Cake Island. Garp frowned slightly. "Did you hear anything?" Katakuri, who was in charge of welcoming the guests, said in a low voice. "The Marines are attacking here, and the Straw Hat Luffy is stopping them." As he spoke, he looked to Garp's side. Uda. A person with the ability to sing and sing fruits. This horrible woman, instead of following the Straw Hat, came to the wedding with Garp. Uda puffed up his cheeks. "Grandpa, Luffy is dangerous, go help." "Ha ha ha, little Uda, Luffy is much better than Grandpa." Garp laughed. Uda pursed her lips, feeling as if that was indeed the case. She couldn't help but think of Luffy's explanation. "Uda, your ability can only exert its greatest power when you first see it. If you use it once, the effect will be greatly reduced after the enemy has taken precautions. In this war, unless you are in crisis, don't use it lightly. After all, only 1-5 elders came this time. It was a waste to use it on him. Uda is helpless. If she makes a move, it only takes a moment to solve everyone." But Luffy didn't let her do it, saying that it was reserved for enemies who needed it more. At this time, Garp suddenly frowned. "There is a pirate ship on the sea not far from the left side of the warship. That's Shichibukai. Blackbeard. The flag of the Blackbeard pirates." Garp naturally recognized it. The knowledgeable Haki heard many powerful voices. Zephyr focused his eyes. "Marshal D. Teach, did this guy join the battle as a Shichibukai?" At the same time they found Blackbeard and the others. Blackbeard and others also saw the warship of New Marine and the ships of the Big Mom pirate group leading the warship. Deck. Lafitte put down the binoculars and said to Blackbeard behind him. "Captain, it's Garp's New Marine. However, it looks a little strange." The pirates on the deck are drinking heavily, replenishing their energy for the upcoming battle. There are many of them. Captain, Blackbeard, Marshal Teach. The former impel down caretaker, Rain no Shiru. The evil king, Avaro Pai Saro. Xuanyue Hunter, Catlin Demai. Huge battleship, San Juan Hungry Wolf. Barrel, Basque Chote. Ship Doctor, Poison Q and his sick horse Zhuangzhuang. Devil's Heir, Douglas Bullet. World Destroyer, Berndy Waldo. They are all prisoners on the 6th floor, monster pirates who have been erased from history due to their vicious behavior, and each of them is a near legendary figure. Some incidents beyond the level of cruelty were covered up by the government, and even the newspapers deliberately concealed their names. Garp? Blackbeard put down the food in his hand, stood up and took the binoculars from Lafayette, took a look from a distance, and was immediately taken aback. How do I feel younger? Come towards us, Lafitte said solemnly. Thief, ha ha ha. Let's run. Now is not the time to fight Garp and the others. We are not here to fight. Anyway, let's go to the direction of Cake Island first. Blackbeard grinned and gave the order immediately. The pirate ship quickly turned its sails and headed away from the warship. But since warships are sold at such a high price, they naturally have their unique features. At least the sailing speed is faster than the average pirate ship. I can't get rid of it. Blackbeard frowned. Poison Q, use your ability to intercept them. Poison Q lay on the body of the sick horse Zhuang, showing a smile uglier than crying. Let me try. Wang. He seemed to exert all his strength and patted the horse. The next moment, the sickly horse immediately grew a pair of wings. Zone Mama Fruit Phantom Beast Species Pegasus form. The sick horse Zhuang had a runny nose and headed towards the warship with the Poison Q on his back. Something is coming, Zephyr said in a deep voice. In a blink of an eye, Sun Tianma came to the front of the crowd. Poison Q is smiling but not smiling, and holding a basket full of red apples in a half-crying manner. Stop chasing, New Marine, we are not here to fight against you. As an apology, let me give you some apples. Marine is chasing pirates, what gift do you need? Garp grinned, swished, and leapt up. He punched the sick horse, and Hockey's fist was condensed like a cannonball. Fist bone impact. Boom. The huge explosion swallowed the sick horse and the poisonous Q. At the moment of being involved, a light purple poison mist diffused from Poison Q's mouth. Paramecia disease fruit. While activating the ability, he and his beloved horse were punched into the sky. The sea surface was also involved, forming a huge hole. What's this? In midair, Garp was stunned. He changed from an old man to an old woman in a blink of an eye. Ghost Island, top floor of Skeleton Castle. Bunting was sliced by Luffy's windblades and severed in half. But there was no blood at the incision. The exposed part is a thick stack of paper, as if his body is made up of millions of small pieces of paper. Paper Angel. The countless pieces of paper flying around him quickly gathered behind him to form a pair of wings. Bunting's upper body was flying in midair just like that. I'm a paper man who ate paper fruit. Bunting sneered, ordinary slashes are useless to me. Luffy was not surprised by the scene before him. The knowledgeable ability to predict the future has already let him know the result in advance. But, paper fruit, paramecia. It is paramecia that changes the body. No. Judging from the ability of the other party to create pieces of paper, it also has the ability of creation. Luffy looked at the other party, and roughly understood that the Knights of the Gods had abilities similar to those of Katakuri, and they were all compound paramecia. Slashing is useless. What about blowing? As soon as the voice fell, Luffy had disappeared in place. It's so fast. I didn't see it clearly at all. Bunting's complexion changed, and the paper wings on his back quickly flapped a few times, and flew towards a high place. But his lower body remained in place. Luffy swept away with one kick, directly kicking the opponent's lower body. Bang. The body was kicked into pieces of paper flying all over the sky. Ha, hitting is useless. Bunting swooped down from a high altitude, and the western sword in his hand stabbed straight at the top of Luffy's head. Not afraid of slashing, not afraid of blows, good ability. However, it is just paper after all. White dragon horns grow from the top of Luffy's head. Sun Dragon God form. Open your mouth and breathe out a dragon's breath. Hot interest. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky, engulfing Bunting in an instant. Fire? Bunting's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. There is a problem with information. Rubber fruit, shock fruit, lion fruit. Where does the flame ability come from? This guy has a fourth devil fruit power. With this in mind, he was hit head-on by Rexy. With a bang, a big explosion occurred in midair. And at this moment, Rydong Jingguang suddenly came behind Luffy. Amazon Cloud Sword. Kizaru condensed his lightsaber and suddenly launched a sneak attack. At such a clever timing, it is difficult for ordinary people to pass. But Luffy is clearly not ordinary. Too slow, Kizaru. Accompanied by the voice of joking, a sword was buried. No, to be precise, his sword cut off an afterimage. It's scary, what a speed. Before he had time to think about it, Kizaru immediately turned into photons and dissipated. While he was elementalizing, his fist had been piercing his chest. Luffy failed to succeed with one blow, and said regretfully, "The escape is first class." A golden light flashed ahead, and Kizaru appeared again. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, and his heart was still in shock. It's so dangerous, I almost got hit. Staring at the Straw Hat Luffy at this time, it is different from what I have seen before. There are a pair of white dragon horns on the head, and some white dragon scales were born on the cheeks. What kind of ability is this time? Kizaru twisted his mouth. How many kinds of devil fruit power do you have? Or, this form is the evolution of rubber fruit. What if you know? Luffy looked indifferent. Suddenly, he glanced away and looked down the castle. Do you died? A huge mammoth with an equally huge quanda on its chest. Jack the Drow. Really vulnerable. The green cow looked disdainful, and the vines running through Jack were absorbing nutrients from the mammoth. The huge size is shrinking visible to the naked eye. Puff. The vines shrunk back, and the shrunken mammoth fell from the air and turned back into a human form. A big hole was opened in Jack's chest, and he was lying on the ground, dying. Master Jack. The pirates yelled in fear. Less than 10 minutes into the battle, Jack, one of the big billboards, was killed. Why so weak? Luffy sighed, raised his hand to tear the space, and he took out a blank fruit. The moment it was taken out, it intercepted Jack's ability and turned into a zone fruit. Kizaru stared at this scene with dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, a vine suddenly climbed to the top of the skeleton castle, and then, with a sudden pull, the green bull leapt towards it. So that's how you plunder other people's abilities. Green Bull took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for himself. It's really unpretentious. Luffy smiled lightly, and sent the fruit of rebirth back to the pocket space. He took out a blank fruit again. With his movements, the smoke and dust in the sky gradually dispersed. A scorched black figure fell down and landed heavily on the ground. Burndy coughed twice. Paper angels are afraid of fire. You must think so? He stood up and sneered. The scorched skin, like exfoliated dead skin, peeled off layer by layer. In a blink of an eye, D stood in front of Luffy again intact. Luffy tossed the blank fruit in his hand, and said as usual. Not afraid of slashing, not afraid of blows, not afraid of flames, and probably not afraid of water, it is really powerful. This is also of course. As celestial dragons, with the best resources in the world, it is easy to get a powerful fruit. You're dead, Straw Hat. Burndy resumed his elegant expression. No matter how strong you are, facing the combination of 2 admirals and me, 3 against 1, you have no chance of winning. Laughing dead, ignorant of power. Luffy laughed, and threw the blank fruit in his hand into the sky. At this moment, his body suddenly disappeared in place. Kill by knowledge. No one could predict his actions, and the color of knowledge lost its effect at this moment. However, it is difficult to see Luffy's movement trajectory with the naked eye. Be careful. When Kizaru was about to remind, it was already too late. Puff. A palm pierced through Lu Sheng's back. In the palm of his hand, he was holding a beating heart. With a sound of wow, the green bull spit out blood suddenly, his face was full of shock. Aren't you careless? Everyone thinks that, no matter how strong a person is, he can't fight against 2 admirals by himself. Luffy's tone was indifferent, and the moment he pulled his hand, the heart of the green bull was directly crushed by him. Poof. Blood splattered everywhere. But I am different, I have evolved to a higher level. A new realm that you cannot understand. Luffy jumped up, reached out and grabbed the blank fruit that was thrown flying and was still on the way up. Kizaru watched this scene in shock. Monsters from the folk. The newcomer who shined in the world conscription, the green bull who just became admiral not long ago, died. Plop. The green cow fell to his knees, lost his heart, and his consciousness began to slacken. Damn. He kept his glaring expression and fell into a pool of blood, dying very simply and simply. It's as if he killed Jack the Drow of the Three Plagues with ease. Luffy can also easily crush the new admiral to death in front of Kizaru. At this time, the blank fruit held in his hand intercepted the ability of the Green Bull. Ha ha ha, you don't know how to use such a good ability. Luffy opened his mouth and swallowed the newly reborn devil fruit in one gulp, including the peel. Gudong. The fruit fell into his stomach, and in an instant, he mastered the fifth ability. Logia Sensen Fruit. Immediately afterwards, Luffy immediately refreshed the adventure store, bought another awakening fruit, and ate it on the spot. Logia awakens. On the big platform of the castle, Kizaru and Burndy watched this scene with palpitations. Another devil fruit. How many pills can this guy eat? Luffy looked down at the two, then looked in the direction of the marine fleet, raised his eyebrows and said, "To obliterate this and that all day long is too lofty. Let you use your body to understand what the so-called power is." With a snap, put your hands together. The power exerted by this fruit in the hands of the Green Bull can cover a range of 10 kilometers. But in Luffy's hands, the power is even greater. Unlimited physical strength allows him to unleash the power of this fruit unscrupulously. This moment, at the bottom of the entire Ghost Island, countless seeds germinated, and thin willow twigs burst out of the ground. They are crazily absorbing Luffy's physical strength and growing at an incredible speed. It was as if the entire island had come to life, with huge trees rising from the ground, and huge quejun with a diameter of several meters wreaking havoc on the ground. A huge vine protruding from under the castle, just like the one on Sky Island, broke through 1,000 meters in an instant. The battlefield fell silent at this moment, and countless people watched the terrifying scene in front of them in fear. The tree world is coming again. Dead, dead. The Green Bull Admiral is dead. The shocking reality made Marine's momentum weaken. The sudden change that occurred in the entire Ghost Island made the battlefield become extremely quiet. On the barren island, countless vegetation broke through the ground and grew wildly, and the battlefield turned into a battlefield in an instant. A huge vine broke through the sky and stood straight in the center of the island. Spiderweb-like rhizomes spread out from the roots of the huge vines, approaching wildly in all directions. Like the insidious lion majesty, they wandered among the jungles, got into the formation of marines landing on the island, and quickly turned into chains, linking soldiers one by one. Damn. These plants are alive. In the blink of an eye, the number of victims exceeded the scale of 1,000, and it was still increasing at an extremely terrifying speed. A colonel cut off the vines attacking him with a single knife, and shouted, "Don't be careless. Watch your step. Now on this island, no place is safe." As soon as the words fell, the vine that had been cut off by him grew a new branch again. Nimbly like a loach, it suddenly trapped the colonel's ankle and hung him up. The knife flashed. Vines were cut. Momoshage said solemnly, "You all retreat one after another." Momoshage Vice Admiral. The colonel said dully, "Just retreat like this." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen laser beams suddenly shot out from behind. Boom. The Big Bang will burn down the crazy jungle, destroying the punch. There was a vibration from the ground, and hundreds of pacifists were stepping onto the Ghost Island one after another. They are emotionless humanoid weapons whose sole purpose is to kill all pirates within sight. Even involving all the sailors of one's own camp is not hesitating. Let them clear out the road, and you retreat at a certain distance one after another. Momoshage didn't talk to the colonel anymore. Holding the famous sword Jinpaluo, he slashed forward with a sword, and the sword energy tore apart the trees in the distance, opening up a way forward. She stepped towards the direction of the castle. The other side. Smoker tore apart the vines that restrained his subordinates, and said with an ugly face, "The Green Bull was killed. His ability has become the ability of the enemy." Knowledge Color can no longer hear the sound from the green cow's body. Suddenly, a vine pierced Smoker's chest from behind like a sharp blade. Colonel Smoker. The captain who had just been rescued by him was shocked. Why panic? I'm Logia. Smoker raised his right hand, armor colored his palm black. He grabbed the vine and pulled it hard. The vines that had just been torn swelled up again, and more vines nearby, as if they had found prey, kept gathering. Endless. Smoker gritted his teeth and kept fighting off these annoying vines. The captain also drew out his weapon and kept slashing, saying, "Colonel Smoker, how do these things determine where someone is? Ah. Could it be that the Straw Hats are using their knowledge to detect the entire island? If so, it would be too scary." The captain swallowed. With a cigar in his mouth, Smoker narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, "You lead people to retreat first." After finishing speaking, his lower body turned into billowing white eyes and suddenly shot up. "There's no point in tangling with Rattan. I can only find a way to deal with the capable person himself." Command ship. The live broadcast screen reflected the scene where Onijima turned into a forest. Izanbaran v Nishoro Sei's eyes cast a shadow. Huang Mu is such a waste, his abilities will be determined after he dies. He took out a phone bug and coldly gave instructions. "Shichibukai, do it." After speaking, he got up and walked out of the lounge, followed by Bartholomew Kuma step by step. Master Five Elders. When they came to the deck, many sailors were shocked. Sengoku also turned around. "Nisijiro-san, do you want to go out in person?" "The whole army is dispatched." Izanbaran v Nashao Langshang snorted coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. "Bear, bounce me over." Bartholomew Kuma, who lost his self-consciousness, immediately followed the instructions. He took off his gloves, revealing his palm covered with fleshy balls, and slapped Five Elders Nashao Langshang on the back, instantly sending him flying towards the skeleton castle. Immediately afterwards, Bartholomew Kuma was about to do the same to himself. "Wait, Gu." Seeing this, Sengoku ate the last piece of senbei, and took out his thumb to clean the corner of his mouth. "Flick me over too." Sengoku. Crane Vice Admiral frowned. "Xiaohei, don't go, you are a great staff officer, and you need to guide the overall situation of the army." Sengoku smiled and said, "Although I have retired, I am still a Marine after all." The next moment, he was bounced away and disappeared on the deck. Crane Vice Admiral was silent, and muttered with his forehead aching. There is no respect on the battlefield. Even if the guy in the straw hat looks at Garp's face, he may not let him go. War. Even the Green Bull was met face to face and killed instantly. Although there is a general intention to relax vigilance, the combat power of Straw Hat Luffy has surpassed the four emperors in the general sense. Even surpassed the rocks of the year, reached a new level that ordinary people can't reach. At this time, two figures came together. One of them was a burly man with a height of more than 3 meters. He was wearing white loose trousers and was bare-chested, revealing 12 packs of strong abdominal muscles. One of the members of the Knights of God, Baptist Ackroyd. The other was emaciated, less than half the height of Ackroyd, and his head was bandaged, with only the eyes exposed. One of the members of the Knights of God, Baptist Alger. "Hey, send us there too," Alger said hoarsely. "The dragon is on that island, the previous hurricane must be his fault." However, Bartholomew Kuma did not follow orders. Pressing a palm on his chest, he bounced himself away. "What, is our order useless?" Ackroyd pouted. Crane Vice Admiral said, "The only ones who can give him orders are Five Elders and Vegapunk, who is responsible for transforming it." Why was Sengoku okay just now? The bear is Shichibukai, and it needs to cooperate with Marine's actions. Marine Admiral and Marshal can also give orders. This is the authority granted by Five Elders. Crane Vice Admiral glanced at the two, and continued to observe the battlefield with binoculars. "You can also go there yourself, Bar." So troublesome. With a movement of Alger's figure, he flew away immediately. "Go back." He jumped in the air, trampled on the air and made a loud noise, and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. The big man Ackroyd bent his knees slightly. When he was accumulating his strength, the warship sank by tens of centimeters, and the bow tilted. The hunt has begun. Boom. The deck of the warship shattered suddenly, and Ackroyd was ejected instantly like a missile. The sailors fell to the ground in panic. Crane glanced at the shattered deck, his face a bit ugly. Over the skeleton castle, Luffy stood in the air, and the whole island was filled with knowledge. At this time, the island has turned into a virgin forest, and there are hundreds of meters high giant trees everywhere. Of the tens of thousands of Marines who landed in the first batch, more than 90% of them were hanged by him. Precisely controlling every vine, this is something that the Green Bull cannot do. Boom boom boom. In the direction of the port, there was not only the sound of explosions, but hundreds of pacifists rushed into the jungle, and the forest was burned where they passed. Luffy held out a finger through the air. Wooden dragon. With a whoosh, the fingers turned into wooden sticks, and shot towards a pacifist from a distance of several kilometers. The thin wooden sticks swelled rapidly during the leap, turning into a huge dragon, falling from the sky, and biting a pacifist in one bite. Afterwards, the wooden dragon quickly turned over and attacked another nearby one. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed before Luffy's eyes, and a laser pierced through his connection with the wooden dragon. The broken sticks turned back into fingers. Luffy looked sideways slightly, looking down at the castle platform. Don't treat me like an heir. Straw Hat. Kizaru kept stretching his fingers, and as soon as he finished speaking, another laser shot at Luffy. When did you have such a strong will to fight? During the Summit War, you were fishing for fish the whole time. Luffy waved his hand, as if to repel flies, and the back of his hand sent the laser light flying. With a whoosh, the laser fell outside the castle. Boom. A huge explosion wiped out a hill. The corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched, and the blow he charged was bounced away so easily. This is not armed color. Just a moment ago, he could see clearly that the Straw Hat didn't use Haki, and just relied on the strength of his body to bounce off his attack. Rubber fruit. Kizaru was stunned for a moment, squinting his eyes and said, I have deliberately investigated, and there is a record about this fruit in Vegapunk's research institute. If I remember correctly, it is called Sun God. Zone with rubber properties. The name of the phantom beast fruit has been erased by the world government, and there are only a few records in ancient documents. Vegapunk is researching the blank 100 years. The thing about rubber fruit is just a scrap of history. The Sun God? That's already a thing of the past. The first generation Sun God failed and lost. I am. Luffy was smiling, full of spare demeanor. I have opened up a new path, now you can call me Sun Dragon God. As soon as the voice fell, he clenches his right hand. Boom. The whole body immediately ignited a fiery flame. The flame gradually turned from orange to white, and the white flame wrapped around Luffy's body like a coat. It's so hot. How high is this guy's temperature? Bunting Shang looked shocked. His paper angel wings suddenly burst into flames, and the flames spread rapidly, as if to devour him. Before he had time to think about it, Bunting immediately abandoned one wing, and quickly opened the distance to the distance. Until it was hundreds of meters away, his eyes fixed on the white Luffy in midair. It seems to be a real sun, it will be burned just by getting close to it. You just said that your ability is not afraid of fire? Luffy walked through the air, approaching Bunting step by step. That's your misunderstanding. The so-called fire also has different levels. Bunting stared at the Straw Hat. Halfway through the other party's words, suddenly disappeared in place at a certain moment. The opponent didn't even bother to use the knowledge kill. Just relying on the instantaneous explosive power of his body, it surpassed his knowledge and detection speed. Above? Bunting raised his head suddenly, and at a glance. His face was horrified. A small white sun was born in the palm of the Straw Hat Luffy, and pressed down towards his head. Before the high-temperature incandescent fireball could touch it, his body had already started to burn. Ah! Bunting screamed and quickly distanced himself. Seeing this, Kizaru had no choice but to make a clearance. With a flash of golden light, he came between the two and kicked out facing the little sun. Light speed kick. Boom. There was a loud bang. Above the skeleton castle, a round of blazing fireball expanded rapidly, expanding to hundreds of meters in diameter in an instant. It was as if a real sun was born at this time. The entire castle burned under the high temperature. No, that's not called burning. It was erased instantly when it touched the fireball. A long time. The power of light and fire receded, and the smoke dispersed. Luffy stood unharmed among the ruins of the castle, and the ground became scorched black. Not far away, Kizaru's suit trousers had rotted away, exposing his flat black legs. In order to save a celestial dragons, do you want to die? Luffy raised his eyebrows, and said softly, how much money, so desperate? You also want to be a marine hero? Kizaru looked down at his injury. It's so dangerous. I almost gave up my leg here. It's terrible, Straw Hat. How could Guang be burned by the fire? You can't cheat the medical expenses like this. With a chuckle, Luffy raised his head slightly. In the sky, 3 transparent bear paws flew towards them rapidly. Boom. 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 The bear's paw fell to the ground, and 3 figures stood in front of Luffy one after another. Meet you, 5 elders. Luffy looked at the one in the center, a bald man with a sword. Oh, it's not the first time. I saw you last time, but you didn't see poor me. Straw Hat. Izanbaran v Nashi Shorushang pulled out the first-generation Goosh with a stern face. From the first time I heard your name, until today, you have caused us a lot of trouble. Defeat Crocodile and trick Shichibukai into his position. Turned his back on the Summit War and saved Ace the Fire Fist. Captured Frankie in the capital of 7 Waters and snatched Pluton's design drawings. Killed 3 celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago. Attacked the holy land of Mariajoy at night, dropped a meteorite, and made a world-sensational Mariajoy attack, killed 39 celestial dragons in one night, and seriously injured even more. Now, they are stirring up troubles in the New World again, and want to form an alliance with another 4 emperors. I can't let you go. Today, you will definitely die. The Haki around Izanbaran v Nashoro Say climbed rapidly, and behind him appeared a ghostly aura similar to Zoro. The corners of Luffy's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes glanced at the left and right sides. Sengoku, Bartholomew Bear. Then, he looked to the sky again. 2 figures descended here one after another. One of them stepped on the moonwalk, and the other jumped directly. Boom. Boom. The 2 fell behind Luffy. A little knight from the Knights of God again. Why doesn't your commander come? Luffy tilted his head slightly, and glanced at the 2 of them out of the corner of his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 against 6. 5 elders. Sengoku, Kizaru, Bear. And 2 new knights from the God Order. 6 people. Kizaru spoke lazily. You've got nowhere to go, Monkey D. Luffy. You've got nowhere to go, Monkey D. Luffy. Looking at the straw hat Luffy surrounded in the center, Kizaru spoke in a lazier tone, neither salty nor dull. Ha 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 ha. Nowhere to go. Luffy couldn't help laughing. What made you decide that I want to go? Joke. He just waited for these people to come to his door, and then crushed them to death one by one. Especially the 5 elders. Belongs to his must-kill target. Hearing such an arrogant speech, St. Baptist Ackroyd, one of the Knights of God, took action immediately. The mouth protrudes outward, the head becomes flattened, and sharp teeth grow out of the mouth. Zone fish fruit ancient species dinosaur form. He changed from standing on 2 feet to crawling on 4, with the special symbol of Zone's awakening wrapped around his neck. Black flame cloud. Crocodile bite. With a loud roar, the huge crocodile rushed forward, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down from the top of Luffy's head. Luffy did not dodge or dodge. The white flames all over his body exploded, and the burning pale coat burst out with dazzling light. A mere zone. Boom. Dinosaurs bit Luffy into its mouth, swallowing a large piece of the ground under its feet. However, the next second, a burnt smell emanated from the mouth of the giant crocodile, and wisps of black smoke rose up. It's so hot. Ackroyd screamed, unable to bear the high temperature at all. While letting go of his mouth, he was rolled all over the floor by the white flames. From the animal form, it quickly changed back to the human and animal form. It's ridiculous. Luffy had a faint smile on his face. Maybe this person was not so clear-headed, thinking that he was an awakened Zone, so he dared to approach him casually. He stepped forward, quickly approaching the opponent, entwined with pale flames and a punch from Conqueror's Haki, and landed blatantly. However, this moment, another Knight of the Order with a bandage on his head moved. Boom. A punch fell, and the earth shattered. In the huge pothole that appeared, there was no one. Luffy immediately caught the other party with a sense of knowledge, and he slightly raised his head to look not far away. The bandaged knight grabbed the dinosaur knight and slowly got out from the ground. Did not break through the ground, but penetrated the ground, as if the bodies of the 2 of them had lost the physical collision of body types. It's too reckless, Lloyd. The bandaged knight reprimanded in a low voice. I'm sorry, brother. The alligator rider covered his mouth and stood up. Even if he is an awakened ancient species, he has extremely terrifying recovery power, but he won't heal after being scalded by Luffy's pale flame for a while. The bandaged knight didn't go to see his younger brother. The 2 came from the same family and were brothers. He stared at the straw hat and said hoarsely, I am a piercer who ate the piercing fruit and can pass through all objects. Paramecia penetrating fruit. Paramecia of the psychic type. When not awakened, the ability is limited to oneself. After awakening, objects touched, including creatures, can also produce penetrating effects. At the moment of being counterattacked by the straw hat, he penetrated into the ground and rescued his younger brother Ackroyd. Hearing this, Luffy was a little surprised. Your Knights of God are all capable users? A paper fruit, a Zone in crocodile form, and now a piercing fruit. To be honest, compared to the first 2, this piercing fruit is actually the most troublesome. Slam the pressure cannon. At this time, Bartholomew Kuma made a sudden move. He assumed a sumo wrestling stance, and pushed forward with both hands, bouncing off the atmosphere to form transparent bear paws. Luffy punches back. Boom. Armament Haki out. The impact released, under one punch, broke all the transparent bear paws, and a huge explosion occurred. At the same time, A big golden Buddha rose from the ground and slapped Luffy with a leap. Straw Hat Luffy. Should I say something specifically to remind me that you are going to attack? No need, my knowledge can predict the future. Luffy punches him. Shock fruit, boom. Fist and palm collided in the air. The space of the strong earthquake collided with the shockwave, and in an instant, it was involved in a radius of 100 meters, and the surrounding ground was as fragile as tofu, and was rolled back by the shock. However, a beam of golden light cut into the battle. Kizaru held the lightsaber in both hands and slashed down from a long distance. The lightsaber expanded rapidly, turned into tens of meters, and landed on Luffy's head. It's not so much a lightsaber, but a strong laser in the shape of a sword. The ground under Luffy's feet suddenly raised a wall, and under the control of Lion Fruit, the wall blocked the laser sword of the yellow ape. At the moment of touch, the wall softened and turned into rubber, and the laser bounced back. Boom. Kizaru was bombarded by his moves. At the same time, the bear opened its hands, compressed the atmosphere to form a high-pressure bear paw, and released it in the direction of Luffy. Bear shock. Boom. There was another burst of violent noise, and the terrifying shockwave swept across hundreds of meters. For a while, the scene was extremely chaotic. Looking at the white figure in the center of the smoke and dust, Nashao Sheng said coldly. None of the people present as your opponent one-on-one, but if there are many against few, the result will be completely different. 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. When the smoke cleared, Luffy's body was spotless, and the pale flames around him were still wrapped around his body like a coat. He nodded seriously at the 5 elders' taunt. Indeed, it is really difficult for ordinary people to cope with this situation. It would be very difficult for any 4 emperors to come, and it was only a matter of time before they were killed. Even he will be dragged into a protracted battle. When his physical strength starts to run out, it is the beginning of his defeat. But that's just the general case. With unlimited physical strength, he has no fear of siege at all. It really is a monster among monsters. Crocodile Knight's eyes froze. It can't hurt him at all. Hearing this, the Bandage Knight flicked his fingers, and a small stone was shot out by him. At the moment of ejection, it traveled through space and suddenly appeared behind Luffy's head with full initial velocity. However, the moment the stone appeared, it was wiped away by the high temperature of the pale flame. No. It's difficult just to get close. The Bandage Knight narrowed his eyes. To face this kind of opponent, you can only rely on consuming the opponent's physical strength, right? Realizing that he was being attacked, Luffy suddenly disappeared in place. The knowledge and knowledge kill the breath, and everyone's knowledge and color are invalid. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of the Crocodile Knight, with one palm touching the opponent's head. High-temperature flames, vibrating power, armed internal destruction, armed cannons. Several abilities were used in an instant. Boom. It is also difficult for the awakened ancient species to mature into such a terrifying attack. Amidst the explosion, the Crocodile Knight bleeds from his 7 orifices. Lloyd. The Bandage Knight opened his eyes wide. It's too fast. After losing the effect of knowledge color, I can't react at all. Fix one. Luffy immediately attacked the Bandaged Knight beside him. The blazing flame born in the palm of his hand spurted towards the opponent. The white flame was like a pillar, devouring the opponent in an instant. Huh? Even flames can go through it? Luffy thought in surprise in his heart, without the real feeling of hitting the enemy. The Bandaged Knight passed through his flames, advancing instead of retreating. His right palm formed into a claw, and slammed towards his chest. Remove the heart. No matter how strong you are, you will die. The mind reader heard his voice. Luffy's eyes were indifferent, allowing the opponent to attack. Boom. Before the claw touched his chest, it was blocked by an invisible force. What? The Bandage Knight's expression changed suddenly. With a snap, his wrist was grabbed by Luffy. It's weird because of its abilities. Do you think everything will do what you want? In the end, it's just Paramecia with superpowers, and Haki can easily defend it. Luffy smiled faintly, the second. When he was about to kill the opponent, suddenly, darkness fell. The Bandaged Knight caught in his hand turned into a ghostly black shadow, dissipating like smoke and dust. What's happening here? Luffy was taken aback, and he turned around sharply. The appearance of 5 elders Nishijiro Sheng changed. His figure became slightly taller, his neck elongated, and his originally bald head became more slender. Wrapped around him is the flame cloud of Zone's awakening. His eyes glowed blood red. Is this your ability? Luffy smiled slightly. The master finally couldn't help but make a move. Foofurfur. Suddenly, Doflamingo's wild laughter came from the sky. Zone, human fruit, phantom beast, slippery ghost form. It is a phantom beast with the extremely rare, illusion, ability. Straw Hat Luffy, you are done here. Sounds can be heard, but not seen. Everything Luffy saw with his naked eyes was pitch black, as if he was in the dark night. Another fruit of humanity? Or a phantom beast that casts illusions? Luffy's expression is subtle, so don't let Chopper know about it, otherwise Tai Yuan will faint in the toilet. The voice of Nashijiro Shang became louder. I will punish you myself, you rebellious pirate. In the darkness, a sharp blade strikes. Luffy simply closed his eyes. In the darkness, a red figure approached him, piercing with a knife. Luffy took half a step back, turning his body to one side, narrowly avoiding the blow. As a little sideshow, I'm happy. Luffy spoke in a cheerful tone. It's like when Kaido fights him, Kaido will feel happy. At this time, facing the increasingly complicated battle situation, Luffy also felt a little joy. This is probably the hunting and killing instinct hidden deep in human genes. Seeing Luffy dodging his sneak attack with his eyes closed, Nashu Langshang's face became ugly. After being hit by his illusion, he shouldn't be able to see anything. Even the color of knowledge has lost its effect. Why can you escape? Damn nonsense. He snorted coldly, and the angle of the stabbing sword suddenly changed to sweeping, and the sword took the head. Luffy raised his right arm. With a sound of ding, it was struck by the sword hero. With a kick, it landed on Nasi Sholangshang's abdomen, and kicked him away. Nasi Sholangshang let out a muffled snort. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and rolled hundreds of meters away, like a rubber ball, bouncing on the ground several times. Luffy closed his eyes and stepped towards the opponent. Like taking a walk in the courtyard, neither sick nor slow. It's kind of funny, my sense of knowledge can't spread to the outside world. This is not a pure illusion, it also affects my senses. As if in another piece of space. When the color of knowledge and knowledge reaches a certain distance, it becomes invalid. This is him. The strength of knowledge color has reached IV6, and the knowledge color of ordinary people probably cannot hear any sound. And what's even more strange is that you still maintain a high combat effectiveness at such an advanced age. 5 elders stood up, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and stared sharply at Luffy, who was walking towards him. Doflamingo deliberately told you about my abilities, didn't you? That's why. This bastard. He is not a fool, he reacted immediately. Facing Luffy's doubts, he sneered and said. Do you think I'll tell you? About the deeper mysteries of devil fruit. You already told me. Luffy grinned and said, some people have very unique knowledge, and they are born with the ability to read mind. Your heart tells me the answer. Hearing this, Nasi Sholangshang's complexion changed drastically. With the power of mind reading, of course he knows. But he is not sure if the Straw Hat Luffy is such a special person. Then it won't let you live. Nasi Sholong stepped on his footsteps, and then rushed forward. Cake Castle, a large platform on the top floor. The wedding has begun. The hall was full of guests, all watching the bride and groom on the stage. When Aladdin and Praline exchanged wedding rings, the conclusion of the covenant was announced. Mama. Is it okay now? Charlotte Linlin looked at Morgaz with a smile. Do you want to take a picture? Please don't worry, it has been completely photographed. This wedding photo will definitely appear in tomorrow's newspaper. Morgans put down the camera in her hand and said, compared with this, there are bigger news waiting for me to report. The Golden Emperor stood up and said impatiently, since the wedding is over, I'll go first. He didn't come here to watch a couple of mermaids get married. Big Mom. Our captain is still fighting hard, and now we need your support. Nami said quickly, you haven't forgotten anything, have you? For example, things about the heart. Charlotte Linlin's face turned black, the brat dared to threaten her. I got it. Bree, she cried. Bree stood up immediately, yes, Mom. With a clap of both hands, a mirror was born in the palm. From here, you can directly reach the big battlefield. The old witch let out a strange smile. Yee, it depends on whether you dare to come into my mirror world or not. What dare not? Nami said without hesitation, go, Zoro. Brook. Chopper. Zoro. Tisk, you are a devil. Sanji. What are you talking about? Chlorella head, Miss Nami let you in, you go in. Old man, let's go first. Jinbei stood up and was the first to step into the mirror world. Luffy is very kind to the Fishmen Island, it's not the time to make noise here. With him taking the lead, soon, people from the Straw Hat fleet walked in one after another. Only Nami et al. Remain. In addition, the Golden Emperor and Morgas also stepped into it for the first time. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin had no choice but to dispatch. She brought dessert 4 generals, as well as several main forces. Pudding, my favorite chiffon cake, must be ready before I come back. Yes, Mom, a large wave of reinforcements is rushing to the battlefield. Ghost Island, the original skeleton castle, is now a ruined site. Over it. Doflamingo frowned at the scene below. A darkness enveloped the earth. Isn't it an illusion? Can it actually affect reality? During the battle meeting, 5 elders Nasi Shou Langshang took the initiative to inform everyone of his ability. It was an illusion. He'll create illusions to get the 4 Emperor's straw hats into trouble, and then everyone will work together to strangle the beast. But obviously, Nasi Shou Langshang had reservations. The other party not only creates hallucinations, but can even exert influence on reality. He couldn't see anything on the earth that was shrouded in darkness at this moment. It seemed to be a silent field, and the knowledgeable color could not hear the inner voice. If the Straw Hat loses in the end, it will be troublesome. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, hesitating inwardly. His previous behavior will be liquidated by the 5 elders afterwards. If the Straw Hats win, then there is no problem. Once they lose, he will be in trouble. Doflamingo hesitated to turn his back on the spot. However, at this moment, in the chaotic battlefield, Black Maria guarded a huge mirror. In the mirror, the appearance of the old witch Bree appeared. Black Maria looked back. Seeing Zoro in the mirror, he pushed the old witch away and walked out first. It's really a convenient ability. As long as you have a mirror, can you go anywhere? As soon as Zoro appeared, he immediately released his sense of knowledge and probed Luffy's breath. But nothing was found. Behind him, several people from the first team came out one after another: Sanji, Chopper, Brook. Yo ho 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 ho. I'm completely at a disadvantage. Brook opened his empty eye sockets, looking at the battlefield in the distance. Under the push of the pacifists, the Marines rushed forward again. Tens of thousands of people fought on both sides, causing countless deaths and injuries to each other, and the ground was full of stumps and broken arms. Jin confronted Fujitora again, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he found the movement behind him. The reinforcements are finally here. Waiting in the mirror, another group of people filed out. Jinbei, Luo, Moria, Ace, Marco, Jose, Vista and many more. There is also the third of the 4 dessert generals of the Big Mom Pirates, and members of the Charlotte family whose heart has been taken out. The last person to walk out is 4 Emperor's Big Mom. Where's Straw Hat Luffy? She also didn't notice Luffy's breath. Fufurfur. Has the reinforcements arrived? In the sky, Doflamingo smiled. Hey he he he, there are dead bodies everywhere. I love war. Come out, zombies. Moria was the first to do it, and at his command, the zombies came out from the ground. They are all prisoners from the Rabbit Bowl quarry. Go. Loot me more corpses. The zombies rushed to the battlefield immediately. Seeing this, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral yelled, "PX, get rid of those zombies." As he said that, he rushed up quickly. In addition to him, there were several Vice Admirals who also followed the reinforcements one after another. You guys deal with Vice Admiral, I'll deal with. Zoro narrowed his eyes and caught Hawkeye in the crowd. Hawkeye slashed a pirate to death, and seemed to have noticed Zoro's gaze, and the corner of his mouth raised a slight arc when he looked back. Groan, Roronoa. Long time no see, #1 in the world. Zoro took off the hood from his left arm and tied it on top of his head. Then he drew 3 knives, Haki burst out, and rushed towards the opponent immediately. 3 swords, profound truth, 3000 worlds .. Sword skills have improved. Hawkeye's sharp eyes, eagle-like vision, saw through Zoro's moves, and he swung his sword towards Zoro. The pitch-black sword energy was like a crescent moon, sweeping everything in front of it. Whether it is pirates or marines, they are all within his strike range. This sword energy spanned a distance of hundreds of meters. Then there was a bang. Destroyed by Zoro's 3000 worlds. Taya versus profound truth, Zoro wins. Pretty. Hawkeye boasted sincerely, and finally regained some energy. He rushed towards Zoro quickly. Roronoa, I came here specially to confirm your progress, don't end it too soon. I told you, Hawkeye, I won't lose. Conqueror's twine. A black sword, Yi, collided with 3 famous swords in the air, and in an instant, the sky was torn apart. Boom boom boom. Clash between conquerors. The resulting aftermath instantly made the nearby pirates and marines lose consciousness. Seeing this scene, Fujitora's face was solemn, and he forced Jin back with a knife, thinking. A powerful swordsman. Can't go on like this, the casualties are too great. Jin fluttered his wings and snorted coldly. Want to help? Stop dreaming. He turned into a pitch-black pteranodon and rushed down. One wing sweeps towards Fujitora. Boom. Fujitora raised his sword and hit it, but his feet didn't move. What? Jin's pupils shrank. Very suddenly, Admiral, who was equal with him before, suddenly showed overwhelming strength. Gravity Knife Extreme Dragon. The gravity knife bounced Jin, like a roaring black dragon, wrapped Jin in his arms, and slashed towards Big Mom. Mama. New Admiral? I really look down on my mother. Charlotte Linlin looked unhappy. Zeus. A cloud of thunder wrapped around her fist, and then she punched it blatantly. Shock Yulei. Boom. A beam of horizontal lightning swallowed Jin in an instant, smashed Fujitora's gravity saber Jilong, spread several kilometers in an instant, and directly hit the warship on the sea. Lei was extremely terrifying, and with just some remaining power at the end, he easily defeated several warships. With one blow, a long passage was opened in the ancient jungle of Guidao. Pirates and marines suffered numerous casualties. Hey! You don't know who is the enemy. The veins on Sanji's forehead popped up. Who do you think you are? Straw Hat. Stop pointing fingers at me, Charlotte Linlin said in a bad tone. In the sky. Jin, covered in charred black, fell from the sky. Being hit by the attacks of Admiral and 4 emperors at the same time, even he of the Lunaria clan lost consciousness at this moment. The divine fire on his body dimmed and finally disappeared. Chance. Suddenly, a short figure approached quickly. Admiral's substitute, Jia Ji, locked on the unconscious Jin, and prepared to go up to make up for it. Murloc Karate Profound Truth Giwajung Fist. Jinbei stopped in front of the opponent, covering armament hockey with a right fist, punching the day. Seeing this, Jia Ji also punched. Boom. The conflict between the two armed forces produced black lightning. For justice. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral jumped up, the blade in his hand slashed towards the falling Jin. Room. Suddenly, a transparent sphere expanded in space. The Ghost Spider's sword slashed away, but it missed. Jin's figure disappeared, and what was replaced was just a small stone. What? He suddenly looked at the enemy camp. Beside Trafalgar Law, the fire embers were lying there motionless. Damn it, just go away, he was very annoyed. Rambo Ball. Chopper immediately ate a pill he developed, and the next moment, a huge deer monster. The deer monster is more than 20 meters tall. Ayu. Just the sound pressure of the howling sound almost shatters the eardrums. Chopper. Brook covered his ears. I'm going deaf. Although I don't have deaf ears, sweet. Isn't this a successful awakening? Sanji raised his head and said, Hey, Chopper, didn't you lose consciousness? Hey, no problem, Sanji. Chopper gave himself a thumbs up. It's just big. What's the point? In the distance, Hua Shaoshan Vice Admiral pointed at Chopper. PX, kill that target. As soon as an order was given, more than a dozen pacifists opened their mouths, and several laser beams fired at the medical bus. Whoosh. The attack of the laser is naturally the speed of light. Fortunately, Chopper sensed the danger, and his body shrank suddenly. With a swish, I became a person. A young child, about 10 years old, looks similar to the fur tribe, but has less hair than the fur tribe, and has a white and tender face. This is. Brook said dumbfounded. Hey, this is my awakening posture. The awakening of the fruit of everyone is to become a human. Chopper rubbed his head in embarrassment. It also has antlers on its head. There is also a flame cloud on his body. I see. Sanji nodded, then went into a rage. Bastard, what are you doing to our Straw Hat Pirates mascot? He transformed into a powder dragon and soared into the sky. Kaido. The marine generals turned pale with shock. No, that's not Kaido. Kaido is a blue dragon. Momoshage shouted, Don't panic, I'll deal with him. As he spoke, he jumped up and raised his knife to meet the powder dragon Sanji. Seeing this beauty marine, Sanji's eyes burst out with love. Then he was stabbed with a knife. Puff. Above the dragon head, fresh and bursting. Sanji. Chopper was shocked. That idiot. Luo thought silently, sooner or later he would be killed by a woman. At the same time, Fujitora plunged into the ground with a knife, and instantly, the island shook. Countless pieces of rubble broke away from gravity and floated into the sky. The terrifying scene that covered the sky shocked everyone in the Charlotte family. The sun is blocked and shadows envelop the earth. Immediately afterwards, countless gravels fell towards the reinforcements. Hey, is it real or not? A monster. Like a furious rhinoceros, Chaozi charged towards Kuo. As a hard diamond, it has an amazing luster. Marco shook his arms, flapped his wings, and also stared at Fujitora. Don't just throw trash at other people, Craneclaw. Flying at high speed, using inertia to perform a powerful kick. Vista and Ace also started to act immediately. Emperor Yan Fire Pillar. Circles of flames were born under Ace's feet, and then suddenly rose up, smashing the falling gravel. The foil Vista cut out streams of sword energy, cutting the falling rock attack that covered the sky and the sun into pieces. Mama, as expected of the cadres of the Straw Hats, everyone is very strong. Charlotte Linlin waved his hand and ordered in a cold voice, "Do it, children." "Yes, Mom." The next moment, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Snugsy all started. And Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Perispero, and Charlotte Bree, who was hiding in the mirror and dared not come out, had to come out and join the battlefield. All of a sudden, the battle heated up. The mid to high-end combat power of both sides is unleashed, and the casualties become even greater. Ordinary pirates, marines, and even pacifists are just cannon fodder in this kind of battlefield. Morgans excitedly took the videophone bug and recorded everything. This is the big news. No matter which side will win or which side will lose, the result will cause a sensation in the world. Tomorrow's newspaper will definitely make people all over the world excited. Bar? Where's the straw hat? Beside Morgas, the Golden Emperor's face darkened. He turned around slowly. In the ruined castle, a piece of darkness enveloped the earth. Can't see anything. Fufurofer. Long time no see, Tezzolo. Doflamingo lowered his height, stepped on the invisible silk thread, and said with a half smile. Doflamingo. The Golden Emperor snorted and said, "I don't want to see you at all." "So that's it, you are here to find the straw hat?" Fufurfur, "Indeed, if you are, you will definitely want to see him." Doflamingo pointed to the dark area not far away. "It's there, but I advise you not to go in. Once you go in, you will fall into the illusion." "What's the meaning?" "Literally, the battle over there is much more intense than here. Quality." Doflamingo looked up to the sky and laughed twice. If the person who appeared alive is a straw hat, then he really deserves it, the strongest in the world. Boom. The voice just fell. The dark realm suddenly shattered. It was like a pitch-black curtain, torn apart by a powerful force. The blazing light, like the sun, dispelled the darkness. Straw Hat Luffy squeezed Five Elder's neck and lifted him up slowly. Is this the end of the boring illusion? The dark realm was torn like a curtain. After being broken, what was shown in front of everyone was a shocking scene. Luffy grabbed Nasi Sholangshan's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Is this the end of the boring illusion? Nashao Langshang felt breathless. He returned from the human beast form to a human appearance, and the flame cloud on his body had disappeared. His supreme sword, the first-generation ghost, fell on the ground not far away. His head was covered in blood, obviously after a fierce battle. At this time, he grabbed Luffy's wrist with both hands, trying to break free, but he couldn't move at all. Straw Hat. He gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. "I'm tired of seeing your abilities," Luffy said lightly. Nashu Langshang's ability is indeed an illusion, creating a dark space, and all targets in it will fall into the illusion woven by the ability user himself. Under the influence of this illusion, the target loses the ability to see. It's a pity that Luffy's knowledge has already reached IV6, breaking through this limitation to a certain extent. Not far away, Bartholomew Kuma, who was acting as a bodyguard, tried to rescue him, but a strong wind pushed him back again. Long sighed. "Shang, do you really have no self-awareness?" The leader of the Revolutionary Army. Kizaru slashed at the dragon with a sword, and the dragon raised his hand to block the blow. "It's useless, he has completely turned into a killing weapon." The wind howled, and Kizaru was forced back again. Glancing in the direction of the Straw Hat, I couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Five Elders Nisijiro Seife had to play in person, and now it's all right, and Admiral was caught. To be honest, Slick Ghost's illusion is indeed very powerful. If the person he was fighting against was not a Straw Hat, he might have won by now. The plan is very good. First use illusion to interfere with the Straw Hats, and then kill them righteously. It's just that the plan can't keep up with the change. It's a pity that Nishoro Shang, the capable person himself, was defeated in a face-to-face meeting. Straw Hat Luffy only gave them a little chance because he was curious about illusion. Save people. Suddenly, Sengoku shouted in a deep voice. The body of the Golden Buddha swelled times, becoming tens of meters tall, comparable to the Devil Ozzy. He leapt to the top of the Straw Hat Luffy, and landed a golden fist. Luffy raised his eyelids, a sprout burst out from under the ground around him, and turned into an equally huge wooden fist in an instant. Boom. The two fists collided, and the shockwave swept away. Want to save him? Luffy dismissed it. Sitting in the position of supreme power, for a long time, have you forgotten the fear of death? Let me help you recall, Lord Five Elders. Puff. Blazing flames flowed down Luffy's arm, engulfing Nishu Langsheng in an instant. There was a scream. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's complexion changed. He immediately raised his finger, and shot a laser beam towards Luffy. Long raised his hand and waved. A huge wind blade cut out, intercepting the laser in the middle. The next moment, another wind blade passed by, and Kizaru's body was cut in half. Do not move. Dragon warning. But at this time, Bartholomew Kuma slapped out a palm, and bounced off the wind wall, blocking him. The next moment, he bounced himself, almost teleported, and appeared beside Luffy in the blink of an eye. Big Bear. Long was taken aback. Bartholomew Kuma stretched out his right hand with a fleshy ball, and grabbed Five Elders Nisijiro Shang, who was engulfed in pale flames. As a humanoid weapon that has lost self-awareness, he is not afraid of the burning of the flames, and faithfully executes orders. Poor guy. To be ruled by the celestial dragons in death. Luffy glanced at him, sympathetic to what happened to Bartholomew Kuma. The last time I met with the other party was before the Summit War, and I entrusted the other party to send a message to the dragon. Now after a few months, things have changed. Although he has lost his sense of self, Luffy is not dead. With a swing of one arm, he threw the Five Elders Nisijiro Shang high into the air, and at the same time punched Bartholomew Kuma with a punch. Boom. Hit the opponent's meatball with one punch, and have the ability to bounce everything, even conceptual injuries and memories. When facing IV6 armed color, it still falls into the bottom line. Bartholomew Kuma countered and was sent flying. Lord Five Elders. At the same time, the person with the ability to pass through the fruit, who has been hiding in the ground, leaps away from the ground with a knight's voice. He headed for the Five Elders in the sky. Finally out? Luffy opened his mouth and growled, interest. The pale dragon's breath hit Nasi Sholong Shang before the bandaged knight. Boom. In the Big Bang, the flames filled the sky. The bandaged knight's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of dull expressions. All the eyes on the battlefield were concentrated, watching this scene in disbelief. The figure falling from the smoke and dust was scorched black all over. Five Elders Nasi Sholangsheng was burnt to a corpse on the spot. Plop. Fell to the ground. Five Elders. Marine's generals opened their eyes wide and felt trembling. Our commander is dead. Fujitora fought against Marco and Joes alone, easily suppressing them. At this time, in his knowledge perception, the voice belonging to Qianwuxing had disappeared. The black figure dissipated. Fujitora was silent. He didn't care much about Five Elders, and he even had reservations about this military operation. It's just that being admiral, he had to go to war. But at this moment, the war has come to this point, and he saw that the people on the pirate side suddenly broke out with excitement and momentum. With the sword shining like a shadow, Fujitora made an unreserved sword for the first time. He passed Joes in an instant and appeared behind him. The man known as the toughest man in the world was also distracted by the death of Five Elders at this time. This brief opening was caught by Fujitora. Puff. The blood was soaring, and Diamond Josie was slashed with a knife. Just the knife wound is nothing. The torrent of gravity caught in the slash penetrated into his body, and in an instant, the internal organs were crushed and distorted by gravity. With a plop, Joes spat blood, staggered a few steps, and fell to the ground with a plop. Joes. Marco yelled. The former Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the third team, Paramecia Shining Fruit ability user, Diamond, Josie. Die. Fujitora tried to open his eyes, revealing the whites of his eyes, and said. Five Elders died in battle, and now I have the highest command under. The whole army retreats. His actions grabbed the attention of the audience. Countless people shifted their sights from Five Elders' body to him. Charlotte Linlin sneered. Do you still want to leave after coming here? What kind of place is this, old lady? Wipe them all. The members of the Charlotte family showed their ferocious side one after another. Sengoku looked serious, staring at the Straw Hat. You killed the 5 elders, that's not the same as killing a few celestial dragons, Straw Hats. Sengoku, this is a battleground where you can live and die. Luffy smiled faintly, and stepped towards 5 elders' body, stepping on the other's head. Snapped. The head was crushed. At the same time, Luffy tore through the space and took out all the empty field fruits. At this moment, several fruits are being reborn. Zone fish fruit ancient species dinosaur form. Paramecia paper fruit. Zone human fruit phantom beast species slick ghost form. Paramecia shiny fruit. And, more abilities are being absorbed by the blank fruit. Retreat. Sengoku yelled, I'm coming. Cake Island, Cake Castle. Boom. In the room where the historical text is stored, the door was violently opened. The corridors were full of dead bodies. Blackbeard and his group walked in, and immediately, the 2 historical texts on the 2nd floor came into view. Thief, ha 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 ha, is it really here? Blackbeard laughed loudly. Lafitte jumped up immediately, took out tools and started rubbing. Captain, do you want rubbings on the next piece? I'm not interested, as long as the redstone is enough. Those Marines really helped us a lot, it's also a kind of fate to get a redstone so easily, thief, ha ha ha. I can't give you things. Suddenly, behind everyone, an angry voice sounded from the other end of the corridor. Blackbeard laughed and looked back. It was a small old man, dressed as a cook. This is really a big man. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes and grinned, one of the founders of the Big Mom Pirates. Gourmet Knight, Long Bread. In this era, there are still people who can remember my nickname. Long Bread pulled out the dagger in his hand, and rushed towards Blackbeard and the others. Thief, ha ha ha, you are already an old man in his 90s, what can you do now? Blackbeard laughed mockingly, throwing his thick arms towards him. Boom. Even if he was a famous big pirate in the past, now he is just the loaf of a bad old man, who was blown away by Blackbeard's arm, and smashed into the wall after vomiting blood. Ha ha ha, thief, because you have to obey the old man? Damn. The blood of the baguette stained the chef's coat red. I accept your ability without hesitation. Blackbeard grabbed the Long Bread by the neck and pulled him out of the wall. Paramecia eat the fruit. At the same time, top floor of the castle. Nami and others completely controlled the wedding scene. At this time, on the stage of the wedding, a videophone bug projected the battle situation on the Ghost Island on the screen. Win? Yamato said blankly. So strong, Luffy, much stronger than my father Kaido. Luffy in the form of the Sun Dragon God has refreshed her cognition. She thought Kaido was ridiculously strong. Luffy, who was able to beat Kaido before, is even more incredible. But at this point Luffy is still on top of that. Is the 5 elders dead? Vivi murmured. The balance of the world has completely collapsed. This is not the end, but some kind of beginning. As the Princess of Alabasta, she has a premonition of storms to come. Suddenly, boom. A vibrating sound came from below, waking up the girls watching the live broadcast. Nami stood up suddenly, and she sensed that many auras invaded the castle. Who is it? It's such a strong breath. She and Vivi exchanged glances. Vivi immediately walked to the edge of the platform and looked down. I saw Blackbeard and his group walking out from the main gate of the castle. All the soldiers who blocked them were easily killed by them, a group of real pirates. Acid rain. Vivi frowned slightly, and raised her hand to create a unique climate. A dark cloud hung over the Cake Island, and then rain fell. The pattering rain fell on Blackbeard and others. It hurts. Blackbeard screamed in pain, and the rain fell on his face, making a sizzling sound. Not only him, but others were also attacked by acid rain. Everyone screamed. It's raining. What kind of rain is this? Corrosive acid rain. Katarina Dima looked at her shoulders, the rain had corroded her clothes, revealing her white shoulders. Then, the skin on the shoulder was corroded by acid rain, and a strong burning sensation appeared. On top, Bullet snorted coldly, and quickly locked onto Vivi above the castle, the woman in the straw hat. As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly shot up and attacked the opponent. However, a figure was faster than him and intercepted in front of him in an instant. Zephyr. Bullet's complexion changed slightly. Then, a pitch-black fist was printed on his face. With a bang, Bullet was knocked down, making a big hole on the ground. Vivi, beautiful. In the direction of the port, Uda greeted his good sisters while waving. In front of her, Garp strode towards the black gang. He was carrying another person in his hand, the half-dead Poison Q. Katakuri is also carrying a horse. Looking at the miserable state of the castle gate, his face turned ugly. Blackbeard, you dare to attack here, you have already made up your mind. Thieves, ha ha ha. I've got what I want. I don't have time to bother you. It's time to fulfill my Shichibukai duties. I don't know what's going on over there. Is the straw hat dead? Blackbeard laughed. Hit the ground with one palm. Dark Cave Road. The dark mist spread instantly, eroding the earth, and in a blink of an eye, all the buildings on the ground, including people, were sinking slowly, being captured by gravity. The darkness filled the air, spreading several kilometers away in an instant. All people or things touched by the darkness are attracted and sink by the darkness. Big Mom's cake castle was shocked, the whole building shook, and then gradually swallowed by darkness. On the big platform on the top floor, Nami and others were shocked. What's going on? The castle is collapsing. Robin crossed his chest with one hand, stroked his cheek with the other, and said softly, I'm afraid it's gravity, the absorbed things become shattered. Shirahoshi looked nervous. It's Luffy's grandpa. Grandpa. Vivi covered her cheeks, she had only met her father before, and now she saw her grandpa again. This place is going to collapse, it will really scare people to death. Perona is floating 1 meter above the ground, holding a cute little parasol in her hand. This is the spirit body. Her body is in the room on the sunny. And those ships are floating on the cake at this time. As soon as the voice fell, the entire castle tilted immediately, and the wedding tables on the large platform were overturned one after another, and the scene was in chaos for a while. Shirahoshi screamed and nearly fell off the edge of the platform. That bastard, see swallowing us all into darkness? Nami gritted his teeth, raised his hand and waved downward, 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky flashed and thundered, and a thunder dragon roared towards Blackbeard and the others. What? Blackbeard froze for a moment. Many pirates raised their heads one after another, their expressions frozen. With a bang, the thunder dragon fell, and the manic power of thunder and lightning swallowed everyone. Ah 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 ah. A cry of pain rang out. Among them, Blackbeard screamed the most. The darkness spread and stagnated, Blackbeard screamed and rolled on the ground. It hurts. It hurts. Damn woman. Logia's thunderfruit. Losing the support of the capable person himself, the cake castle survived. At this time, it tilted at an angle of 30 degrees, barely standing above the ground. Did you take it down? Nami showed surprise. No, part of it was absorbed by his ability. Logia Dark Fruit. It is also the most unique existence in Logia, possessing the gravitational force of super darkness. At the cost of the ability user being unable to elementalize himself, he has obtained the ability to absorb all damage, including fruit attacks. But this kind of absorption must be contacted. That is to say, when Thunder Dragon hits Blackbeard, Blackbeard can absorb lightning. Or, when the dark mist created by him diffuses out and collides with the Thunder Dragon, this kind of gravity that absorbs everything can play a role. In short, it cannot be absorbed through the air. With Nami's Thunder Dragon, the main target is Blackbeard. It was also thanks to Blackbeard who withstood most of the attacks that other people were not electrocuted on the spot. Damn woman. Blackbeard lay on his back on the ground, reaching out to Nami from the air, Dark Zone. His palm turned black, as if there was a black hole in the palm. Boom. Nami's complexion changed slightly, and his body flew towards Blackbeard uncontrollably. Vivi immediately reached out and grabbed Nami, be careful. Robin frowned slightly, his eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, several arms grew out of Blackbeard's body, and he snapped his own head back. What is it this time? Blackbeard has a hellish expression on his face. Why are all the women in straw hats so obedient? Arms that grow out of thin air. Flower fruit. He reacted immediately, and grabbed the arm pinching his neck with his palm. At this moment, Luo Yi paused. Seastone. No, my ability is invalid. As soon as the words fell, the arms that restrained Blackbeard suddenly turned into pink petals and disappeared. Yet another feature of dark fruit. The incompetent species, as long as it touches the capable person, the target can temporarily lose the devil fruit ability. And Robin's flower fruit, made by Arm, himself. After being touched by dark fruit, it is immediately sealed. Arms will disappear. What do you mean? Perona asked blankly. Be careful, that man's ability is very dangerous. Robin reminded softly. She didn't awaken naturally, but the awakening fruit she ate. She has great resistance to Seastone, and Seastone can't block her ability at all. But Blackbeard's dark fruit can, it's fruit made. It's like magma restrains burning. This includes Nami as well. Nami's thunder fruit is the ability to intercept with blank fruit, ignoring the weakness of Seastone, and not afraid of the side effects of seawater. But dark fruit can still capture her capable person body, and can absorb her through the air. At this time, the Blackbeards who were telegraphed got up one by one with ugly faces. Douglas Bullet snorted and said, "It looks like we can't get away." Blackbeard also got up, sweating coldly from shock. These women were really cruel, and it was him, who might have been killed by someone else. Thief, haha. Then there is no other way, we can only fight first. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Garp laughed twice, as expected of my granddaughter-in-law. Don't think you can still get there, Blackbeard pirates. Boom. Conqueror's hockey immediately moved towards the suppression of the pirates. The same conquerors, emanating from Bullet. Two streams of conquerors collided in the air, and the black and red lightning struck the ground like a swimming snake, leaving the ground full of holes. After only a few seconds of stalemate, with a bang, Bullet's conquerors was washed away. The whole person staggered a few steps, his face turned pale. Impossible. He looked shocked. Garp is an old man in his 70s, yet he still has conquerors of this strength? At this time, boom boom boom. Everyone's shoulders seemed to be pressed by a mountain, and there was an illusory roar in their ears. However, none of the people present were mere fish, and although some were frightened, no one would lose consciousness. Do it. Blackbeard's mouth dropped. Hearing this, Bullet snorted coldly. Don't order me. It's just a temporary cooperation because of interests. He roared, and layers of strange blue matter appeared under his feet. Paramecia combined fruit. Awakening technique. Everything in the land is attached to Bullet, and the cake castle is swallowed up. Nami and others had to take Shirahoshi to retreat to the High Sunny. What is this? He absorbed the whole island. Vivi said blankly. What appeared in front of everyone was a giant blue monster with a height of more than 100 meters. Little girl, the thunder and lightning just now hurt so much. The giant Bullet punched the Sunny. Seeing this, Yamato immediately swung his mace and jumped to meet him. Thunder 8 trigrams, conquerors winding. Boom. The fist and the mace collided in the air, and the deafening bangs were like thunder. Bullet was secretly startled in the blue giant. It turned out to be a tyrant. Even he doesn't have the ability to master it. In my memory, the last woman who mastered this move was 4 Emperor's Big Mom, and the horned woman in front of me is the second one. Really, that Straw Hat's woman. Zephyr was about to make a move, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help laughing. It should be said that the kid is not shallow, or that he is very popular with women. It doesn't matter that the women around him are all beautiful, and their strength is also top-notch. As an old man, he can only feel that young people are amazing. His gaze froze, and his figure sprinted, as fast as lightning. When getting close to the blue giant, he was as small as an ant compared to the opponent's huge size. Smash bunt. The pulverizer on the right arm, in a powerful armed entanglement, the wolf bombarded the giant's left leg. Boom. With one punch, the impact penetrated the left leg. The blue giant was unstable and fell into a disadvantage in the confrontation with Yamato. The next moment, Yamato stepped on the huge arm and rushed towards the giant's head. The mace in his hand was entwined with black and red lightning bolts. It is not allowed to destroy the ship. If you succeed, how can I explain to Luffy? A blow from the mace smashed into the giant's face, and with a bang, the entire face cracked and collapsed. Okay, this guy? Blackbeard's face was blank. Is now the time to be in a daze? In the distance, Garp grinned, and the figure disappeared in an instant. His 6 styles were many times stronger than ordinary people's 6 styles. The speed of shaving was so fast that Blackbeard couldn't react at all. Dark fruit. When I was investigating rubber fruit, I happened to see it once. This kind of dangerous ability, I can't let you wreak havoc in New World. Garp grabbed Blackbeard's face with one palm, his figure swung wildly, and he swung his arms, smashing him to the ground. The bottom of the sea is falling. Conqueror's tangled hit. Blackbeard couldn't resist at all, his whole body was smashed through the ground, and the ground collapsed into a bottomless hole. Captain. Lafitte was shocked. This is Garp? About the same age as Whitebeard, there is still such a terrifying suppressive power? If this was the peak period when I was young, I would never dare to think about it. Just as Garp was beating Blackbeard, Ghost Island. When 5 elders died, Marine's morale plummeted. Fujitora, who took over the supreme command, immediately ordered the entire army to retreat. It is not a wise choice to continue to fight the 4 emperors, and many strong men under the 4 emperors. Crane Vice Admiral, who continued to observe the battlefield, also gave the order to retreat. The combat objective cannot be accomplished. Whether it is the first goal, or the second and third goals, they have all failed at this time. As the supreme commander of this operation, 5 elders Nasi Dao Langshang took responsibility for the defeat with his own life. Retreat. Crane Vice Admiral watched the battle on the distant island with binoculars. The golden Buddha is blocking the straw hat. Sengoku, will you come back alive? She thought worriedly. She can't help but hope that Luffy the Straw Hat can take a look at the past with Garp and save a little bit of sympathy. But when he thought that the other party killed the Green Bull without hesitation, this kind of thinking seemed a little naive. At the same time as Admiral, the General Staff gave the order to retreat. All Marines execute quickly. But Charlotte Linlin obviously won't let them escape. Pursuit. Charlotte Linlin sneered. Zeus. Prometheus. Napoleon. Shout out. The next moment, a white cloud floated in front of her. Charlotte Linlin jumped up, and then a group of flames wrapped around her hair, and the long hair of the flame was burning. The pirate hat on his head turned into a saber. 4 Emperor's Big Mom personally shot. The target is the fleet outside the island. As long as the warship is lost, no one can escape. Mama, use the lives of tens of thousands of Marines to announce to the whole world what kind of consequences will happen if you step into my mother's territory casually. At the same time, Skeleton Castle ruins. The Golden Buddha stood in front of Luffy. At this time, he paid attention to the movement of Big Mom, and immediately shouted. Kizaru, you go. Then I will trouble you, Mr. Sengoku. Kizaru couldn't wait to run away. This time, in order to save Bunting Sheng, a knight of the order, one leg was injured by a straw hat, and he needs to recuperate for a while when he goes back. The point is, people haven't been saved yet. This made him very embarrassed. Goodbye, Monkey D. Luffy, and Monkey D. Dragon. Before leaving, Kizaru said goodbye to the 2 of them in a serious manner, and then his figure flashed, turning into a ray of golden light, and asked Big Mom in an instant. Luffy watched him disappear. What the hell is this guy here for? He couldn't help being a little puzzled. Kizaru was still very serious when saving people, but when fighting, he dealt with things casually, giving people a feeling of, anyway, I tried, but the opponent is too strong, and I can't help it. Feel. Forget it, I'm not interested in talking to Kizaru. It is very difficult to take care of Kizaru, as a sparkling fruit-capable user. If he wants to run, the only way is to stop him. Luffy couldn't stop it either. Looking at the Golden Buddha in front of him, Luffy not only sighed. Why bother? You're already retired, and you're still on the front line. This is the old man's justice. Sengoku looked serious, staring at the white dragon man in front of him. Justice reigns supreme. Yeah. Luffy smiled faintly. As conquerors awakened, Sengoku is also an iron boy. My grandpa is taken care of by you, and I have caused you a lot of trouble, sorry. So far, what do you want to say? Come to New Marine. Luffy raised his right fist and struck with all his strength, bombarding the weather. Boom. In an instant, Ghost Island was torn apart. The power of the vibration spread towards the fleet, and the monstrous waves suddenly rose. The person who rules the world, why can't it be me? The person who rules the world, why can't it be me? Luffy seems to be asking Sengoku, and seems to be talking to himself. Shock Fruit's power unscrupulously vented, punching the air above the air, and the shock tore the Ghost Island apart. On the way of Marine's retreat, a deep and wide crack appeared. The sea on both sides of the island raised huge waves, and the huge waves fell towards the Marine who was about to evacuate. The hundreds of meters high wave, like a great flood that destroyed the world, countless people turned pale with horror. There is no doubt about the outcome of such a huge wave falling. Ice Age. However, at this moment, a freezing force instantly froze the world, destroying huge wave. This is Aokiji Admiral. The Marines who survived the disaster were overjoyed, and the person with this ability is undoubtedly the Aokiji they are familiar with. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Luffy raised his brows and smiled immediately. Not dead. Aokiji. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, and jerked not far away. On the branch of a towering tree, Aokiji sat cross-legged at some point. Scratching his head, Aokiji let out a cold air. It's not Admiral anymore, don't mess around. As he said that, he looked at the Straw Hat again. You have already won, so there is no need to kill them all. There are more than 50,000 Marines, and less than half of them can go back safely. What's the use of light stopping my tsunami? And what about Big Mom? Luffy is in no hurry, he really intends to keep these Marines. It doesn't make sense that this group of people came to kill him, and he would let them go mercifully. Of course, he wasn't planning to start a massacre either. It was just a group of soldiers who were coerced by the name of justice and ordered by the celestial dragons. If they can be ordered by celestial dragons, they can naturally be captured and thrown to Garp and the others, transforming themselves into soldiers of New Marine. However, Aokiji's appearance is obviously more important to Aokiji. So, he didn't bother to care about those fleeing Marines. Aokiji said irritably, I have already said that it is not Admiral, and I am not prepared to participate in this war. After a pause, he pointed at Luffy again, and said with a slap. Speaking of which, I was invited by you to attend the wedding. What about the wedding? Has the happy event turned into a funeral? If it's a funeral, Mariojoy will have to do it soon. Luffy joked. Maybe, you can still go to the banquet, the Five Elders banquet. Aokiji. Sengoku said in a deep voice, are you confused? Even if you are separated from Marine, you are still you. What can you not admit to saving some sailors who have lost their fighting spirit? Justice will not change because of a change of identity. Mr. Sengoku, you also retreated behind the scenes, so you shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. Aokiji chuckled, and said, this is a kindness to Akainu. He beat me before and didn't kill me. This time, he won't owe me anything. Saying this, he jumped down from the tree. While walking, high-intensity air conditioning was exuded. In a blink of an eye, the ground froze, and the power of freezing spread towards Luffy's feet. It was only when they got closer to a range of more than 10 meters that they were dispelled by the pale flames on Luffy's body. He said, could you please let the sailors go? Luffy looked at him, then at Sengoku, and smiled. Then you two stay here. As soon as the voice fell, he instantly disappeared in place. Both Sengoku and Aokiji stand together. The next moment, the head of the Golden Buddha was hit. Luffy's punch pierced Sengoku's stomach. No, to be precise, Sengoku's body was rubberized. In midair, a golden light flashed. Kizaru caught up with Big Mom. He crossed his hands in front of him, and his whole body turned into an extremely dazzling cross-star. I can't let you destroy the fleet, Big Mom. 8-foot Chong Guyu. In an instant, countless light bullets poured out towards Big Mom like a storm. Blocked by Admiral, even Big Mom couldn't continue to pursue. Snort. Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly, swung the saber in her hand like a wind, and with a single blow, dozens of light bullets flew away. But compared with Kizaru's 2,000 rounds per second, it's just a drop in the bucket. Charlotte Linlin is blocked, and below it, room. A transparent spherical space enveloped hundreds of meters in radius, enclosing dozens of pacifist units. Swept by the room space together, there are also a large number of sailors. Luo pulled out the demon sword in his hand, Giku, and the sword swept across the air. Suddenly, an invisible slash tore apart everything in front of him. Like a huge painting, under this knife, the world is divided into two sections. All pacifists were cut open in the middle, including some fleeing Marines, decapitated. However, strangely, no blood flowed from the incision. Luo grinned and waved his finger upwards, slaughterhouse. In an instant, the body parts of the sailors who were cut by him flew up, and they were combined in a chaotic manner, turning into a monster with strange shapes and piled up by hundreds of people. Asshole. The T-fish gauge is also in the attack range, but it is with Haki that it resists a blow. At this moment, seeing the miserable situation of his subordinates, he stopped immediately, turned around and attacked Luo. Captain of Straw Hat Division 4, Trafalgar Law. As Admiral and alternate? Luo attacked with a sword. At the same time, Moria is laughing wildly. He. There are more than 40,000 Marines who have landed on the island. If you kill them all, they will all become my zombies. Shadow Horn Gun 10,000 arrows. The black shadow under his feet suddenly elongated. It rose from the ground and turned into a huge black spear. The spear soared up, then split into dozens of pieces, turned a big bend in the air, and killed the fleeing Marine soldiers. Puff, puff, in an instant, hundreds of Marines were pierced through their bodies on the spot, as if skewers were being skewered. He, no one can escape. Moria laughed triumphantly. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ground, and the palm passed through his body from behind. The bandaged knight took out Moria's heart, and opened his mouth with dark eyes. The captain of the 3rd Division of the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats killed my younger brother, and I also killed his captain, which is very reasonable. Moria looked down at his chest, an arm passed through it from behind, holding a beating heart in its palm. That's his heart. With a sound of wow, Moria spat out blood and said through gritted teeth. Knights of God. Puff. The bandaged knight crushes Moria's heart. Moria. Jinbei was stunned, then hurried over and hit the bandaged knight. Murloc karate. Before he could make a move, the bandaged knight's body slipped into the ground again, and disappeared in front of Jinbei in a blink of an eye. Jinbei's face sank. What kind of history is this? Suddenly, Jinbei lowered his head, and under the foot he was standing on, a palm suddenly stabbed towards his chest. In a critical moment, Jinbei's reaction was extremely quick. While taking a step back, he punched the opponent's palm. Armament hockey blocks the opponent's ability. Cut. The bandaged knight clicked his tongue, disappeared again, and fled underground. His ability is not suitable for a frontal confrontation, and it is estimated that he cannot beat Jinbei one-on-one. Ran away? Jinbei's knowledge spread to the ground, that is, no trace of the other party can be detected. Then he raised his head and looked not far away. Moria's body was lying in a pool of blood. And this time, among the 21 blank fruits floating in midair, another spiral pattern appeared, changing into a devil fruit. Paramecia Shadow Fruit, Reborn. Former 7 Warlords of the Sea, Captain of Thriller Bark, Captain of the 3rd Straw Hat Fleet, Gecko Moria. Die. As soon as the 5 elders died, Marine immediately chose to retreat. The fleeing Marine ushered in a strong reaction from the pirates. Sengoku and Aokiji blocked the Straw Hat Luffy. Big Mom. Fujitora fought alone against Marco, Vista, and Ace, blocking many high-end combat forces. However, even so, casualties are still expanding rapidly. The Marine evacuation operation lasted for more than half an hour. More than 40,000 Marines landed on Ghost Island and finally successfully crossed the deep chasm. Less than 1/3 of the number returned to the fleet. More than 20,000, close to 30,000 Marines were left behind. Some of them were hanged on the vines, and some simply died in the Ghost Island. Such a huge casualty is comparable to the original Summit War. No, more casualties than Summit War. As far as the world government is concerned, elites below the general level can be supplemented at any time. But Admiral Green Bull is not a master who can be found easily. Of course, the pirates also paid a terrible price. When the fleet gradually left this sea area, Kizaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the old man should also withdraw. He was not interested in fighting to the death with Big Mom and disappeared in a blink of an eye. What a troublesome ability. Charlotte Linlin was extremely upset. She stepped on the thundercloud and lowered the altitude. After the color of knowledge unfolded, her expression became even more ugly. Many people died in Marine, and several of her sons also died. At this time, there are only 2 places where fighting still broke out on the island. Stare at the jungle in the distance. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye vs. Roronoa Zoro, captain of the Straw Hats. As well as Skeleton Castle ruins, true several thousand hands. In midair, Luffy clapped his hands, and in an instant, a huge tree rose from the ground. Every branch of the giant tree forked into a fist, and the dense fist shadows crushed the golden Buddha to the ground. Boom 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 boom. Sengoku's Buddha form was hit and sank to the ground. After several minutes of bombardment, Sengoku was beaten so badly that he couldn't maintain his Eudemon's form and turned back into a human. The uniform on his body was already tattered, revealing muscles that were not as strong as those of an old man. Sengoku, who was lying in the huge pit, was a little distracted. Have they all withdrawn? Trying to maintain an informative look, after detecting that the fleet started to withdraw, Sengoku showed a smile. Luffy slowly floated down and came to Sengoku. It's all gone, but is this the end? Luffy said flatly, as long as I am alive, the world government will launch such wars again and again. This time, only 5 elders died. There are 4 more. Sengoku's smile faded. This is the truth. Besides, even if those 4 are dead, there is still I am. Luffy said calmly. You Marines don't know anything about I am. Shijing once released the news, but it didn't cause any disturbance. Mainly there is no evidence. Sengoku has nothing to say. Is he going to say, Straw Hat Luffy, you kill yourself? if you kill yourself, all disputes will end? About I am. At this moment, Aokiji came over and asked, is the master of the Void Throne real? Holy Land Mariajoy. The news of Marine's defeat reached 5 elders immediately. No, it should be the 4 old stars now, between powers. The atmosphere looked very dignified. Nastalin, is that guy dead? Yes. A female voice came from the phone bug. Understood, you continue to lurk. Hanging up the communication, Sa Tansheng did not ask for details. After the details, someone will naturally report in detail, as long as they know the result, it is enough. Marcus Masheng stood up with a gloomy expression. I have to report such a big matter to that lord. Several people got up one after another, and it was Tian Li's office. They came to the depths of Pangu City, came before the Void Throne. The 4 knelt down towards the empty throne and said, Master I am. In the empty seat, I am wearing a crown of spikes appeared at some point. A cold voice mixed with anger sounded, Mum already knows. From the position where the 4 old stars are kneeling, there is a ladder extending upwards. At the end of the stairs, I am sat on a high void throne, with slender eyes surrounded by red circles, revealing human emotions rarely. Anger. M has known. When they heard this sentence, the 4 old stars were all terrified. Why is I am the creator? And why can he sit on the throne of the void and rule the world behind the shadows for 800 years? The reason is pure, his strength surpasses everything in the world. Master I am, the combat power of Straw Hat Luffy has exceeded expectations. In the face of the siege of the digital admirals, and the illusion ability of Nisholang's slippery ghost, we can still win the battle. If you say a word of disrespect, that person has grown to the point where it is not a light that can be easily extinguished. Please issue an order. The 4 bowed their heads. I am looked under the throne. There are 20 weapons on both sides of the stairs, which are the swords held by the 20 kings of the first generation. They are inserted here to symbolize the purpose for which the world government was founded. Equality. But I am plundered the fruits of victory and became the final winner. Originally everything was beautiful, there was only one accident. Neferutali Lily. No, that woman's real name should be Neferutali D. Lily. She is the one who spreads the text of history. And in that ancient text, the matter of ancient weapon is hidden. No matter how powerful the Straw Hat Luffy's personal combat power is, he doesn't care. Once the ancient weapon is found, the world ruled by him will usher in the possibility of overthrow. Nasi Sholang's death will shake the authority of the government. After a long time, I am said flatly, I need a sacrifice to comfort the dead. Hearing this, the eyes of the 4 old stars were full of gloom. Science Defense Valkyrie, Jago Road Seidan asked in a low voice. Who is that object? Dressrosa. Shock. The 4 old stars were all startled. Farming Valkyrie, Blonde 5 Elders Shepherd 10 Peter asked suspiciously. Doflamingo knows something, his man-made devil fruit factory is there, destroying that island, don't know what the other side will do. It's all right. There are bad thoughts going around in there. I am got up from the void throne, and disappeared like a phantom. Only a few words echoed in the ears of several people. Accept the request of York. Let her become celestial dragons, and spare no resources to complete that thing as soon as possible. The 4 of them took orders together, bowed their heads and knelt down until a few minutes passed, and after no new orders were issued, the group of 4 got up one after another. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Walking out of the room known to the throne of the void, Shepherd 10 Peter couldn't help holding his forehead and said, Do you want to launch a buster call to Dressrosa? This is Lord Im's order. That island must disappear, said the martial god of justice, Puman Fariri, coldly. What's the reason? It is not surprising that there is turmoil in a country where a revolution broke out. It is already a pirate country. Sa Tansheng narrowed his eyes and said, Don't worry, human beings will die hundreds of thousands, and they will be replenished in a blink of an eye. Dressrosa is like this, Marine is the same. Ghost Island. The war is over, only Hawkeye and Zoro are still fighting like no one else. As the victor's side, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet is cleaning up the battlefield. Both the enemy and the enemies suffered heavy losses. With a wave of Luffy's hand, he brought back 21 blank fruits floating in the air, and most of these fruits became devil fruits. At this time, Jinbei came over. He first glanced at Sengoku who was lying on the ground, and then at Aokiji who raised his hand to express his surrender. Luffy, the casualty count is in. Luffy nodded, and then went to Jinbei to report his name. Casualties of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet were as follows. Moria, the captain of the third team, died in battle, and Paramecia Shadowfruit was reborn. Joes of the 6th Division died in battle, and Paramecia, the fruit of kindness, was reborn. Legion of the Heartless, formerly Beasts Pirates. Jack, one of the 3 plagues, died in battle, and was reborn in the form of Zone, elephant fruit, ancient species, and mammoth. One of the 6 sons, Sasaki and Foz Fu, both died in the siege of Marine Vice Admiral, and Zone Cat fruit ancient species saber-toothed tiger form, Zone dragon fruit ancient species triceratops form were reborn. As for the more than 20,000 pirates, less than 3,000 survived. As for Big Mom, Jinbei also informed the situation of Charlotte's family by the way. Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Owen, and Charlotte Snug, one of the 4 stars of dessert, died in battle. Paramecia transpiration fruit, Paramecia hot fruit reborn. And then, Marine. 5 elders, Izan Baron v Nashoro Sheng died. Zone human fruit hyphenation point phantom beast hyphenation point tricky ghost is reborn. Admiral the Green Cow, the Baron Herd died, and the fruit of Logia Sensen was reborn. Knights of the Order, Alexis Bunting died, and the special Paramecia paper fruit was reborn. Knights of the Order, Baptist Ackroyd died, Zone fish fruit ancient species Dino Crocodile was reborn, _ Marine Vice Admiral, Dalmesia, Ghost Spider, Stoka Berry, Huashaoshan, Doberman, and 5 Vice Admirals all died in the hands of the Charlotte family while protecting Marine's retreat. Rear Admiral several colonels, more than 10,000 soldiers were killed, and about 20,000 Marine soldiers were captured. Including 100 pacifists, more than 50 were destroyed, 27 were cut off by Luo's ability, and they are currently intact, and the rest have been evacuated. Then there are warships, more than 100 large warships, and the number of sunk reached an astonishing 22. At last, Jinbei looked at Sengoku and Aokiji. It's these 2 people. After listening to the report, Luffy looked as usual. There are no immortals in war, and the casualties are much less than he imagined. Less than half of the main forces of the Heartless Legion died. This is thanks to the fact that 5 elders listed him as the first target. They wanted Wanjun to take the enemy's head from it, but he counterattacked him and killed him in a few hits. Is this what the world government wants? Luffy's eyes fell on Sengoku, and he said in a calm tone, Sengoku, since you have retreated to the background, and now you were captured by me in order to protect the Navy, you have no objection to how I should deal with you, right? Sengoku is very open about the situation he faces. To be honest, I don't know why the world government has to kill you. It's erasure, not arrest. As for how you want to deal with me, I don't have any complaints. You can let those sailors go, and you didn't kill them all. On the contrary, I want to thank you. It's just ordinary people who are coerced by the upper class. It doesn't matter to me whether they die or not. When Luffy waved his hand, several twigs grew from the ground under Sengoku, helped him up, and then turned into chains to trap him in all directions. I won't kill you, you are an old man, there is no point in killing you. The new marine created by my grandfather may need your strength. Sengoku. This kid hasn't given up yet. How could he join New Marine? Is this a joke? He is a former Marine Marshal. Once he does this, the consequences will be disastrous. As if aware of his thoughts, Luffy grinned and said, my grandpa's here too, let him talk to you then. I'm really not interested in entangled with an iron-headed baby. Entangled to the end, maybe it's another Kaido. He turned to look at Aokiji. Aokiji raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I can join your new marine. If you change places, you may see a different world. After a pause, he sighed again. Mr. Garp was really shocked when he quit Marine, and Mr. Zephyr. One is the teacher who taught him when he first joined the Marine. One is his master who guides him like a beacon on his growth path. There is no psychological burden for Aokiji to join New Marine. After staying in the original Marine for decades, if you change places, you may see different scenery and get different camp rights. At this time, Monkey D. Luffy, the Golden Emperor watched the whole process, until the dust settled, and finally came over. Luffy turned to look at each other. The richest man in the world, of course he knew him. Occasionally, the news of this person will appear in the newspaper. Along with them, there was Morgas. He's had a long-standing crush on Morgans, the guy who's been reporting on him since he was at East Blue. Hey, 4 Emperor's Straw Hat, I've finished writing today's news, and I'll let the whole world know the truth of what happened here. Morgans smiled happily. Remember to beautify my photo, to be the best. Morgas. Are you an idol? EMMRN. Maybe it is. When the news broke out this time, how many people in the world would regard him as a spiritual leader? Killed the 5 elders after all. Please wrap it on me. Morgas handed out a business card. This is my contact information. If you have any important information, please use this number to contact me at any time. Then, goodbye. 4 Emperor's Straw Hat. Looking forward to you the day I become the One Piece. He was gone in no time. Luffy put away the phone bug number. It will be there later. What about you? What's the matter? The Golden Emperor grinned, applauded, and said, excellent battle. I admire you very much, Mr. Luffy. Unlike the Empress, Tezzolo talked about his past without any scruples. I used to be a slave. Tezzolo was born in a poor family, his father was a gambler and his mother ran away. Go down. He wanted to win money, he was severely beaten and ran away desperately. Tezzolo, who escaped, met his first love in the human trafficking market. Tezzolo, who wanted to redeem his first love, worked hard, and when he finally saved the money, celestial dragons passed by and took a fancy to his first love. Facing the nobles of the world, Tezzolo angrily opened fire on the opponent, and naturally became a slave as a result. It was not until the Murloc adventurer Fisher Tiger climbed the Red Line with his bare hands and freed many slaves that he escaped by chance. And the first love already died in the hands of celestial dragons. You were my hero, Mr. Luffy. Golden Emperor's eyes were wild, just like Bartolomeo when he was in Logue Town. He suddenly knelt down on one knee. Your grandfather, Mr. Garp, founded New Marine. To develop a marine requires an astronomical amount of money, and the money I have is just. It is your strength, and I am willing to donate sufficient military expenditures to New Marine without asking for anything in return. What request do you have? Luffy laughed, and this was the second brother who came to the door. No, there is no special request. If there is one, there is only one. The Golden Emperor raised his head, his eyes were cold, full of resentment and killing intent. The celestial dragons were not dead back then, and he escaped by luck when you raided the Holy Land. If possible, one day in the future, I hope to crush him to death with my own hands. Okay, I'll let you do it. Luffy patted him on the shoulder and helped him up. There are many philandering men in One Piece world, but there are also many affectionate ones. The Golden Emperor Tezzolo is obviously a very affectionate man. It's just that before he got up, he met a woman who brought him warmth, and he still remembers it until now. For such people, Luffy does not hate. Since the other party begged to be his younger brother, he also responded accordingly. Thank you very much. Tezzolo said happily. He is a golden fruit capable person, the helm of Gulen Tezzolo, the world's largest entertainment city, the richest man in the world, and he holds 20% of Pele in circulation. Even the world government can't touch him, for fear of causing financial problems all over the world. But like this, he cannot take revenge, and this man in front of him is the one to follow. Sangoku watched the scene silently. The sins committed by celestial dragons can only be said to be reincarnation of cause and effect. This is what the world government is afraid of. When the leader of the rebels stands up, the oppressed people will spontaneously approach that beam of light. There is no eternal kingship in the world. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Sangoku suddenly realized that the position of Marshal, please, really made him see something different. Maybe joining New Marine would make a difference in the world. Suddenly, Pulu Pulu, the voice of the phone bug, rang. Luffy took out the phone bug, and after connecting, Nami's voice came from the opposite side. Luffy, we have captured a lot of people here. It's the Blackbeard pirates. The war on your side is over. Come and see as soon as possible. The Blackbeard pirates have been captured. No wonder I didn't see Blackbeard in action. Understood, I'll come right over. Nodding, Luffy immediately found Big Mom. The woman was standing in front of the bodies of her 3 sons, her face showed no sadness, and it could even be said that her face was expressionless. Charlotte Perospero was a little depressed. 3 people died. Charlotte Daifuku, the 3rd male. Charlotte Owen, 4th male. The 2 men had a good relationship with him and were about the same age. Perospero was very sad about their death. As for the other, Charlotte Snag, 28 years old, one of the 4 stars of dessert. Now it should be called the 3 stars of dessert. Noticing Luffy approaching, Big Mom raised his head and said, Straw Hat, the day my mother dies, Blackbeard raided your lair, and more people died in Cake Island. Luffy said cleanly, you should go back and have a look. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin's complexion changed, and she immediately said to Bree, Open mirror world. Yes, Mom. Charlotte Bray immediately opened the mirror and opened the passage to the mirror world. Take their bodies back. Charlotte Linlin gave an order and stepped into it first. Afterwards, members of the Charlotte family followed and took away the 3 corpses on the ground. Luffy. A gust of wind swept past behind him, and the dragon appeared in front of Luffy, saying, I should go. Luffy turned to look. The dragon's face was serious. You are already a man in charge of your own affairs. No matter what you encounter, you will have your own ideas. This time, you killed the 5 elders. The world government will not let it go. Whether it is a crusade on the surface or various plots in private, these will not stop, and the struggle will not disappear. I know, I'll pay attention. Luffy nodded and smiled. Long shook his head and said helplessly, what I want to remind you is to pay attention to women's issues. It's not a bad thing to like women, on the contrary, it's a great thing. Long didn't dislike his daughter-in-law too much. It's just that the enemy will also know this, and sooner or later, it will inevitably be targeted. Long smiled and said, forget it, you will have your own ideas, then, goodbye, Luffy. Come to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army next time. There are many revolutionary fighters who respect and appreciate you. After a pause, he said again, the original headquarters was destroyed by those Knights of the God Order. I plan to put the new headquarters in the Shemale Kingdom. Saying that, stretched out a palm from under the green coat, and handed a permanent pointer to Luffy. If you want to go, take a pacifist, it should help the Revolutionary Army. Luffy took the permanent pointer and suggested. More than 50 pacifists were destroyed, and 27 were captured. The only pity is that Bartholomew Kuma himself did not stay. The dragon had a chance to subdue the other party, but in the end he was run away in order not to hurt the other party. Of course, bears are only following orders and have no self-awareness. Hearing this, the dragon nodded, and then disappeared into a gust of wind. After seeing off Cheap Dad, Luffy turned his head and looked towards the direction of the battlefield. More than 20,000 to 30,000 people died on both sides, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Hawkeye and Zoro are still fighting, and it is impossible to tell the winner for a while. The two intentionally moved towards the uninhabited area, obviously they didn't want anyone to disturb them. Chopper was doing his job as a doctor and didn't like seeing people die in front of him. He tried his best to treat even the seriously injured Marine. But because there were too many people, Chopper was in a hurry. Luo was on the sidelines to assist him in his actions. Luffy didn't disturb them, and told Sanji in the distance. Here is temporarily handed over to you. After speaking, he beckoned, and a floating platform was torn apart from the ground, holding him, the captive Sengoku, and Aokiji who had just joined New Marine, and threw them towards the side of Cake Island. When he came to Cake Island, there were no intact buildings on the island. The whole island seemed to be kneaded again, and a hill appeared in the place where the Cake City was originally. That is the effect of the combined Fruit Bullet's ability after it was defeated. At this time, near this hill, several members of the Blackbeard Pirates are being surrounded by Nami and others. Seeing the 3 of Luffy descending from the sky, Nami immediately greeted them. Luffy. Luffy nodded, and then saw a figure enter his arms. Smiling and stroking Uta's hair, he walked up to several captives. Garp and Zephyr were eating delicious food boldly. Seeing Luffy coming, he said hello. Oh, Luffy, these people. Are there only a few? Luffy eyed the captives. Some people lost consciousness in a coma, some were still awake, and some had become corpses. The comatose and unconscious people are Douglas Bullet, Poisonous Q, and a horse. The people who turned into corpses were Pizarro, the Evil King, and Basque, the Big Wine Barrel. Those who are sober are the veteran members of the Blackbeard Pirates, Fighting Champion, Badgers, Giant Battleship, San Juan Direwolf, and World Destroyer, Berndi Valdo. Ha ha ha. 4 of them were run away. That guy Blackbeard has a few tricks. However, Grandpa, my fist is not so easy to bear. That guy is seriously injured. Garp laughed and rubbed his head in embarrassment. After that, I saw Sengoku and Aokiji behind Luffy. Oh, isn't this Sengoku? Kuzan, you're here too. Mr. Garp, Mr. Zephyr. Aokiji smiled and said, I was just invited to join New Marine. Really? Zephyr was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, Sengoku, are you too? Sengoku was firmly trapped by the rattan, facing the 2 old friends with a blank expression. Ignoring the conversations of the old men, Luffy walked up to the prisoners. The 3 who were still awake looked at Luffy. Straw Hats. Berndi Valdo said in a deep voice, what are you going to do with us? Blackbeard ran away. Who ran away? Luffy asked face to face. Uta recalled a bit, and replied. Counting Blackbeard, there are 4, Blackbeard, Rangy Shiryu, Lafitte, and that female pirate, Chomi. Luffy's eyes fell on Brandy Salvador. I'm going to kill them. At this time, Charlotte Linlin came over with a cold face. Straw Hats. These bastards killed many of my people. The entire Cake Island was almost razed to the ground. Ordinary citizens don't care, Charlotte Linlin doesn't care. But many sons and daughters who stayed here for the wedding died at the hands of this group of people. Luffy glanced at her, and Katakuri, all wounded, followed Charlotte Linlin. It's not up to you to decide what to do with me. Even so, but for the first time, Luffy had the time to do it. With a wave of his finger, several tentacle-like vines grew on the ground. The next moment, these captives were all pierced through the body by Rattan. Puff. Blood flowed all over the place. Of the 8 captives, all but Douglas Bullet died. At the same time, Luffy tore apart the space, and a few blank fruits floated out from the pocket space. The fruit floated above the corpse, absorbing the overflowing energy. Paramecia Momo fruit, reborn. Zone Mama fruit phantom beast species Pegasus form, rebirth. Paramecia disease fruit, rebirth. Paramecia big fruit, rebirth worker. Only 4 devil fruits appeared. The evil king and the big wine barrel died before Luffy arrived, and the wine fruit of the big wine barrel had been reborn in advance. As for the evil king, Luffy doesn't know when the opponent's island fruit was eaten. But this is not important. People who died early, even if they have eaten the island fruit, there is no way to use the blank fruit to recover. In the end, only Douglas Bullet survived. This person, he still has some use. Seeing this scene, Big Mom was surprised. Looking at the few blank fruits floating above the corpse, gradually turning into devil fruit. Mama, such a way of plundering is really unexpectedly reasonable. She narrowed her eyes and guessed, as long as it is fruit, or do you need specific fruits? The ability to plunder, to be honest, she is very excited. Luffy glanced at him, and put the 4 fruits into his pocket while holding hands. You can do your own research, there is no such thing as a free lunch, do you think I will tell you? Don't say that, Straw Hat, we are the Pirate Alliance now, such means should be shared. Saying that, Charlotte Linlin shouted to Pudding behind her, come here, Pudding. Yes, Mom. The 3-eyed girl stepped forward timidly. This child is only 14 years old. Old age uses her to exchange the secret of fruit with you. Charlotte Linlin Plus said in a tone that made me suffer a little. Luffy had a speechless expression on his face. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's heart. Didn't he know that this little girl is a person with memory fruit ability? Before he opened his mouth to refuse, Uta immediately put his hands on his hips angrily and said. What, you ugly bastard, do you think my Luffy is a garbage bin? As she spoke, the little songstress glanced at Pudding. Focused on the opponent's chest. Pudding felt the strong insult and was so angry that he almost couldn't hold back. She has a good sense of Luffy, a man like a hero, it is not surprising that girls have a little admiration. She didn't resist her mother sending her to Luffy. But, this diva is so annoying. He is only 14 years old, he will grow up sooner or later. In Pudding's heart, the evil side is roaring wildly. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes and smiled disdainfully. As long as the old lady perseveres, she will be able to send it over sooner or later. Let's put aside the fruit in advance. With the train of thought and direction, I can figure it out by myself. She said in a deep voice. I wanted to ask before, the move you killed 5 elders was Kaido's, hot breath, right? What happened to Kaido? Died. Big Mom was shocked. Morgan said that the news was published in the newspapers the next day, but in fact, the news about the war had spread all over the world that afternoon. Bloody wedding. Marine rout. King of the new era, Straw Hat Luffy wins the war. As a war reporter participating in the front line, the news content written by Morgas himself is almost as good as. Describes the conditions of the war. Only at the end of the news, Monkey D. Luffy, the leader of the Double King Alliance, was called the King of the New Era. He has surpassed Whitebeard in the previous era. In the new era, this man's influence in the world has reached its peak. After the war, the world government could only shrink back and go home to lick its wounds silently. The death of the new admiral indicates that the future new world, the strongest sea area in the world, will be governed by. That man has the final say. 4 emperors with red hair. His daughter seems to be a couple with the straw hat. 4 emperors Big Mom? She is one of the targets of this alliance. tongue. As for the four emperors Kaido, I heard that Wano Kuni has undergone great changes, and Kaido died at the hands of Straw Hats. In fact, the Straw Hats have already ruled the New World, and no force can compete with them in this sea area. This time the war correspondent, Morgas, kindly remind all the kingdoms in the New World. It's time for you to pay homage to the new king. Oh, maybe soon, second generation One Piece will be born, let us wait and see. At the end of the news, Morgan's crazily mixed private affairs. For the birth of the king, present a salute, of course not now, but in the not too distant future. When Rahoodle was found by the second pirate group. And that day is not far away. News about the war spread all over the world at once. Countless people felt unbelievable about this result when they got the newspaper. Marine lost? What will the world be like in the future? The 5 elders are dead. Anxiety is spreading all over the world. Of course, any person or country that feels this way is a place of peace. For countries that are already in war, or have been harassed by pirates and oppressed by the government, New World is ruled by Straw Hat Luffy. What does it have to do with them? 5 elders dead? There are many people clapping their hands and applauding. Even among the franchise countries, the kings of some countries secretly laughed in their hearts. The celestial dragons have stood tall for 800 years, and now there is a pirate who can kill them. Even if it is a bastard full of evil, it is better than nothing. What's more, Straw Hat Luffy is far from full of evil. The World Economic News has a continuous report on the Straw Hat pirates. Any troubles will be seen in the newspaper. It can be said that from the first time the name of Straw Hat Luffy appeared in the newspapers, until now, that man has not done anything outrageous. Going ashore to ransack civilians, plunder merchant ships, burn, kill, and loot has never happened. Even wherever they go, they will uphold justice for bad things, and they are more marine pirates than marine. Well done. As expected of Luffy, he easily did what our revolutionary army couldn't do, killed the 5 elders. Dressrosa and Koala also saw the news and said with a smile, Sabo, what do you think the world government will do next? This time, they are not just a matter of heavy casualties, this is a disgrace. The full name of the world government is the United Kingdom of the World Government. It is also a country in itself, and has some special territories all over the world. For example, the execution platform in Logetown does not belong to Logetown, but belongs to the United Kingdom of World Government. And such a country, or an organization, is most afraid of losing its authority. Well, winning is a good thing, but you must not be careless. Sabo nodded, thinking about the problem seriously, and said, based on what I know about world government, they will definitely retaliate next. For the first time in hundreds of years, 5 elders died. One of the most powerful people in the world is dead. If there is no reaction, who will listen to you? Oh, so you are a paper tiger? When hegemony begins to fade, nothing is surprising. Sabo, who realized this, even had a bad premonition. He silently thought, there is no way to take Luffy for the time being, but in order to deter other forces and countries in the world, there will be others standing up. This other person, Sabo, feels that the revolutionary army bears the brunt of it. No, you have to remind sir. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the phone bug. Also Dressrosa, a makeshift gathering facility. The children who were rescued in the past are happily playing in the yard. Johnny and Joseph, while looking after the children, read the newspaper together. As expected of brother Luffy, Moria is dead. A lot of people died. This is war. Even the winner must bear the price of war. Don't think too much. Let's perform our duties well. Don't forget brother Luffy's account. We have to record everything that happens in this country. Regarding what his companion said, Joseph nodded and put away the newspaper. Except for some chaos in the first few days, it was very calm afterwards. King Liku still won the support of the people across the country. He is no different from the king now. In addition to not having the title of king, Liku Dold III was busy with various tedious things every day. In his own words, this is redemption. He can do whatever he wants, it's the people's own choice, probably for them. There is no king, let's really live. We just need to record everything. Human inertia is terrible. The two thought from the bottom of their hearts. Brother Luffy returns the power to each citizen, and these citizens will be sent away little by little. New World, Kale Bali. Are you kidding me? Kaido is dead? Bang. Eustace Kid slammed the table hard, and said annoyed to the alliance members in front of him. We entered into an alliance just to go to Wano Kuni to kill the 4 emperors Kaido. Now that Kaido has been killed by the Straw Hats, what's the point of our alliance? Really, Hawkins played the tarot cards expressionlessly. What are you doing? Apo asked strangely. Divination. I mean, what are you divination about? Destiny. Who? Straw hats. Hawkins said with a blank face. I have divination again and again, no matter how many times. The ending of the straw hat is not the result of death. He is simply like a man favored by fate. Huh. Kid had an unhappy expression on his face. What does this mean? Hawkins looked at Buggy and said, Buggy, and you, Crocodile, what are you going to do next? There are only 3-4 emperors left, and to put it bluntly, the remaining 3-4 emperors have become alliance. This news, the most important news is this. It didn't matter to them whether the 5 elders were dead or not. Crocodile looked serious. Kaido was killed by the Straw Hat, that is, Pluton has fallen into the hands of the Straw Hat. The news about Pluton in Wano Kuni was originally told by the Straw Hat, and the other party had no reason to let it go. Don't worry, the matter is not over yet, the good show is yet to come. Suddenly, Crocodile laughed and calmly smoked his cigar. Just wait for a while. If Pluton is indeed in the hands of Straw Hat Luffy, then it will definitely be used on the head of the world government. All over the world, countless forces are paying attention to the news content, as well as the upcoming cooperation between Straw Hat crew and world government. Cake Island. Weddings become funerals. Within a day, red and white things were done together. The Charlotte family bury the dead family members. Straw Hat crew is also dealing with its own companions. Coastside. On a small boat built with wooden slats, In's and Moria's corpse were placed on it. Luffy stood on the shore holding a torch, looked at the 2 corpses and said slowly. The home of pirates is the sea. Farewell, Moria, Joes. The torch was lit on the boat, and the bodies of the 2 men were devoured by Mie. Burial at sea. Master Moria, Perona cried. For her, Moria is like an adoptive father, not just her captain. When she was very young, she was picked up by Moria, who gave her the right to live. Now, her adoptive father died in battle, and she cried very sadly. Perona, who is like an otaku, stands on the shore. Nami and Vivi comforted her from left to right. Ace clenched his fists, and the boat, carrying Joe's body, slowly moved away from the coast. Marco patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't be too sad. Fujitora. Ace gritted his teeth and talked about the blind admiral. Don't be impulsive, Ace. Vista said in a deep voice. I'm also very sad about Josie's death, but don't get discouraged. I know. It's war, and it's not surprising that anyone dies in that kind of chaotic battle. Ace took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Everyone watched as the fire devoured the body. Luffy patted Ace on the shoulder, then turned around and patted Perona's head. He said nothing and turned to leave. The body flew up, and flew towards the 4-ring sea area of Todo Land, the direction of Ghost Island. The index finger moved across the space, tearing a hole. 22 fruits floated out of it. 17 of them have been turned into devil fruit. They are, respectively, 1. Jack's mammoth fruit. 2. The dinosaur fruit of the Knights of God. 3. Paper fruit of the Knights of God. 4. 5 elders slippery fruit. 5. Inza's instant fruit. 6. Moria's shadow fruit. 7. The steaming fruit of the Charlotte family. 8. The hot collection of Charlotte family. 9. The Pegasus fruit of the Blackbeard group. 10. The diseased fruit of the Blackbeard regiment. 11. The big fruit of the Blackbeard regiment. 12. The Momo fruit of the Blackbeard group. 13. The saber-toothed tiger fruit of the Heartless Legion. 14. The Triceratops fruit of the Heartless Legion. 15. Rust fruit from Captain Marine. 16. The bean fruit from Captain Marine. 17. The wheel fruit from Captain Marine. 17 devil fruits represent the death of 17 ability users. Of course, there are far more dead ability users than these. Blackbeard attacked Cake Island and killed many members of the Charlotte family, including many people with abilities. They died before he arrived and were not recovered immediately. In war, it's so easy to die. As Luffy waved his hand, another fruit floated out from the pocket space. Kurozumi Orochi's fruit. Now, he has 18 devil fruits in his hand. These fruits are not going to be distributed, but one of them. Luffy reached out and grabbed the Momo fruit. Momo fruit. This is a paramecia fruit. Its ability is very direct and simple. It can amplify the speed, strength, volume, weight, etc. of objects it comes into contact with, up to 100 times. In the hands of different people, The power exerted by this fruit varies greatly. If an ordinary person eats it, that's actually it. But if the eater himself is a strong person, the power it displays will be incredible. Luffy looked at the Momo fruit in his hand and ate it on the spot without hesitation. The next moment, he gained the 5th devil fruit ability. The first one is Nika fruit. The second type is the Pili fruit. The third type, lion fruit. The fourth type is the green dragon fruit. The fifth type is dense fruit. The sixth type, Momo fruit. There are 6 abilities, including Phantom Beast, Logia, and Paramecia. At this moment, Luffy could feel that he had become incredibly strong. He clenched his right fist and focused slightly. If I fight Kaido again, I can probably kill him with one punch. Luffy has this confidence. He has completely surpassed the so-called Emperor-level combat power. 100 times faster. The next moment, he suddenly accelerated, and his instantaneous explosive power could reach supersonic flight. At this moment, accelerating 100 times, the speed has reached the upper limit. Mach 100. Boom. Just the impact of breaking through the air caused a terrifying crack to be torn out in the sea. The scenery in front of Luffy's field of vision was receding at a speed that was difficult to observe with the naked eye. Too fast. Can't see it at all. It only lasted a few seconds, and Luffy immediately lost speed. There was a trace of cold sweat on the forehead. The ability is too exaggerated, even he can't control it. Flying at 100 times the speed of sound, he doesn't have to do anything. Just the kinetic energy impact can probably penetrate the red line. It consumes a lot of money. Another person wouldn't be able to sustain it for long, and that's me. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief, and looked up to see Ghost Island. In a few seconds, I flew from Cake Island to Ghost Island in the 4th Ring Road. 100 times the speed of sound is so outrageous. At this time, the cleanup work of Ghost Island is still going on. Too many people died, and corpses piled up into dozens of mountains of corpses. The pirates who were still alive all had numb expressions and were working mechanically. Even if they are pirates and once served under Kaido, this is the first time they have seen so many corpses. Luffy stood in the air, looking down at the situation below. The people of the Heartless Legion, led by Secretary Balwang, buried the bodies of Jack and the 26 sons. They were buried in the back mountain, together with Kaido's tombstone. Jin is still unconscious. Quinn is also seriously injured. Runti and her brother are injured, and the only one who is not seriously injured is Black Maria. Marine, are you also dealing with the funeral affairs now? The bodies of Green Bull and 5 elders were taken back by Kuohu. Luffy thought to himself, shaking his head again. Marine is probably still floating on the sea, and it will take 2 or 3 days to return to the headquarters. After I go back, I will probably eat the Holy Land of Mariajoy and the new naval headquarters Marineford. Zoro. Luffy descended and came to the east coast. To be precise, it's not the coast, but a place like a cliff. Zoro was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, and he also had some injuries on his body. Where's Hawkeye? Gone. Zoro turned around. There was a cut on his left eye, his eyes were closed tightly, and half of his face was stained with blood. Losing? No, won. Nor. Zoro grinned and said, it's very difficult to defeat him. I don't even think I can defeat him with 10 years of practice. Luffy chuckled, give up. No. This time, I finally saw his depth. Next time, I will win. Zoro picked up a broken knife. 3rd generation Ghost Toru was interrupted during the battle. There is also Shuezo, the famous knife from the owner of the weapon shop in Logue Town, which also broke in the fierce battle. Only Chu Shui and Hidao's words are still intact. After thinking about it, Luffy reached out and made a move. Immediately, from the ruins of the skeleton castle, the 1st generation ghost, who originally belonged to the 5 elders, flew over immediately. A new knife for you. Throwing 1st generation Katoru to Zoro, Luffy raised his chin, turned around and said, let's go. It's time to get the last piece of redstone. The 3rd day after the war, Straw Hat Crew returned to the Sea of the Sun, and Ghost Island was moved away by Luffy, becoming the 4th island in the Sea of the Sun. There are still nearly 20,000 marine captives on the island. These soldiers are all elite marines. Naturally, Luffy will not kill them, and there is no such need. All over to New Marine at Garp's disposal. At the beginning, the group of captives was still hesitant. Although it was a relief that they would not be executed, but after the battle, they suddenly changed their families. Even if they joined Garp and Zephyr's New Marine, some people would rather die than surrender. But Sengoku joins in. Luffy didn't know what means Garp used. In short, after Sengoku was persuaded, he joined New Marine. All of a sudden, the captives were shocked. Sengoku, the former marshal of the Marine, retired and became the chief inspector of the Marine, joined New Marine? Just kidding. What are the responsibilities of the chief inspector? Monitor Marine. As a result, the chief inspector rebelled, so there is nothing to say, so all the captives were annexed by the New Marine 10. New Marine, which originally only had 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, suddenly ushered in an expansion in scale. Fortunately, with the financial support of the Golden Emperor, there is no need to worry about military expenditures. Of course, the expansion of the scale brings more problems than just money. There is also an organizational structure. You can't fight like before, you have to have clear rules and regulations, as well as a military rank system. Fortunately, Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, these 3 old men are all from high-level Marine backgrounds, and they can easily grasp this easy to come up with an organizational structure suitable for the current situation. Highest Commander. Field Marshal Luffy. As the father of the Gold Master, and at the same time, the man with the highest combat power, it is impossible not to give this position and status. There is a very important reality here. Whether New Marine gives the position of Marshal or not, in the end, it will not affect this army and needs to act according to Luffy's face. It is not because of the position of Marshal that Luffy can command this army. It's Luffy who commands the army, that's why he needs to be the Marshal. Just like the Wuchang in the previous life. It is not the United Nations that gives the status of the 5 permanent members, but the existence of the 5 permanent members gives the status of the United Nations. Cause and effect cannot be confused. No matter what the world is, in the end it is the fist that speaks. Of course, Luffy didn't have much interest in participating in the daily management of New Marine. Therefore, Khalifa was appointed as the Marshal's secretary, responsible for reporting to Luffy. The daily work of New Marine is all decided by the 3 old men themselves. If they can't decide, they will report to Luffy through Khalifa. Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, the former 3 admirals of Marine, have now become the big 3 of New Marine. As for Aokiji, he is currently the only man with the title of Admiral in New Marine. He was originally Admiral, but the prefix changed from Marine to New Marine. Below him, there is no Vice Admiral. Instead, the original CP9. All of them were incorporated into Aokiji's command. In addition to the complexity of moving towards a large organization in terms of personnel, new naval headquarters also needs to be built as soon as possible. At this time, Elegia's outlying island has completely turned into a large construction site. The first thing the captured Marine needs to do after changing the gate is to build the headquarters. After the construction of the headquarters is completed, the ruins of Elegia's town will be repaired. This place will be the residence of military families in the future. Speaking of family, if the world government knew that these people had betrayed, they might not want to kill the families of these soldiers. For this, whether it is Sengoku, Garp, or Zephyr, they are all very clear-headed. World government will definitely do this, and there is no moral question either. It's legal. The world government can legally execute the families of these soldiers. It's as if 20 years ago, the world government could legally destroy Ohara and kill the archaeologists who studied the blank 100 years of history. Legal, but unreasonable. There are a lot of unreasonable things in the world, and Luffy doesn't think much about it. Just find a way to get someone from the world government. Sounds a little ridiculous. The captured sailors betrayed and joined the New Marine, and in order to stabilize the soldiers, Luffy asked the world government for the families of those soldiers. Can this work? Of course it can. Use public opinion to hype a little bit. If the world government were to kill all those military families, it wouldn't be nice to say that, but Luffy could laugh. The stupidity of the enemy will always provide you with weapons just right. Of course, there is no rush. After all, he and the world government are still in a life and death relationship between the enemy and the enemy. He ran to ask for someone, but of course he couldn't get someone, and maybe there would be a fight. At the same time, the world government did not dare to kill the families of those captives for a moment. If he can't wait to kill so many military families, Marine might rebel. Elegia, the castle. Back at his base camp, Luffy sat on the sofa in the living room, browsing the system store. Monet brought the coffee he made himself. The coffee she makes is not as good as Uda's, but it has a different taste. Master Luffy, young master. After Monet brought the coffee, she stood aside obediently like a maid. When she called the young master, she saw Luffy frown and immediately changed her words. Ciphertext contact from Doflamingo. What's wrong? He is being targeted, and the government seems to be preparing to do something to him. Why? Luffy picked up the coffee and took a sip slowly, thinking about the answer. The answer is simple. Know too much. Moreover, the 4 Emperors Kaido in the backstage also collapsed. This matter was exposed by the news, and of course the world government would know about it. Therefore, Doflamingo has naturally become the object of need to be obliterated. He wants to ask for help. Yes. Monet nodded without any extra words. She knows who she is now Luffy's woman. It is said that a woman is a bit overconfident, she can't compare with Uta and Nami at all. In terms of status, it is probably the same role as a maid. Therefore, she couldn't throw herself into Luffy's arms and said, please save Doflamingo, right? She is very smart and knows that if she does this, she might offend Luffy and backfire. Therefore, she simply said nothing. If Luffy wants to save, she will save it. If she doesn't want to, it's meaningless for her to say anything. You want me to help him? Luffy chuckled. Monet shook his head. Whatever you do is right. He is very clear about his own cognition. Luffy admires smart women more, just as he likes Robin very much. He knows too much. The world government will definitely not let him live. Don't worry, I won't let him die. After thinking for a while, Luffy comforted Lan. Doflamingo can't die yet, at least not for the time being. The grievances between him and Luo will be resolved by themselves in the future. But in the previous war, Doflamingo still told some information honestly, and of course Luffy had to keep his word. As the leader of a great force, he has the privilege of breaking his word. He can do this. But there is a saying that is good, all the gifts of fate have already secretly marked the price. It's okay to break one's word, but the price will be paid later, someday in the future. Hearing this, Monet breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Luffy, she quickly knelt down and put her hands on Luffy's thighs. The meaning of her actions was self-evident. Luffy quickly stopped her behavior. Stop, you go clean up first. There was a hint of confusion in Monet's eyes. She remembered that the last time she was on the Fishmen Island, her ventriloquism was indeed not good, but there was nothing she could do about it the first time. I have studied hard. Monet said seriously. Luffy waved his hand helplessly. Monet had no choice but to get up and leave, feeling a little frustrated. Is his charm as a woman that bad? Watching her leave the living room, Luffy couldn't help rolling his eyes. In the perception of seeing, hearing and color, the breath of Hancock appeared in the port. Soon after, the Empress came to the castle. Luffy, you weren't hurt, were you? The Empress said with a concerned expression on her face. I'm sorry, I was not with you during the war. Fine. Luffy reached out and took Hancock into his arms, smiling and saying, are you willing to leave Daughter's Island? He had heard reports from his subordinates. Once before, Neptune wanted to visit the Empress on Daughter's Island, but was severely rejected. The reason is that men are not welcome on Hiroyuki Island, not even male fish. Then, Neptune invited the Empress to come to the Fishmen Island as a guest. After all, we are neighbors, and we always need to get to know each other. In the end, the Empress refused to go because she hated men, and men hated them even more. Ever since Daughter Island moved here, the Empress has never left the island and is solely focused on dealing with domestic affairs. This time, it was her first time to come to Aegea. I'm just a little busy. In front of his lover, Hancock was quite embarrassed and made excuses. Go out and walk more. Our country is no longer a country hanging in the calm belt. We should have more contact with the outside world. Yeah. I understand. Hancock nodded, she was willing to listen to anything as long as Luffy said it. A pair of big eyes full of affection. I miss you. I miss you as well. Then, the two of them started making out in the living room as if no one else was around. Then we went to the upper room of the castle. Rejecting Monet's service is not a sudden change of attitude, it's just that people's ammunition is limited. Hey, landlords also need to be careful with their surplus grain. Elegia, an outlying island. Work is in full swing on the construction site. The foundation of a fortress has been built, and the men are sweating profusely. When Robin came here, he quickly saw Aokiji, Nico Robin. Aokiji also saw Robin with a surprised look on his face. I'm here to deliver lunch. Robin asked the people behind him to deliver the food. A large construction site with more than 20,000 people requires several round trips just to transport the prepared food. Of course, the hardest part is the chefs at Sanji. Really? I thought you were here to find me. Aokiji smiled and said. Indeed, I have something to ask you. Robin's expression was as usual. If she met this person before, she wouldn't have time to run away, but now it's different. Last time in Punk Hazard, what did you mean by what you said? Luffy told me that Ohara was not destroyed, she asked softly. Hearing this, Aokiji's expression changed. He hesitated and scratched his head helplessly. Come with me and change places. The two came to the coast. Aokiji said lazily, Saul is not dead. With one sentence, Robin's beautiful eyes widened immediately. The books of Ohara were also taken away. The scholars at that time threw all the books into the water and preserved them. I had no choice but to protect them with my own life. Reported to superiors. Aokiji sighed and said, now, Saul is in Elbaf, and those books are also there. Really? Robin covered his mouth and the medical god murmured. Really or not? You will know if you go and see for yourself. Oh, by the way, Elbaf is not very welcoming to outsiders. It is best to let your captain take you there. After just a few words of conversation, Aokiji waved his hand and turned to leave. Say hello to Saul for me, and if it's convenient, bring some gifts. Luo Bao couldn't hide his joy until the person left for a long time. She has always been a very quiet literary girl, rarely showing strong emotional fluctuations. But at this moment, she felt sincerely happy. She quickly returned to Elegia, wanting to share this joy. Luffy, when I ran to the living room, I didn't see Luffy. Just as he was about to use his visual skills to investigate, Luffy walked in from the door. Luffy, who had just taken a shower, was wearing a bath towel and his upper body was naked. Luffy. Robin said in surprise. Aokiji said that Saul is not dead, he is in Elbaf. I want to go. Then go ahead. Luffy smiled slightly and said, I'm just planning to go to that country. The fourth and final red stone will probably appear in these 4 places. First, Jiandao. Second, Elbaf. Third, in the hands of the world government. Fourth, the redhead knows. He is indeed planning to go to Elbaf, the giant kingdom known as the most powerful country in the world. It is very possible that the red stone will be there. Suddenly, Robin took a step forward and threw herself into Luffy's arms. Her eyes were full of autumn water, and her eyes were smiling. Thank you, Luffy. After saying that, he stood up on tiptoes and kissed Luffy on the face. Recalling the past along the way, under the protection of this man, I had a completely different experience from the past. No more hiding, no more worrying about tomorrow. She could also feel that Luffy seemed to like her quite a lot. He had never wanted to respond before, just because she couldn't let go of the closedness in her heart. But today she got the news that Saul was still alive, and she suddenly felt relaxed. It seems that the heavy history burdened by the past can finally be relieved a little bit. Gaining a breather allowed her to respond to Luffy's expectations. Luffy was startled and put his hands around Robin's waist. What's wrong? I'm so happy that I can't find anyone to share my feelings with. Luffy felt helpless in his heart. I just handed over the public food to Hancock, and there is another person who needs comfort. What a hard work. He pinched Robin's chin. The intellectual sister was not shy at all, but looked at each other expectantly. Afterwards, Luffy went upstairs again. Omit 10,000 words. 5. Robin lay beside him peacefully. Luffy gently withdrew his hand from her arms. At this time, leaning against the head of the bed, silently refreshing the adventure store. First, use custom refresh to buy an awakening fruit, adventure coins minus 10,000. After eating, Momo fruit, wake up. This fruit is a paramecia with superpowers. After awakening, its upper limit has not changed, it is still 100 times. Its change lies in the way the ability is activated. Before awakening, physical contact is required to exert the influence of the ability on the target of the horn. But after awakening, it can be activated in the air. And this range will increase with the increase of proficiency. Not bad, there will be new ways to use it. Thinking thoughtfully, Luffy continued to refresh the adventure store. 6 times a day, without continuing to use custom refresh. After many days, he finally saw new products, and 2 came at a time. Seed of White Tree. A tree that bears a fruit called blank fruit. After it is planted, whenever a capable person in the world dies, it will intercept the ability of rebirth and produce a devil fruit. The price is 10 million adventure coins, and today's 30% discount is 7 million adventure coins. Note. This product is unique. After purchase, the store will not be refreshed again. When the white tree dies, the merchandise goes into storage again. Is there such a thing? Luffy murmured in surprise. The range of the blank fruit's ability to intercept is not very large, roughly the range of an island. But this white tree is obviously different, its range is the whole world. September 40 inches means that his devil fruit recycling program can be effectively launched. As long as this white tree is planted, when all capable people in the world die once, the power of devil fruit will completely disappear from the people. It's a good thing. In this world, there is the sun tree, Eve, the precious tree, Adam, and it is very reasonable to have a white tree. Luffy thought happily. The problem is that it is too expensive. Without a discount of 10 million, he couldn't afford it. You can only get it when the store is permanently free. Continue to look at the second new item. Angel fruit. After eating, when someone mentions the eater's name, the voice will strongly point to the eater himself, and a phantom of an angel can be sent down, and the scope of this response is the whole world. Make a risky market. Seeing the introduction of this product, Luffy's expression was a bit subtle. Enhanced version of the fruit of reading. What is the use? Let's say it's useful, but it doesn't seem to be useful. But if it's useless, it seems to be useful. Looking at the balance of his wallet, Luffy still bought it. A white light flashed, and there was an extra fruit in his hand. Eat it on the spot. As for how to use angel fruit, Luffy has mastered it all at once, as if he was born with it. Afterwards, countless illusory voices rang in my ears instantly. Master Monkey D. Luffy, please save this country. Damn Straw Hat Luffy, take the Fishman Island away, we don't go to New World much. Master Luffy is completely in line with the world government, what will happen to Princess Vivi? That kid Luffy actually killed 5 elders, this is the hero of our windmill village going out, come on, cheers. Makino, hurry up and bring the wine. Straw Hat Luffy's base camp has been confirmed. It is located in Elegia, the island of destruction. That sea area is called the Sun Sea Area by him. We can't go any further. The magnetic field there is chaotic, and there are many sea kings. Eh? Is the great hero Luffy the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Countless voices, male and female, many and few. After receiving such a huge amount of information at once, Luffy's head hurts from hearing it. Quickly cut off the angel's echo. The ability brought by this fruit, to be precise, has 2 types. First, the echo of the angel can hear the voices of his name all over the world. This name includes nicknames, and other related titles. Second, the phantom of an angel, when it is echoed, can cast its gaze away and descend a phantom. As a fruit worth 50,000 coins, its ability is indeed worthy of the price. The sound is too mixed. Streamline it, filter out some useless echoes. Luffy closed his eyes, sifting through the echoes. After a while, he turned on the angel echo again. This time, the sound transmitted to the ear was reduced by 1,000 times at once. Well, that's not bad. Luffy nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Robin beside him opened his eyes, and his eyes were smiling as if he could speak. What's not bad? Today's weather is not bad, it's time to go to the giant kingdom. Luffy stood up smiling. Robin grabbed Luffy's arm and said provocatively. Let's go now? Will you, Luffy? Luffy froze for a moment. Relying on being able to separate yourself, dare to choose color. This is unbearable. He immediately lay back and gave Robin a hard lesson. The joyful notes sounded again in the room, the next day. Elegia, port. The Sunny slowly sailed away from the port, heading for the depths of the New World. This time, he didn't bring Zoro and the others, he had just gone through a big battle, so let those people rest for a while. Zoro also asks Rayleigh for sword skills. At this point, on deck. Yamato looked at the glamorous Robin, and said in surprise, Miss Robin, you are very beautiful today. Robin was still sitting at the small table as usual, reading a book quietly. After hearing Yamato's voice, he raised his head and smiled. Thank you. Yamato doesn't know why. Nami and Vivi looked at each other and understood immediately. For the joining of Robin, they have already had a premonition. How could this philandering radish let Robin go? Luffy, are we going to Elbaf now? Uda walked to the bow, hugged Luffy from behind, and asked with a smile. Luffy sat cross-legged on the figurehead, and looked back at the girls upon hearing this. Nami, Vivi, Robin, Uda, Perona, Yamato, and Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, who follows the Sunny. He took these few people with him, Kaya, Nuo Kagao and the others stayed in Elegia. Go to Beehive Island first. Luffy pondered. Mrs. Shirley of Mermaid Island has prophesied that Shirahoshi's problem can be solved on Hive Island. Shirahoshi's problem? Vivi asks suspiciously, what's Shirahoshi's problem? It's just that she is too big. You can see that she is working very hard now, she has to follow us in the sea. Lord Luffy, I'm not working hard at all. Shirahoshi said immediately, blinking and blinking his big eyes. On the contrary, she was very happy to go to other islands with the Sunny. Anyway, let's drop by. Luffy jumped off the figurehead, let out a sigh, and went back to the cabin. The course is up to you, Nami. Yes, just as the Sunny was heading to the Isle of the Hive, the holy land of Mariajoy. As a sanctuary where gods live, the air is filled with uneasiness and grief on this day. The flag of the world government that was hoisted in Pangu City had already been lowered at this time to pay tribute to Nasi Sholong, one of the dead 5 elders. The celestial dragons were terrified and uneasy. Even the 5 elders would die, let alone the likes of them. Many celestial dragons gathered under Pangu City, demanding to meet the 5 elders. In Pangu City, between calendars, Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armies, Kong had an audience with the 4 old stars, and said solemnly. The body has been returned, confirmed dead, and preparations for the funeral are currently underway. New. The 4 old stars looked at the corner of the sofa. That place was Nasi Sho Langshang's favorite place, and now his former colleagues had turned into a cold corpse. Monkey D. Luffy. Satan's face was gloomy, and he said, immediately send an order to Akainu, and launch the demon-slaying age on Dressrosa. For the time being, I have no choice but to take the Straw Hat Luffy. I can only use another country to comfort the dead, and by the way, deter all idiots who are about to move. Hearing this, Kong was shocked all over. He suddenly remembered 20 years ago. At that time, he was still the Marine Marshal, and it was he who gave the order to erase Ohara. Of course, that's what the 5 elders wanted too. Environment Valkyrie, Maka's Mahjong, old man with goatee. Why? Kong couldn't help asking. What are you asking? Why did you launch a buster call on Dressrosa? Buster call. Authorized by the world government, Marine forms a fleet to carry out indiscriminate and destructive attacks on the target area, to completely wipe out things and people in an area that threatens the rule of the world government. He couldn't figure out where Dressrosa was threatening. That is a small country with hundreds of thousands of people and less than 1 million people. You don't need to know. Sora, haven't you been too leisurely lately? Maka's Mashang narrowed his eyes and snorted, if you feel very leisurely, you can go there yourself and kill Doflamingo. What? Kong is even more puzzled. Doflamingo a Shichibukai that needs to be obliterated? He's a Shichibukai and needs to be stripped first. No, that would scare the snake away. Satan Shang decisively rejected the proposal. Hearing this, Kong had no choice but to nod. I understand, I will act immediately. He turned and left, down Red Harbor, into New World's new naval headquarters. I don't feel safe enough. Between powers, the god of justice, Topman Vokuli, suddenly said, it's almost every time. This won't work. If the 5 of us were dispatched together in the previous war, we would definitely be able to kill the Straw Hats, and Nashao Langshang would not will sacrifice in vain. The other 3 had nothing to say about it. Nashao Lang's death has greatly stimulated Vachuli, and he has already started talking crazy. Send an assassin secretly, and if Kong fails, assassinate Doflamingo. He can't be allowed to live any longer. Several people looked at each other and agreed. As for the candidate for the assassin, it is naturally the Knights of God. Doflamingo is himself a celestial dragon, and his execution is the job of the Knights of God. Naval Headquarters, New Marineford. The Marines are attending the funeral of the Green Bull. Akainu, who is the Marshal, also attended the event. As an admiral, although he died less than a month after joining, Naval Headquarters still gave the Green Bull Admiral the status of death in battle. The Marshal personally carried the coffin after being sent to the cemetery. He bowed his head in front of the monument and delivered a speech. Fujitora, you come with me. After finishing his speech, Akainu called Fujitora up with a cold expression. Returning to the office of the headquarters fortress, there was a bang, and Zian slapped the table in anger. Why did Admiral die in battle? Green Bull is his loyal fan. On the contrary, Fujitora is the thorn in the side, and Kizaru is just a social setting. Blind Fujitora apologizes. Sorry. What's the use of your apology? Akainu felt a headache. The Marshal is not that easy to be a Marshal. He understands Sengoku's feelings a little bit. Now in the New World, Straw Hat and Big Mom have formed an alliance, and the red-haired 4 emperors are Straw Hat's guide. In a sense, the 4 emperors have formed a united front. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, in order to deal with them, we need more powerful weapons. Weapon. Fujitora was taken aback. Point. Akainu's eyes were cold, explosive rock can produce a huge explosion as long as it comes into contact with oxygen. Fujitora's expression changed slightly. Just listen to Akainu go on to say. The three end points are connected to the huge magma storage pool under the New World. If they are all destroyed, the huge magma will swallow the entire New World. Marshal Akainu, what do you want to do? Fujitora said in disbelief. You should know how many countries there are in the New World. I didn't say that this method must be used. Akainu snorted and said, besides, I can't issue such an order. This requires authorization from above. Authorization from above. Fujitora's heart sank. He believed that as long as Akainu dared to mention it, the 5 elders would dare to agree. This is not justice. HMPH, justice is absolute. New World has completely gone out of control. When necessary, such methods have to be used. Akainu took a deep breath. Now, you take people to retrieve some explosive rocks. That thing itself is a bomb, and is a powerful weapon needed now. He doesn't want to destroy New World if it's not necessary. But when it comes to that step, even if he sacrifices tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people, he must suppress the evil to death. If all 3-4 emperors could be wiped out in one go, such a sacrifice would be worthwhile. Akainu, absolute justice. Fujitora was gone, and he couldn't disobey the order. Of course, instead of executing Akainu's order, he must go to the field to investigate what the so-called end point is. After he left, Kong came to the office. Commander Kong? Akainu frowned. 5 elders order, launch a buster call on Dressrosa. New World Beehive Island. This island is also called the Pirate's Paradise, and its current ruler is a great pirate named Ochaku. Like Kaido, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, he was once a member of the Rock's pirate crew. At this time, the Yellow Skeleton Hotel. Ochaku, who was having fun, suddenly heard a report from his subordinates. Ochaku-sama, no, it's not good. 4 Emperor Straw Hat's ship appears in the port. What? Ochaku was drenched in a cold sweat. Quick. Let's meet together. After killing the big pirate Ochaku, the Straw Hats left Beehive Island and headed directly to their next destination. On deck. After eating the paramecia slimming fruit, Shirahoshi was finally able to become the same size as a normal person, shrinking from the original 10 meters in length to about 2 meters. The Little Mermaid Princess was very happy to be able to move around on the deck. She unexpectedly had a lot of fun with Perona. Maybe it's because Perona helped her awaken her ability in the first place. Luffy, don't you care about Beehive Island? Nami asked curiously as he brought a drink. Luffy sat on the edge of the boat, holding the fishing rod and reaching for the drink. There must be a Lich King, Luffy said with a smile. Unfortunately, Nami doesn't understand this joke. She rolled her eyes at him and said, speak nicely. Without Beehive Island, there will be Wasp Island and Brood Island. On the contrary, Beehive Island controls many New World pirates in that place, and it has a meaning of existence. The essence of the problem is the proliferation of pirates. Unless the pirates in the New World are completely extinct, the problem of Beehive Island will not disappear. Even if he ran and occupied that place, the result would be the same. The pirates might as well find another place to gather. Well, think about it carefully, we can't do much now. Nami bit the straw and took out a permanent pointer. The next step is to go to Elbaf, right? Will the 4th reflection redstone really be there? The Straw Hat Pirates are no longer just a small pirate group. It can even be said that the Straw Hat fleet is currently the strongest force in the New World. As a big force, it is very easy to get something like a permanent pointer. Whether it's the Beehive Island or Elbaf's permanent pointer, it can be easily obtained. Of course, these things are all given by Big Mom. Speaking of which, the Prince of Elbaf is called Loki. He likes Big Mom's daughter Lola Din very much and proposes marriage to Big Mom. Unfortunately, Charlotte Lola didn't want her mother to dominate her marriage, so she ran away. She formed the Tumbling Pirates, left the New World, and ran to the Sea of Paradise, where her shadow was taken away by Moria. When Moria joined the Straw Hat fleet, he released all the shadows, including Lola and everyone in the pirate group. I don't know where it is now. The 4th red stone may be there. Coming back from his thoughts, Luffy wasn't 100% sure. Before setting off, he asked shyly for divination, but there was no clear result. Divination is not a panacea. If it's not there, then it's very likely that it's in the hands of the world government. Hearing this, Uta ran over, snatched the drink from Luffy's hand, and drank it happily. If it's in the hands of the world government, are you going to rob it? We'll see when the time comes. Let's go to Elba first. Luffy pinched Uda's cheek and said, "You don't want to drink your own, but you insist on grabbing mine? I'd love to drink yours." Uda gulped down the drink triumphantly. Robin couldn't help but smile and said, "I'll give you mine, Luffy." While chatting, the Sunny headed towards Elbaf. Elbaf, known as the world's most powerful country, is located deep in the New World waters, very close to the end of the Grand Line. It's the penultimate stop. Going forward, it is Mercury Fairy Island. Of course, Lahudel must be excluded here. When the Sunny arrived at its destination, it was already noon the next day. You have arrived at the new island Hive Island, and you will be rewarded with 10,000 Adventure City works. You have arrived at the new island Elbaf, rewarded with 10,000 adventure coins. When everyone got off the Sunny, they happened to see several giants fighting on the coast. To be precise, 2 giants were fighting, while other giants were watching. Kabababa. Give. When the 2 giants in the battle heard their unique laughter, Nami and Vivi suddenly opened their beautiful eyes. The 2 women looked at each other and looked at Luffy together. This laughter. Luffy, are those 2 characters from Little Garden? Have they stopped fighting? Returned to Elbaf at last? Both of them were a little surprised. Isn't this a fight? Luffy smiled and said, I just changed places and continued the fight. As he spoke, he walked towards the giants in the distance. Seemingly noticing Luffy and his group, Dory and Brogy stopped fighting. The 2 looked over one after another, and suddenly their eyes lit up. Kabababa, God of the Sun, we meet again. Gee. Today is such a good day. My friend who has come from afar, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, the rest of the giants were startled. Isn't this 4 Emperor's Straw Hat Luffy? Dory, do you know him? Have a relationship in Little Garden. Dory put down the big sword in his hand and took the initiative to walk towards Luffy. Long time no see. Long time no see, you too. Did you win? Luffy said hello. Nami and Vivi also greeted the 2 giants. Brogy stared blankly for a while and said, It's been a while since I last saw you. There are more little girls around you. What's going on? Hello. I'm Uda, as a social cow. Uda is not afraid of giants at all, and introduced to the 2 with great vigor. We are the Straw Hat Pirates. This is Miss Robin. This is Perona. This is Yamato, and the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Oh, hello, little girl. The giants looked at each other and returned gifts to Uda one after another. Seeing this, Uda smiled and said, I heard that your giant tribe is very violent and does not welcome outsiders, but in fact you are quite kind. EA. Luffy. Robin couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Violence has to be divided into people. Wherever Luffy goes now, he has to give him face. Luffy smiled and said, Dory, Brogy, you just said you were waiting for me? Yes, after we said goodbye to you in Little Garden last time, we immediately made a raft and returned to Elbaf. Dory nodded and said, I've been waiting for you to come here since then. Brogy answered the conversation and grinned. Sun God, you are here to find the text of the road sign history, right? Come with me, I will take you there. Eh? Nami said in surprise. Is the 4th red stone really on this island? Where is it? The 4th piece. I don't know which piece it is, and I don't know how to distinguish it, but there is indeed one piece of red historical text. Brogy waved to a few people, turned around and led the way. The things are in the Giant King's court, let's go, I will take you to see the Giant King first. Seeing this, the girls had no choice but to look at Luffy. Seems like it went by accident? But it won't be a problem, right? Luffy smiled and said, Let's go meet this Giant King. Led by old acquaintances, Luffy and others headed towards the capital. No, to be precise, there is no such thing as a king's capital in Elbaf. This country is divided into towns and villages. Most of the ferocious giant warriors considered by the outside world come from the village of Warrior Village. Such as Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Brogy. The place where the Giant King lives is called the Giant King's Court. Soon after, when the giant royal court appeared in the field of vision, Nami and the others were shocked. It was a big city with high walls. This tall refers to the tallness for the giant race. For humans, the height of the city wall is 300 to 400 meters. Standing under this kind of city wall, human beings are simply ants. The front entrance of the Giant King's court has a staircase hundreds of meters wide. The first impression of the whole city to the women is that it is grand and ancient. That's amazing. Shirahoshi said blankly. So mighty, Uda exclaimed, and suddenly had the inspiration for a new song. Is this the kingdom of giants? The well-informed Robin was also shocked. It's really a rare sight. Crack, blah, it's too early to be surprised. After climbing the stairs, you will be the real royal court. Brogy laughed and stepped up the steps first. When everyone stepped on the stairs and stepped into the giant court, Luffy also had to admire the infrastructure capabilities of the giants. This is a very old city, old but not dilapidated. On the contrary, the streets are extremely clean. Everything that the naked eye can see is incomparably huge. After the giant warriors patrolling in the royal court found them, they came over immediately. After Brogy and Dory explained their purpose and learned that Luffy was the Four Emperor's Straw Hat, the patrolling soldiers immediately respected him a lot. I'll take you to meet the Giant King. Please follow me, Your Excellency the Sun God. Shuttle in the Giant King's court, and when I walked to the central area, I passed a huge square. In the center of the square, there is a statue of a giant. Is that your god Elbaf? Luffy asked curiously. That's right. God Elbaf blesses giants. Luffy studied the statue carefully. The statue is wrapped with a streamer of flame clouds. Step on a stone with your right foot, and raise your right fist forward. Zones awakened. Suddenly, a group of soldiers came from a distance. Surrounded by soldiers, there is a giant man wearing a crown, measured by human age, it is about 50 years old. Giant King. Dory and Brogy were startled, and immediately knelt down to salute. The Giant King raised his hand, and his eyes fell on Luffy. Four Emperor's Straw Hat? Hi, Giant King, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. The Giant King suddenly laughed. Are you Joey Boy? God of the Sun, can I see your white posture with my own eyes? After a pause, he said again, I already know the purpose of your coming here, and the historical text of the road sign will be rubbed for you. For such a small request, Luffy immediately satisfied the other party. With a thought, he instantly entered the form of Nika. The silver-white attitude of the Sun God made the Giant King's gaze fixed. Sure enough, it's Nika. Such an image is recorded in the history of our clan. The Giant King sighed. At this time, Robin took a step forward, raised his head and asked. Giant King, is there a giant named Saul here? Saul. The Giant King was startled, and when he looked at Robin, he suddenly realized, by the way, you are the orphan of Ohara, Nico Robin. Saul, including those books of Ohara, are all in the big library of the royal court. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Luffy again, and he said with a smile. Enough is enough. The text of the signpost history is there too, come with me, and I will take you there myself. Leaving the square, everyone came to a huge building. Over there is the great library of the giants. Here, Robin met his long-lost friend for 20 years, former Marine Giant Vice Admiral, Saul. Hey. Robin. Saul looked like the librarian here. When he saw Robin, he laughed and cried and said, I haven't seen you for 20 years. It seems that you have found a companion who can accept you. Am I right? The sea is vast. Saul. You really are alive. Robin covered his mouth, tears streaming down his face. Luffy reached out and touched the mature Sister Yu's head, laughed and said, Don't make my archaeologist cry casually. You are Monkey D. Luffy. Saul stared at Luffy and said in a deep voice, The historical text of the road sign you are looking for is here. As he spoke, he lifted a piece of black cloth located in the center of the library. Under the black cloth is the last piece of red stone. Luffy looked at Robin. Luo Bin wiped away tears of joy, stepped forward a few steps, and began to watch seriously. Luffy asked from the side, Is this red stone the one from the Fishmen Island? Did you take it away? Yes. Why? Luffy asked strangely. Saul explained. When Roger arrived at the final island that no one had ever found, he surrendered himself to the government, and Marine also learned about the red stone from him. Roger did not tell where the stones are, but the intelligence capabilities of the world government are not fake. The government had found one of the stones in the second year after Roger's death, that is, at the time when the Ohara incident broke out 20 years ago. Which is the piece of the Fishmen Island. And I was involved in the Ohara incident at that time. Because I made some mistakes, I was defeated by Aokiji and then let go. So, when I returned to Elbaf and passed the Fishmen Island, I took this stone by the way. Took it too. In short, Sajiro is just a Watson who doesn't want the redstone to fall into the world government. And because he is Vice Admiral and has a good relationship with Aokiji, he knew the government's actions and intercepted the stone. Yeah. Luffy nodded. There is no problem with the chronological order, and the logic is self-consistent. But the question is, what about motivation? As if seeing Luffy's doubts, Saul laughed again. Hey, Monkey D. Luffy, for you should only be short of the last piece. After that, with Robin's help, you will soon become the new One Piece. I have no interest in the title of One Piece. Would you beat the world government and free the world? It's imperative that I get rid of I am. Luffy grinned. The 4 redstones have been collected, and Rahador is close at hand. Found the 4th road sign history text in Elbaf. So far, Luffy has obtained the complete 4 coordinates. At this time, the Giant's Court, the Great Library. Robin spread out the 4 rubbings on the table. Nami took out the chart of New World, which was sent by Kaido. How? Uda asked anxiously. The coordinates are connected in pairs, and the intersection is where the final island is located. Where is it? 4 red road signs in the historical text, recording the coordinates of the 4 islands. The intersection formed by the diagonal connection is where the big secret treasure Ohe piece is located. Historically, only the One Piece Gold D. Roger has arrived. Now, its mysterious veil has been partly unraveled by everyone in the Straw Hats. Robin held his chin and said softly, the previous 3 coordinates have been marked on the chart, and now it is the name of the last island. She reported the name of the island. Nami quickly found the corresponding coordinates on the chart. Then, she connected the 4 coordinates with a red quill, and the intersection appeared on the map. Is it here? Luffy pointed to the intersection. Everyone came over curiously, including those giants. The Giant King crossed his arms and said suspiciously, there is nothing on the sea chart. Isn't it strange? Saul nodded and said in agreement, even if you know the coordinates, how can you find that place? This is the new world, and the climate is changeable. Can only rely on the record pointer to identify the direction. Without the guidance of the pointer, how do you know that you have entered the sea area where Rahudal is located? After all, these are just coordinates, not having a magnetic pointer pointing to Rahudal. So, everyone looked at Nami together. Nami said with a smile, are you stupid? As long as you get the permanent pointer of the 4 islands, and then follow the pointer's guidance, you can determine your own position? After a pause, he said confidently, even if the position indicated by the intersection point is an empty sea, we can still determine our position. What do you mean? Miss Nami. Shirahoshi tilted his head, feeling like his head was about to explode. Luffy tried to imagine in his mind for a moment, and soon understood what Nami meant. Nami took 2 permanent hands out of his pocket. One is the permanent pointer of the Hive Island and the other is Elbaf. It's very simple, assuming. What I'm talking about is assuming that these 2 permanent pointers point to a pair of 4 coordinates, that is, upper left and lower right, or lower left and upper right. If we are now at the intersection point, that is, the sea area where Rodal is located, then, what will happen to the point of these 2 permanent pointers? Use your brain well, yes, there will be rewards. Luffy laughed. There will be a parallel state. That's right, as expected of Nami, it turns out that you still need to use the permanent pointer to really find the place. Vivi's eyes lit up. Nami nodded. But 2 permanent pointers are not enough, we need 4, that is, 2 pairs. When the magnetic force points of the 2 pairs of permanent pointers are all stabilized in the parallel state, there. It's Rahudal. A pair of parallel hands can only ensure that the ship sails in a straight line between the 2 islands. But 4. The parallelism of 2 pairs of pointers can be confirmed as 1 point. That point is the final island that Roger named Rahudal. But Rayleigh told me that Lahudal is a sky island and it moves. Luffy tapped the table with his finger. Even the table in the Giant's Royal Court's large library is at the level of a giant. Instead of sitting on chairs next to the table, they sat directly on the table. The giants sat on the chairs. Giants watching Straw Hat Crew discussion. Brogy laughed and said, crack, blah, blah. What exactly does it look like? Don't you know when you go? Really? Luffy nodded with a chuckle, and said to the giants, thank you. Giant King, we are going to leave, and then we will find the 4 permanent pointers and go to Lahudal. Your Excellency Monkey D. Luffy, I wish you a safe journey. The Giant King said without a smile. I hope that the next time I see your name in the news, it will be when you become the Pirate King. You'll see soon. Luffy leapt and jumped off the table. Robin, let's go. Yes. Robin put away the 4 rubbings, looked at Saul again, and said with a sweet smile, goodbye, Saul, thank you, I am very happy that you are alive. As he spoke, he took out a beautifully wrapped gift from the bag he carried with him. Hey lie he lie he. Saul laughed twice. Goodbye, Robin, you should smile more from now on, more laughter will make you happier. Yes, I remember. Robin's eyes widened into crescents. Afterwards, the Straw Hats returned to the coast where they landed. As the giants sent off, the Sunny raised its sails and sailed slowly to the south. On deck, Vivi said with a smile, "The giants are surprisingly kind, everything is going so smoothly. It's because of the god Elbaf." Luffy shook his head and said, "Didn't you notice? The statue of the god Elbaf is in the form of Nika. He is the sun god of the previous generation. In the depths of Pangu City, there is a huge straw hat. The size of that straw hat can only be matched by giants." All the girls were shocked when they heard this. "When you put it that way, it seems to be a bit similar." Nami nodded suddenly. "That's why they are willing to assist us. The giants may not necessarily know this, and their history seems to have been interrupted. However, this is not important. In short, everything is ready for the Straw Hat Fleet's final adventure. Let's go back and inform everyone." Whoosh, the girls also showed their enthusiasm at once. Sunny activated the function of automatic navigation, and returned to Alicia's port in an instant. In order to go to the last island, a little preparation is required. 4 permanent pointers are required. This is not a big problem, as far as Luffy's current power is concerned, it's just a few permanent pointers. The next day, the Golden Emperor visited Elegia. He handed the 4 pointers he needed to Luffy and said, "Lord Luffy, this is what you need. Excuse me, Tezzolo." Luffy nodded and said with a smile, "Don't you want to go and take a look?" "Well, let me think about it. If Moria, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Grand Fleet, dies in battle, you will inherit his position. The Golden Emperor is the big benefactor of New Marine, and it is necessary to give the other party the status of captain. You can't use others as the peripheral forces of the Straw Hats. The pay and rewards are not equal." Tetzolo shook his head and said, "I have no interest in the big secret treasure that Roger mentioned. I will accept the position of captain of the 3rd team. Lord Luffy, I wish you a good journey." "Really? Got it. Don't worry, it'll all be over when we get back." Luffy got up and patted Tezzolo on the shoulder, and walked out of the living room. Arriving outside the castle, Rayleigh and Zoro looked at each other. Rayleigh smiled and said, "Are you going? Are you going? Where you have been once, there will be no new surprises if you go there again." Rayleigh looked at Luffy in front of him, with a little tear in the corner of his eye. "Recalling scenes from my youth in my mind. Hey, this boat is really nice, huh? A stolen boat? Your house was burned. Ha ha ha. So, what's your name? I'm Roger. This is our fateful encounter. Want to come with me and turn the world upside down?" Rayleigh. "Hey, Rayleigh, is this the last island? Mercury Isle? However, the record pointer is in chaos, and the magnetic force ahead is disordered. Rayleigh, I have a hunch that this is not the last island. This is the last adventure of our Roger pirates. Let's go, the final island. This is really a big joke. Ha 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 ha, I really want to be born in the same era as you, Joey boy. Roger pirates, disband. Rayleigh, I'm the first to disembark, goodbye. Ha 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 ha. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I will give it to you. Go find it. I put all the wealth in the world there." 22 years ago, One Piece King Gold D. Roger was publicly executed in the hometown of Logue Town where he was born. One sentence before dying opened up today's era of great pirates. Recalling the past, Rayleigh said with a smile, "Luffy, go. You who inherit Roger's will, after knowing everything, will definitely change the world." Luffy smiled faintly, stretched out his hand to put on the straw hat, and walked past Rayleigh. "I don't care what Roger's will is, I just have a reason to go. Go, Zoro." "Understood, Captain." Zoro grinned and said to Rayleigh, "Our captain is such a person, Rayleigh, he didn't inherit Roger's will, nor is he Joey boy, he is him." After speaking, he followed the footsteps. Watching the two go away, Rayleigh was stunned for a long time, then took a sip from the flagon, and laughed loudly. "That's right, have a good trip, Luffy." Luffy raised his hand and didn't look back. When we arrived at the port, everyone was ready. First team, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, Brook. Second division, Bartolomeo, Fifth Agent, Foxy. Third squad, Vacant. The fourth team, Luo, and dozens of members of the pirate group under his command. The fifth division, Jinbei, and his son pirates were all present except the married vice-captain Aladdin. Team 6, Ace, and the captains of his Whitebeard pirates. Luffy. Lord Luffy, the Straw Hats in charge. Everyone greeted each other. Not far away, Garp came over with Aokiji and others. "Ha ha ha ha, are you going to the last island?" Garp was eating senbei. Sengoku's expression was complicated. The great secret treasure has been found, and the whole world will be dragged into a huge war. Grandson Garp, I really want to stop you here. Now that he said that, it means that he has no position to stop it. Aokiji scratched his head and said, I'm still curious, what is the big secret treasure? Mr. Sengoku, do you know? Sengoku shook his head. Of course he didn't know, no one really knew except Roger and his party. No, maybe Yimu said. Thinking of this, Sengoku said in a deep voice, I hope you are safe, Straw Hat. Luffy laughed, Mr. Sengoku, how did my grandpa convince you? He was still curious. Sengoku's face darkened. Garp laughed and said, I'll tell you later, Luffy. Come back safely. You don't have to worry about things on the island. Grandpa is here for everything. Please, Grandpa. Luffy turned and walked onto the deck. This time, he walked onto the deck of the Mary. When he got the ship, he secretly made a promise to send it to the last island. Men speak naturally. Sail away, little ones. Ooh. The huge fleet sailed away from the port of Elegia, and slowly walked towards the deep sea under the eyes of countless people. Even the newly joined new marines on the outlying islands stopped their work one after another and watched the fleet leave together. Tashigi was on the shore, and sighed. Will it go well? In smiled slightly. It will be fine. Daughter Island. Hancock stood on the high wall of Nine Snake City like a lookout stone, looking at the fleet far away. Shaki, will Luffy find the big secret? You're so worried, why don't you follow? Shaki gave the girl a blank look. The corner of Hancock's mouth raised slightly. I'm here waiting for him to come back. The Fishmen Island. King Neptune was also watching the Straw Hats leave. Shirahoshi followed suit. He couldn't help but worry a little about his daughter's situation. The great Prince Sharkstar smiled and said, Don't worry, father, Luffy is a reliable man. Where is it reliable? That brat, let Shirahoshi eat devil fruit. What's the matter? Shirahoshi didn't turn into a landlubber, and he has an extra ability. This kid has bad intentions, Neptune said dejectedly. Mermaids and humans are not reproductively isolated. It's not that he has a problem with Luffy, it's just that Shirahoshi is still young, a 14-year-old kid. Ghost Island. The Skeleton Castle is also being rebuilt. Several members of the Heartless Legion were also watching the fleet at the port. If Master Kaido chooses to bow his head, Runty sighed and said, Maybe, we will act together now. Don't say stupid things, Master Kaido can't bow his head. Ember said in a deep voice, however, Master Kaido's will be inherited by us. Destroy the world government. Pull those high nobles down from the altar. A week later. Welcome to the birth of the king. The Straw Hat Luffy arrives in Laughtail. A piece of news is like the wind, and with the wings of the newsbird, it spreads all over the world at once. The whole world is shocked. After Gold D. Roger, after more than 20 years, a pirate group once again found the final island. Such news immediately caused a sensation all over the world. Until then, go back in time a little. Under the guidance of Nami's superb navigation skills, it took a full week for the Straw Hats to finally reach the target sea area. When the 4 permanent pointers appear in a parallel state, the place that catches Luffy's eyes is just an ordinary sea. There's nothing, is it really in this kind of place? Usopp ran to the lookout and looked around with binoculars. There is no wave in the ancient well on the sea, and the endless blue sea is like a gentle mother. Sanji had a cigarette in his mouth. It's in the sky. Did you hear anything, Usopp? No, release the color of knowledge and listen carefully to the voice from the sky. Usopp did not get any feedback. Hey, Luffy, what should we do next? Luffy is sitting on the figurehead of the Mary, also looking up at the sky. The color of knowledge and knowledge spread to the sky, with a daily kilometer of 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters. Nothing. Would you like to fly up and have a look? Zoro suggested from the side. Luffy pondered. Roger and the others can't fly, so it means they can go up if they can't fly. Is it like the soaring ocean current in Guy Island? Rayleigh has said that Lahudal is Sky Island and it moves. Combined with this point of view, maybe only when the soaring ocean current breaks out, that Sky Island will just pass through the sky above here. But this is just an inference, unreasonable. How does the soaring ocean current keep pace with Sky Island? Suddenly, an incomparably huge black shadow appeared on the sea ahead. Everyone in the fleet was startled, and Zoro grabbed the handle of the knife immediately, ready to fight at any time. Boom. From below the surface of the sea, the behemoth surged out, and it was a whale. Huge whale. Each head is the size of a laboon. Not only that, but they are in groups. At a glance, there are at least dozens of them. Island whales? Brooke said blankly. Are there island whales in this kind of place? The group of whales on the island issued a uniform call. Luffy raised his eyebrows, hearing what the island whales meant. Chopper said in surprise. Luffy, they said, are you also looking for that island? The island? Sanji frowned. Rodel. More than 20 years ago, a group of people followed their footsteps. And finally found the flying island. Chopper quickly translated. Hey, is it the Roger Pirates? After speaking, I was surprised first. Luffy pressed the brim of his hat, grinned and said. I see, Rayleigh is still playing word games with me. Is this the island that can move? It is not Lahudel who are chasing the island whales of Sky Island, but the island whales. Island whales guide adventurers to their true destinations. Little ones, when we entered the Grand Line, what was the first thing we encountered? Luffy asked loudly. Laboon? Several men on the Merry answered one after another. Usopp clapped his hands together and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, isn't it? It's really romantic to start with the island whale and end with the island whale. Follow them. Luffy crossed his arms and gave the captain's order. Afterwards, the fleet followed the island whale group and headed for unknown waters. The island whales didn't care about the ships following behind them, they just cruised in one direction. It's not a straight line, it's more like a spiral, surrounding a certain sea area. Until several hours later, the island whales disappeared on the sea. The surface of the sea was completely calm, without even a trace of waves. Nami's voice came from the sunny. Luffy, this situation is not correct. It is the same as that time in Gaia Island, it is the mid-heaven current. As expected. Luffy nodded, no wonder ordinary people can't find it. The complicated hiding method uses ocean currents, whales, and Sky Island. As for the coordinates marked in the 4 historical texts, that is the sea area where the island's whales live. Nami then shouted. It's not the same, the soaring ocean current here is bigger than the one we encountered before. The sound from the bottom of the sea is very heavy. Beauty. How much longer? Usopp yelled. I don't know, maybe a few minutes. But it's better not to go up with the rushing current, the boat will not be able to bear it. Her voice just fell. Boom. On the distant sea, a huge current soared into the sky, and it broke through in a blink of an eye. The huge impact triggered a tsunami, and huge waves slapped towards the fleet. The island whales appeared again, and they jumped out of the sea continuously around the soaring current, as if they were dancing. Ha 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 ha, just fly up. Luffy snapped his fingers. The next moment, several ships left the sea one after another, followed the surging current, and headed towards the sky. When flying to an altitude of about 7,000 meters, the fleet entered the thick cumulus clouds. The lower layers of cumulus clouds are dark clouds, while the upper layers are white clouds. Very strange picture. It's almost thousands of meters thick. Nami was amazed. The cumulus cloud here is bigger than that of Gaia Island, at least 10 times bigger. Luffy closed his eyes tightly, and heard other voices amidst the roar of the ocean current. Found it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, controlled many ships, and soon found a hidden island among the white clouds. It was a small island, not too big. All the ships docked above the island, and everyone disembarked one after another, looking at the scenery on the island. Is this Lahudel? Zoro whispered calmly. You have arrived at the final island of Lahudel, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 adventure coins. The system has already told Luffy the answer. This is Rahodel. Luffy nodded and took the lead, walking towards the depths of the island. This is no ordinary sky island. In an ordinary sky island, the ground is composed of island clouds, but the foot of this island is soil. But there was nothing around, and pale clouds filled everything. After walking for a while, some buildings finally appeared. It was the ruins of a palace complex. In the middle of the ruins is an iceberg. Everyone came to the iceberg and looked at each other. Through the iceberg, you can see the scene inside. The things frozen in it are countless treasures of gold and silver. Big secret treasure. Usopp's eyes lit up, and he punched the iceberg, grinning in pain. Why is it frozen? It's so hard. He rapped an armed punch, but the iceberg remained motionless. I'm coming. Fire fist. Ace raised his hand and punched, and the flames rushed away in an instant. However, the iceberg showed no signs of melting in the face of the flames of Mera Mera fruit. Why isn't my fire working? Ace had a black question mark on his face. Zoro pulled out the blade at his waist, wrapped it around Conqueror's hockey, and slashed out. When the pitch-black flying slash landed on the iceberg, it was bounced away instead. "This is no ordinary ice," Zoro said in surprise. Suddenly, Robin's voice came. "Luffy, there are also messages from ancient literature here." Luffy walked over immediately. "That's a piece of historical text. On the ground in front of the historical text, there is also a piece of ancient literature engraved. It's Roger's message." Robin looked at it carefully for a moment. "What did he say?" "He said they were early, and that the iceberg would melt in 1522. "How does he know?" Luffy was taken aback. 1522, that is 2 years later. Robin pointed to the historical text in front of the iceberg, and said with a smile, "It said above." "What does this historical text say?" "Everything is recorded above." Robin stretched out his hand to caress the steel, and said slowly, "It's a woman named Lily, a gift for Joey Boy 800 years later. The things sealed by icebergs are not just gold and silver treasures. History." At this moment, Luffy lifted all the veils. The amount of information in it is too huge, and even made everyone lose their minds for a while. Everyone stood in front of the iceberg, quietly listening to Robin's narration. Everyone laughed until they fully understood the truth of history. "So that's how it is." Luffy couldn't help laughing, and then he laughed too. The blank 100 years can be simply understood as the story of the lunar people invading the Earth. The lunar people have extremely advanced technology, but their planet's resources are exhausted. In order to find new energy sources, they came to the Earth and established a huge kingdom on the top of the Red Line. The people on the moon are very friendly. During the friendly communication and contact with the people on the Earth, they gave birth to a mixed blood son, which formed the Lunaria tribe. The huge kingdom was gradually regarded as the kingdom of God. Of course, God is not omnipotent. Despite their incredible technological prowess, they haven't seen devil fruit, something that's not found on the moon. They were the ones who made the old Devil Fruit illustrated book. It's also how they discovered how Devil Fruit was born. What people wish in their hearts is finally born in the form of fruit. Some people wish to become a dragon, so there are fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon forms. Some people want their skin to be moisturized, so some people have smooth fruit, which is almost smooth to zero friction. Some people hope to have a full stomach and turn everything into food, so there is paramecia, eat fruit. The Moon Man is very curious about the magical devil fruit. But their research didn't last long, and war broke out. The 20 Earth Kings headed by IM raised the banner of rebellion and destroyed the huge kingdom. Today's world government was built on the corpse of a huge kingdom. As for the reason why the war broke out, Luffy took out a phone bug and dialed a number. "Hey, this is the World Economic News Agency. Since you know this number, you must have some important information, right?" Morgan's joyful voice came. "It's me. Sir Monkey D. Luffy." Morgan's eyes lit up. Luffy smiled slightly. "I have arrived in Lahoodle, found the great secret treasure that Roger said, and I already know everything." Far away somewhere in the New World, Morgan's, who was hiding in her office, was shocked. "How long has it been since the previous war?" He suddenly became excited and said quickly. "Please let me interview you. 4 Emperor's Grass. No, One Piece, chew on." After making an appointment with Morgan's on the location of the interview, Luffy hung up the communication. Looking inside the iceberg again, there are mountains of gold, silver and treasures piled up. Nami's eyes turned into Pele's symbols, and he pounded his fists on the ice, wanting to cry but not crying. "You can see it, but you can't." Luffy laughed and said, "Don't you have thousands of tons of gold at home? Why are you obsessed with what's inside?" "It's different, it's completely different, Luffy, think of a way." Nami grabbed Luffy's arm anxiously. "She can't melt this kind of ice with the ability of Thunder Fruit." Robin said with a smile. "This is the technological crystallization of the Moon People. It is the result of their research on Devil Fruit. The power of Devil Fruit cannot melt this kind of ice. It will be at the predetermined time, which is 1522, 2 years later. Melt." Usopp touched his chin, grinned and said, "So, Roger didn't leave the big secret treasure, he didn't get it himself." At this time, Perona's soul left her body and wanted to enter the iceberg in the form of a ghost. But was ejected. "No. These ices are stranger than sea stone," muttered Princess Mononoke. "Even if it is seawater, her spiritual body can dive in, but this ice can't. I can open it." Luffy reached out and pressed on the ice, and in an instant, he entered the form of Nika. The next moment, the rock-solid ice was rubberized. They melted quickly and turned into a water stain in no time. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nami's eyes sparkled, and she hugged Luffy excitedly and kissed. You are awesome, Luffy. Vivi covered her mouth and snickered, then asked strangely. Why can the Nika fruit affect it? Robin suddenly said, so that's how it is. Since it is a gift from Queen Lily to Joy Boy 800 years later, the Nika fruit is the key to unlocking the gift. These ices are specially developed for the Nika fruit. That's right. Luffy nodded. When Roger found this thing, he must have been stunned. Is it okay that the big secret treasure is imperially appointed? If you don't eat rubber fruit and awaken to become the sun god Nika, you can't melt the iceberg, and you can't get the gift lily prepared. At this time, Luo came over. Master of the Straw Hats, I never told you that my full name is Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. D is anonymous, and Wadiel is illegal. He said with emotion, if I hadn't come here today, I'm afraid I'd never know why my father told me when I was a child that Wadiel's name was hidden. Even if I died, I couldn't reveal it. D can be exposed. People with a D in their name are called the D family. Also known as the natural enemy of God. Although the world government is afraid of people with a D in their name, it is not to the point where they will kill them all if they find one. Because those D, I don't know why I am called D anymore. But Vadier is different. As a taboo name, the title of Wadiel was inherited from a certain ancestor. Luo felt that once the world government found out about this secret name, it might immediately lead to hunting down. Luffy smiled and said, you don't have to hide it from now on. When you see Morgans, you can openly tell the world. Hearing this, Luo smiled. Is that really okay? Do you want to tell the whole world about the D clan? Certainly. Why did Roger laugh when he arrived at Lahoodle? Why did he say, I really wish I was born in the same era as you, Joey Boy? These, Luffy understood. Joey Boy was the world's first D. Thinking of this, Luffy said to everyone, the iceberg has melted, everyone is free to explore. Frankie, look for it, there should be a power plant here, and Pluton needs it to supplement energy. Give it to me. Frankie patted his chest and said it was okay. Afterwards, everyone dispersed. Luffy used the power of the lion fruit to control Lahoodle and return to Alahia. When it came, it took a week, but it only takes half a day to return. When Luffy returned to Alicia's castle, Monet immediately greeted him. Welcome back, Lord Luffy. Morgans is already waiting in the living room. I understand, Luo, Ace, Vivi, Robin, you can also come together. If others want to observe, they can also come. Luffy nodded and immediately led everyone to the living room. Morgans was sitting on the sofa anxiously, one leg shaking non-stop. After seeing Luffy and others coming in, he immediately stood up and saluted gracefully. You are back, Pirate King. I have been waiting for a long time. So, can we start? The interview. Sit. Luffy smiled, walked across to the sofa and sat down. Morgans had to suppress her anxiety and sat back. He looked up at Luffy. Looks like you're doing well, Lord Luffy. I can't say it went smoothly, but there are people. Luffy glanced at Vivi beside him. Vivi should be called Nefertari D. Vivi now. It was her ancestor, Nefertari D. Lily, who arranged everything. Monet, go get some coffee. I'll go. Uta immediately raised her hand, indicating that she would prepare it herself. After a while, hot coffee was served. Luffy took a sip and then said, let's get started. What do you want to ask? Does the big secret treasure really exist? At the first sentence, Morgans asked. He pulled out his notebook, ready to record Luffy's answers. Exist. What exactly is it? Incomparably huge wealth. Some kind of devil fruit, which can gain invincible power after eating. Or the legendary ancient weapon, which can dominate the world by mastering it. It can also be said that there is indeed a huge fortune there. Luffy nodded. Gold and silver treasures are real, and after the iceberg is melted by him, those treasures are already available at any time. But the great secret treasure is more than just money. The most important thing it reveals is Kongbai's 100-year history. History. Morgans was shocked and immediately asked. You already know about the blank 100 years. What happened at that time? Why did the world government cover up that period of history? Why? There is no need to ask this question. As the ruler of the world, it is self-evident that he wants to cover up a period of history. Of course it is to maintain one's own rule. Morgans nodded. I can guess it, but I want to know the specific history. Luffy looked at Robin. Robin smiled softly. Let me tell you. Nico Robin. O'Hara's orphan. Yes, everything starts from the moon. Then, Robin told in detail how the moon people invaded the earth and established a huge kingdom. But what does this have to do with the world government trying to cover up history? After listening, Morgans had an expression of wonder on her face, but quickly frowned. On the contrary, the original intention of the establishment of world government was to resist the concept promoted after its establishment, which was also equality. Looking at it this way, isn't the world government a kind-hearted person? But the moon people of the huge kingdom are also obviously kind. So, why did they go to war? Because of the slaves. Vivi took over the conversation and spoke softly. In the world 800 years ago, slavery was even more rampant than it is today. For example, in Dressrosa, there is a small human tribe called the Dantata tribe. They were slaves of the Don Quixote family 800 years ago. Not only that, among the 20 kings who established the world government, almost all of their countries were built on slaves. Pretty much means, someone isn't. For example, the Nefertari family. A war broke out because of slaves. Morgans was stunned. Yes. The huge kingdom wanted to spread the idea of freedom throughout the world and wanted to abolish the system of slavery. So, under the leadership of a king named 20 kings gathered together and defeated the huge kingdom. Vivi nodded. The root of everything lies in slaves. It can also be seen from what celestial dragons is doing today. Like their ancestors, they believe in the slaves' ways and wantonly squeeze everything from the slaves. At that time, a slave stood up. He was a warrior of the giant tribe, and his name was Joey Boy. Impacted by the thoughts of the moon people, Joey Boy added his name to the cross. D represents the freedom of dreams. So many slaves responded and changed their names one after another. Later, more people who were not slaves participated in such a huge war. That was almost a war that swept through most of the world. The Fishmen Island, Wanokuni, Dressrosa, Alabasta, etc., countless countries are involved. In the end, as you know, the world government won, and they established today's Mariajoy on the ruins of a huge kingdom. Even in order to prevent the next slave rebellion and prevent communication around the world, they used the weapons left behind by the huge kingdom to transform the world. They artificially created the Grand Line and cut off the world's connectivity. They used weapons to destroy countless islands, which triggered a tsunami around the world. Once upon a time, Wanokuni had to build a high wall around the island in order to protect one of its weapons. The Queen of Alabasta was once one of the 20 kings. She was deceived. In order to atone for her sins, she refused to move to the Holy Land Mariajoy, and at the last moment, she hid the historical text created by the Kazuki family, a family of stonemasons, through various means, spread around the world. After that, the name Celestial Dragons appeared. Those kings of creation thought that they had defeated the invading moon people and began to call themselves gods. And the D clan, which was almost slaughtered, has also become the natural enemy of God. Having said this, Vivi picked up the coffee and took a sip silently. Queen Lily. That's her ancestor. She joined the camp not for slaves at the beginning. Rather, he was deceived. The people of Yimu gathered together under the banner of resistance. The moon people want to enslave the whole world. This is the truth of history. After listening to the long speech, Morgans was completely stunned. No wonder history is being covered up. The behavior of the world government is too dishonorable. Similar to winning the country and not covering up those histories, there will be an endless stream of rebels. Luffy said with a smile. In fact, a lot of things happened. I just want to tell you some key points. As for how you report it, that's up to you. You have to be conscious. Once you dare to write it, the world government will stop at nothing. Kill you. Ha. That would be great. Big news. Morgan's blood boiled. He doesn't care whether what Vivi said is true or not. He only cares about the impact of the news. So, were the D clan originally all slaves? Inspired by Joyboy, they formed spontaneously, a clan that is not bound by blood? Morgans looked at Luffy and apologized again. I'm sorry, you are also D, is Roger too? Goldo Roger, no wonder the government wants to help him change his name. Luffy shook his head. Whether the monkeys are slaves or not, who knows? But Roger. When Roger knew everything, he couldn't help laughing and crying. I also want to be born at the same time as Joey Boy in the generation. After knowing the meaning of the D in their name, people of the D family will indeed feel like laughing. What a big joke. At this time, Ace said in a deep voice, Morgans, do you think Roger did the right thing? He started the era of great pirates. Before, I didn't understand, but now I know his purpose. And everything that the name D bears, I understand a little bit. Morgans put away the press release and got up to thank everyone. Is it important to be right? Roger's son. Everything has happened and Roger is dead. Your question doesn't make sense. Saying this, he bowed to Luffy again. So, farewell, One Piece Luffy. I will let the whole world know the truth as soon as possible. Ask for your own blessings. Luffy waved his hand. So, that night, the news about the birth of the new generation of One Piece spread all over the world in one go, spreading to every corner of the world. In an instant, countless billions of echoes sounded in Luffy's ears. One Piece, monkey. D. Luffy. Countless people chanted the name. The speed of news dissemination was faster than Morgan himself expected. Toto Land Sea Area. When Big Mom saw the newspaper delivered, everyone was dumbfounded. This kid actually went to Rahoodle alone, without his wife? Big Mom is very angry. Is this considered an alliance? They even eat alone. Charlotte Katakuri said, Mom, there is a message from Elegia, inviting us to attend the strategy meeting. Battle meeting? Charlotte Smoothie raised an eyebrow. What else can it be? The news has turned over 100 years of blank history. Charlotte Perispero narrowed her eyes and said, it seems that our One Piece wants to go to war with the world government. The children turned to look at their mother. Big Mom glanced at the contents of the newspaper, and after a while, he snorted. Wait first. Find a reason to reply to them, and postpone it for a few days. The situation is not very clear now, she has to observe carefully. It will be interesting to see how the world government reacts. This has been exposed. The capital of Seven Waters. Carrera is busy building warships, with orders from world government in New Marine. As the mayor, Bingshan also personally participated in the work as a minister. When it is night in New World, the capital of Seven Waters located on the other side of the planet is still in the afternoon. The new secretary delivered the newspapers. Mr. Bingshan, the great news of Shijing. The Four Emperors Straw Hat became the second man after Roger to find Rahoodle. He is already One Piece. Bingshan was stunned and stopped what he was doing. Let's all take a break. He walked over to get the newspaper and read it carefully. After reading it, his expression became very dignified. It turns out that something like this happened 800 years ago. Bingshan murmured softly. Sir Luffy, are you ready to go to war with the world government? Thinking of this, Bingshan immediately said to the secretary. About the order for the new warship, what shipyard is the commission from the world government? In dry docks 2, 4, 5, 6. In the middle of the night, set a fire on it. Bingshan ordered with a blank face. After negotiating with the world government, they said that there was a little accident and it is estimated that it will take 3 months to repair. There's only so much he can do. Alabasta, the capital of Albana. Ikaram hurried to King Cobra, holding a newspaper in his hand. When he rushed into the room, he saw Cobra sitting on a chair by the window, already reading a newspaper. His Majesty. Ikaram. Cobra raised his head, smiled slightly and said, what are you in a hurry to do? News. You've already read it. Master Luffy has found the final island. I've seen it. Looking at the photo on the front page, Cobra couldn't help but recall the conversation between Luffy and him. Cobra. If you have the opportunity to meet 5 elders in the future, please don't ask anything about the 100 years of blankness, or you will be killed. In terms of history, I will know everything when I arrive in Rahoodle, and then, tell you. So, at that point, Luffy he already knew something? At least know about Queen Lily. The Neferutari clan are traitors to the celestial dragons. So that's the case. It's no wonder that Lily's ancestor left a souvenir and there was no news about it. Cobra finally understood everything. Look at the news again. The people who appear in the photo, in addition to the newly promoted One Piece Luffy, also has his daughter Vivi. Vivi looks a lot more mature than when he left the country. Cobra laughed and ordered. Ikaram, prepare the banquet, Vivi should be back soon. Drum Kingdom. The new King Dalton looked at the contents of the press release in shock. On the sofa in the room, Dr. Correja drank wine and said with a strange smile. What a great man, he found Rahoodle so quickly. I think it was a few months ago when this guy first came here to seek medical treatment. Ms. Kuleja, the problem is not here. Dalton said in disbelief. The blank 100 years, so it was a war between slaves and slave masters, clan of D and celestial dragons. What a surprise, young man, there is no new crime under the sun. Aren't you worried at all? Compared with Dr. Correja, Dalton feels confused about the future. World government has covered up its history for so long, but it is suddenly revealed. What will happen after that? Will the shameless celestial dragons launch a war that sweeps the world again? Erase 100 years of history again. With so many member countries and non-member countries in the world, what will happen in the future? Will Lord Luffy win? He didn't know, so he panicked. Dr. Kureha took a sip of his drink, got up and opened the window of the room, and the cold wind came in. There's nothing to worry about, it's that person who should panic. King of the Celestial Dragons, Nero na Imson. And those Celestial Dragons lackeys under his command. Grand Line entrance, upside down mountain, twin heads. It is still a small house near the lighthouse. After Laboon left, Crocus, the former member of the Roger Pirates who suddenly became idle, was also watching today's news. That kid. Really found it. Crocus grinned and said, but, I'm so impatient. The secret treasure Queen Lily left in Lahoodle should be unsealed in 2 years. Is he so eager to kill the world government? It was as if something was forcing him to act as soon as possible. Suddenly, a pirate ship climbed over the upside-down mountain and came to the shore in front of the lighthouse. Hey, old man. What is this place? The pirates disembarked one after another and saw Crocus lying on a chair outside the lighthouse. Crocus stared at each other with a serious face, without saying a word. The pirates became nervous. What do you mean? Are you pirates? Can't you see the pirate flag? What did you go to sea for? To become the pirate king. The pirate captain said unceremoniously, in Summit War, Whitebeard's words before his death told the world that the great secret treasure is real, and we went to sea just to find it. Hearing this, Crocus smiled, and threw the newspaper to the newcomer pirates. Go back, the big secret treasure is gone, huh? After the pirates got the newspaper, they were dumbfounded. Logetown. Sea Restaurant. West Rob Village. Kokoja Village. Shieldstown. Goa Kingdom Windmill Village. Countless people who know Luffy, or don't know Luffy, have seen the news of the birth of a new generation of One Piece. And, the 100-year-old history of the heir reported by Morgan C. The truth swept the whole world, and countless people were shocked by it. For ordinary people, knowing the history is just a little more stuff to talk about after dinner. But for the kings of various countries in the world, it is better not to know such history. When the news spread all over the world, in a short while, the direct order from the world government reached the ears of all the alliance countries. The government requires all the member countries to burn all the world classics in the country, and anyone who dares to hide this issue of the newspaper will be listed as a reward by the world government. At the same time, the CP organization also dispatched immediately. A storm is brewing. Elegia. Ballroom. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew is here, except Johnny and Joseph. In addition to the members of the Straw Hats, there are also the big three of New Marine, and the owner of the castle, Gordon. Luffy sat at the main seat of the banquet, looked at Frankie, and asked. Did you find it? Found it. That power plant is really outrageous. It uses solar energy to generate electricity. It was frozen in an iceberg. It resumed work after the iceberg melted. But if you want to replenish energy for Pluton, it may take half a month to fully charge it. Frankie answered quickly. Luffy nodded, half a month, almost enough. When Pluton is full of energy, the world government will perish. Captain Luffy, what are you calling us all for? Someone couldn't help asking. Luffy smiled slightly. The news has spread all over the world, and the world government will take action soon, and before that I have to announce 10 things. After a pause, he continued. The first crew member I met in East Blue was Nami. She is a navigator, the world's #1 navigator. Nami was a little embarrassed to praise her in front of so many people. Hate. What do you say? I invited her to join and formed the Straw Hat Pirates. Thanks to her superb navigation skills, we were able to complete the great voyage and reach the final island of Lahoodle in a short period of time. Right now, I hear the voices of One Piece, and to be honest, I don't want to be some kind of One Piece. Walk the path that Roger walked to find the island, just to find it, nothing more. In fact, it is for the ultimate goal of the system. Of course, this cannot be told to the companions. He can take out some weird fruits at will, but the existence of the system has never been leaked. Now, this goal has been achieved, so the existence of the pirate group will be unnecessary. I now declare. The Straw Hat Pirates are officially disbanded. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Usopp stood up abruptly. Why? Luffy. Why did you disband the pirates? Chopper also said hurriedly. Yes, Luffy, even if we find the last island, there is no need to disband the pirate group. I like you all very much, and I don't want to talk to you yet. Separate. Only these two idiots were excited, and everyone else was waiting for Luffy's explanation. Luffy laughed and said, It's just disbanding the pirate group, not asking you to leave. Pirate is not a nice word. Nowadays, the truth of history has been revealed to the whole world, and we can proudly puff up our chests and abandon the title of pirate. I declare that the country will be established in Elegia, and I will be the king myself. To build a country, 3 basic elements are needed. Territory, people, government. The territory is easy to settle, and Elegia has become history. At this time, the island under Luffy's feet is actually his territory. In addition to territory, an institution that can govern and manage society is also needed. Finally, the people are needed. A country is made up of people. A country without people is meaningless. Jian, Zhongo? Usopp stared at Luffy dumbfounded. Suddenly you have to get rid of your identity as a pirate and build a country from scratch? Yo ho ho ho, are you going to build a new country? This is a great thing. Skeleton Brook drank coffee elegantly and said with memories, I used to be the leader of the guard regiment of a certain country in West Blue. If you need my power, please give me your orders, Luffy. Seeing that Luffy was not trying to drive everyone away, Chopper breathed a sigh of relief. But, Luffy, what does it take to build a nation? You can't just talk about it and a new country suddenly appear. Robin had a charming smile and found it interesting. While the world is bustling with excitement because of the birth of the new Pirate King, the Pirate King himself wants to establish a nation. Luffy had never mentioned this kind of thing to her. Zoro was completely out of shape. He had no idea about founding a country, what preparations were needed, and what he needed to do. It's okay to let him kill people, but it's really difficult for him to think about such a problem. What is the name of the new country? The Straw Hat Kingdom, he said. Puff. In an instant, laughter echoed in the banquet hall. Everyone was amused by Zoro's statement. Zoro blushed. What's so funny? Names are important, right? The name of the country is indeed very important, but calling it the Straw Hat Kingdom is too outrageous. Sanji looked at the other party with contempt. However, the name you can think of with your brain is the limit. What did you say? Curly eyebrows. Is there something wrong with what I said? Green algae head. Oh. If that's the case, then tell me, what should the country be called? Sanji thought seriously for a moment and immediately suggested. Let me think about it, let's call it Pink Girl Kingdom. The basic law of the country is that men are allowed to enter women's bathhouses. Hey. Can't you think of anything else besides the women's bathhouse? Frankie said, holding his forehead. As a member of the first team, he felt very embarrassed. Kaya covered her mouth and snickered, as expected of Mr. Sanji. The number 1 brother Bartolomeo raised his hand and said, Lord Luffy, I propose to call it the Kingdom of the Sun, no, the Kingdom of the Sun God. Division 4, Trafalgar shook his head speechlessly. Are these people really reliable? The Straw Hat Master, let's just call it the Kingdom of Elegia. No, Elegia has perished. And the former king, Mr. Gordon, is also here, so it's easy to cause some chaos. Why don't you ask Mr. Gordon's opinion? Mr. Gordon, you used to be a king. Come up with a name for us. Yes, please. Several people in the first team looked at Gordon one by one. He just inherited the kingship from his father's generation, but he is not the founding king. How can he help a new country with a name? However, everyone asked him so enthusiastically, so he had no choice but to make some suggestions. So, the topic of the banquet changed from how to build a country, to what the new country should be called by this group of people. Luffy. How do you build a new country with you worms? Ha 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 ha. Garp laughed and watched the whole show. Only then did he say, rather than the name of the country, the people are the problem. There are also military, financial, legal, diplomatic, cultural, etc. Wait, if you want to build a country from scratch, the problem is very complicated. You guys, do you think it's just playing tricks? The noise suddenly became much quieter. Nami's eyes lit up. Grandpa, what should we do? Please guide us. Ha 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 ha, I don't know either. Garp tucked his nose. Zephyr smiled. Don't look at us, we are all old people. Whatever you young people want to do, just do it boldly. No one is born omniscient and omnipotent, just sum up experience from failure. When you encounter problems, think about them, and solve the problem. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then interjected. People who don't have a sense of identity and a sense of belonging can't talk about nation building. In his opinion, this is all nonsense. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I couldn't help but say something. Until then, Luffy smiled slightly and said, Mr. Sengoku, do you have any good suggestions? Instead of asking me, why not ask your father-in-law, or ask your father? Sengoku shook his head, he didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. Hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but look sideways at Vivi. Then, everyone looked at Princess Vivi. Speaking of which, everyone has been together for a long time, and almost forgot that Vivi's father is the king of Alabasta. What's wrong? Vivi's face turned reddish. Luffy smiled and said, Vivi, you have been away from home for a long time, it's time to go back to Alabasta, your father must miss you very much. Zhongo needs talents in various fields, so Tien Jian asks his father-in-law Cobra to borrow some. Speaking of her father, Vivi was in a daze for a moment. In fact, it didn't take long, it was only a few months with all the calculations, but it felt as if a long time had passed. Vivi also missed her father a little, and immediately nodded and said, Luffy, when will we go back? As he said that, he glanced at Nami and the others secretly. If I had my father's help, the founding of the country would be smoother, right? At that time, Luffy will become a king. So, will they become princesses? How should a wedding be held? Even Vivi can't help imagining some beautiful future pictures at this time. Let's go when the banquet is over. Luffy thought for a while and said immediately. Just talking. Boo boo boo. The voice of the phone bug rang, and after Nianbo was connected, Joseph's voice came. Brother Luffy. What's wrong with Dressrosa? Upon receiving the call, Luffy immediately guessed the number of towers. Yes. Marine's fleet is heading towards Dressrosa, and it is currently blocked by the Sea Kings in the open sea, but it won't be long. Joseph responded quickly. The Sea Kings in the open sea are large Sea Kings summoned by Shirahoshi. Each head has a size comparable to Laboon, and the number is about 100 or 200. Really? To deal with Doflamingo? Luffy raised his eyebrows, but shook his head again. No, it was to scare others, because of the history of news disclosure? The target is not Doflamingo, although the guy asked him for protection before, but to deal with Doflamingo, he will not come to the fleet, he will send killers directly, even the area of the Knights of God. So, the target is the country of Dressrosa. Don't know yet, it's the world government's Buster call, they want to wipe Dressrosa off. I see, I'll be here soon. After cutting off the communication, Luffy got up and said to everyone, you guys have dinner first, and I will solve a little trouble. Luffy. Robin yelled nervously. Buster call suddenly reminded her of Ohara 20 years ago. Nothing will happen, Dressrosa is flying my flag, the world government wants to erase it, I won't allow it, it will be fine. Luffy smiled lightly and left the banquet hall alone. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku looked at each other with ugly expressions. Sengoku, in particular, has a very heavy face. When leaving the banquet hall and walking out of the castle, Monet followed. Lord Luffy, can you take me with you? Luffy glanced at her, worried. Yes. Monet admitted. Luffy smiled and said, I like honest people, if you are worried, let's go together. As he spoke, he put his arms around Monet's waist and flew up in an instant. Arriving on the Melee, the next moment, the ship traveled through the space-time channel, and appeared in the port of Dressrosa in an instant. As soon as he appeared, he heard the roar of the warship's artillery. Luffy released his intelligence and immediately locked onto the marine fleet. To the southwest, about 10 kilometers away on the sea, a group of Sea Kings were being attacked by warships. The number of warships is 10. There are at least 5 naval headquarters vice admirals and 10 naval headquarters rear admirals in Buster Call's formation. However, this time it was obviously more exaggerated. The person leading this operation had an unfamiliar aura of a strong man. No, it's not enough to say it's completely unfamiliar. Luffy thought for a moment and thought to himself, when we attacked Mariajoy, was the person that night Kong? The commander-in-chief of the armed forces is Marshal Marine before Sengoku, who was promoted about 10 years ago. Lord Luffy, I'm going to meet those Marines. Luffy chuckled lightly, then rose into the air and flew in the direction of Buster Call. At the same time, the Marine fleet is bombarding the Sea Kings. The firepower of 10 warships was suppressed and shells were fired regardless of consumption. Even Poseidon was beaten to a bloody pulp. Master Kong. These Sea Kings are only blocking us from approaching, but they will not fight back. A rear admiral reported, but if we continue to shell, they may be angered. There are too many of them. Kong stood on the bow of the warship with his arms folded across his chest. Staring directly at the Sea Kings in the distance, I couldn't help but feel a little confused. If it's just 1 or 2 ends, it's understandable. But such a huge group, obviously something is wrong. This reminded him of Poseidon, one of the ancient weapons. According to government records, Poseidon has the power to control the Sea Kings. The last time Fujitora visited Dressrosa to investigate the coup, he reported information about the emergence of sea kings off the coast of this country. But he didn't think much of it at the time. It wasn't until he personally led his team that Kong had to consider the seriousness of the problem. Use bomb rocks to blow up all these sea kings. He gave orders coldly. Eh? Do you want to use that? Maybe it will affect the fleet. Rear Admiral was stunned. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Huh. Suddenly, Kong's complexion changed. A figure appeared over the fleet almost instantly. So fast. What was that just now? Kong raised his head in disbelief. The people standing in the sky were the 4 emperors. No, they should be called One Piece now. Straw Hat. Kong hollow bottom sank. Impossible. This guy should be in the depths of New World. Why did he appear near the entrance sea? Luffy stood in the air, with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at the Buster Call fleet below. Dare to step into my territory, what gave you confidence, demon? Luffy's sudden appearance was completely unexpected. Kong's expression became solemn. In his plan, he wanted to wipe out Dressrosa and Doflamingo as soon as possible while Straw Hat had no time to care. Such action must be done very quickly. After all, the Straw Hat flag has been hung on that island. But he never expected that not long after the other party found Lahoodle, the person who should be deep in the New World Sea suddenly appeared here. This is unreasonable. Will it move instantaneously? How on earth did you get here? Kong took a deep breath and thought to himself. Back in the Summit War, the Red Hair Pirates were like this too. Suddenly appearing on the battlefield. What special methods do these pirates have? The day before the Summit War broke out, Marine also received information about the war between the Red Hair Pirates and the Beasts Pirates. As a result, on the day the war broke out, at noon, the Red Hair Pirates intervened in the war. This incredible mobility, I have no idea how it is achieved. This moment is just like that moment. Plans can never keep up with changes. On the deck, Rear Admiral was frightened and asked in a low voice. What should I do, Commander Kong? He's the only one here. Do it. Use that weapon. Sora gave the order coldly. The instructions were transmitted to every warship through telephone bugs. The next moment, the main guns of the 10 warships all raised their muzzles, and with a roar, some kind of special cannonball hit Luffy in the air. The main gun of the warship is extremely powerful. It is a triple gun battery. A salvo fire poured out a total of 30 shells. Bang, 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 a barrage of artillery fire. Luffy let out a light sigh, predicting the future by seeing the color, and saw the scene of detonation. That is not the low-cost solid iron ball commonly used by Marine. It only uses kinetic energy to achieve the purpose of destroying enemy ships 357 times. The cannonball fired by the warship at this moment was an oval-shaped stone soaked in red liquid. After being fired, the outer transparent eggshell shattered. The moment the stone came into contact with oxygen, its explosion was powerful enough to wipe out a town. And such artillery shells, 30 of them released in an instant, can even wipe a country off the map. Bomb rock. Luffy instantly thought of a weapon. Boom. While he was thinking, 3,000 bomb rocks had detonated. A huge fireball appeared in midair. The diameter of the fireball that instantly expanded even reached thousands of meters. The temperature in the center was so exaggerated that it could melt steel instantly. Just the aftermath of the attack killed several nearby Sea Kings. The Shock faction rolled up a tsunami and hit it in the direction of the warship. Did you make it? The Marines stared at the center of the thick smoke. After the tsunami fell, all 10 warships suffered varying degrees of trauma. Kong's sense of sight was probing, but he couldn't sense Luffy's breath. Kill on sight? Keep reloading, he yelled. The sailors faithfully carried out the order, loading bombs one by one into the main gun again, waiting for the next salvo at any time. At this time, smoke and dust billowed in the air, forming a scene like a mushroom cloud. Suddenly, a figure slowly stepped out of the mushroom cloud. Luffy walked through the air and walked out of the center of the explosion. He fanned his hands to disperse the choking smell of smoke from his breath. Impossible. Nothing happened at all? Kong's eyes widened and he murmured in disbelief. Luffy walked out of the center of the explosion with no visible injuries at all. The power of the explosion would hurt even Admiral at close range. Luffy chuckled lightly and said, "The explosion is really powerful. It's like a small nuclear bomb. It's a pity. If there were 300, they might be able to hurt me." In the face of Kong's livid expression, Luffy flicked his finger. Fly. Finger pistol. The fingertips hit the front at high speed, and the air blasted out was like a bullet. At the same time, the Momo Fruit's 100-fold acceleration is applied. In an instant, the main guns of the 10 warships were all penetrated, and with a bang, the fort was destroyed. Not only that, such air bullets, after penetrating the fort, continued unabated and penetrated the warship at once. From an angle obliquely above, it penetrates the deck and goes straight into the deep sea. Boom. A vice admiral looked shocked. Is this the sixth form? Why are there such powerful 6 forms? Flying finger pistol is not a rare move. It is a derivative skill of the 6 styles finger pistol. Its normal power is, at most, only damaging the body of others. Not to mention penetrating steel, penetrating warships, even penetrating the human body requires a high degree of proficiency. Kong Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government's armed forces, will exchange your identity for the families of those sailors. Will the higher-ups agree to such a deal? Saying this, Luffy stretched out his right palm forward and spread his fingers. The 5 fingers turned into green vines, extending from the fingertips and heading quickly towards the fleet. Accelerated by the Momo Fruit, such an attack is measured in Mach. Kong Kong's knowledge and color cannot match this speed. But no matter how fast the attack was, Kong Kong knew that he would be counterattacked by the preparatory actions before launching the attack. It's like Kizaru's attack is at the speed of light, but the initial movement of the attack is not. It's like the bullet coming out of a gun at supersonic speed, but the shooter's action of pulling the trigger is predictable. The power of the Green Bull. Kong Kong's face was stern, and he was ready for confrontation at any time. However, I just didn't see it. Didn't see clearly. With a pop, the tips of the 4 vines penetrated his limbs respectively. 2 thighs and 2 arms were pierced in an instant. The impact caused Kong Kong's feet to lift off the ground, and just as he was about to fly backwards, the 5th rattan was like a chain, wrapping around his neck and tightening it quickly. Commander Kong. Rear Admiral's pupils on the side suddenly shrank. When he looked away from Luffy and looked at Kong Kong, he had already been dragged away by the vines and into the air. The Marines turned pale with shock, and Ribu raised his head to look at the minister. One move, just one blow. At this time, Kong was strangled by a cane and hung in front of Straw Hat Luffy. Are you too old to react to this? Luffy smiled brightly. Kong was in the shape of a big character, with rattan sticks stuck in his limbs, his neck was strangled, and his old face was red with difficulty breathing. Straw Hat, he spoke through gritted teeth. Ignoring his incompetent rage, Luffy looked down at the warship and said calmly. Report to your superiors and prepare a ransom. What I want is not money, but the families of the Marine soldiers who participated in the previous war. As he spoke, he clapped his other hand. In an instant, vegetation grew rapidly from the palm of his hand, covering the sky and the sun, and in the blink of an eye, the entire Buster Call fleet was blocked on the sea. ******* Holy Land, Mariajoy. The 5 elders meet a woman. She has a huge body, hot figure, cute appearance, moderate tits, wavy twin tails and goggles. She is a clone created by Vegapunk, representing Desire, York. So, why not kill the main body? This world only needs one Vegapunk. Don't you already control Egg Island now? She says. Saint Satan replied expressionlessly. It is not yet guaranteed that you alone can produce the research and development factory necessary for the energy of that weapon. I can. Do you understand? We clones are the same as the main body and have the same level of scientific research power. York said hurriedly. By the way, the energy source you want, the furnace has been ready for a long time. It's just the last step. The main body is suspicious of your purpose, so it never said anything. What? Why didn't you say this earlier? The 4-5 elders were all shocked. You only agree to my conditions, and I want to become a celestial dragons. Just talking about it is not enough. At least give me a little sincerity. The 4-5 elders looked at each other and agreed that York would become celestial dragons. It was Lord Im's instruction, and of course they would not go back on it. Suddenly, a butterfly floated in. York was suddenly startled. The black shadow spreading from the ground quickly turned into the shadow of a person. You are. York took 2 steps back. I am stared at the other person and said softly, I have promised you, Vegapunk's clone. You are I am. York's eyes widened, remembering what he saw in the newspaper. I am York, not some punk clone. Seeing I am taking the initiative to show up, the 5 elders all stood up. Saint Satan's face darkened, and he reprimanded, why don't you kneel down to see Master I am in front of you? As he said that, the 4-5 elders bowed their heads and knelt down first. Nowadays, everything about I am in the newspapers has been cleared up. York swallowed in fear and immediately knelt down. I am said softly, "You have done a good job, can you charge the virgin flame now?" "Yes, yes." "Where are the clones?" "The first clone has been completed, the experiment has been successful, and the ability has been copied. The other Shichibukai clones need more time to cultivate." York answered honestly. Facing those red eyes, she felt great pressure. Is this the king of celestial dragons? An immortal who has lived for at least 800 years? York suddenly wanted it too. I am turned around and walked out of the house. "Follow me, I am taking you to the place where the weapons are stored." Soon after, York followed I am, left the Holy Land Mariajoy, and came to the Devil's Triangle. In the thick fog, the huge prismatic weapon made a rumbling sound. It floated in the sky and made a huge sound when it moved. Standing on the upper level of Uranus, under the shadow of the sun. The shadows of I am and York took on the appearance of huge and slender monsters in the garden. How long does it take to recharge? The factory is still at the last step, give me a month. No, half a month. York answered quickly, looking at the ancient weapon at his feet with bright eyes. This is the technological crystallization of a huge kingdom. I am nodded expressionlessly. When the charging is completed, you will be a heavenly being. Dressrosa. Luffy captured Kong Kong and brought him back to the coast. As for Marine's Buster Call fleet, it was completely blocked at sea, waiting for the upper level to exchange hostages. There are hundreds of Sea Kings guarding the fleet, no one can leave. Considering that Marine is an object that can be won, Luffy did not kill him. When they returned to the shore, Monet immediately greeted him. "Lord Luffy, is this Junjun Wang?" She was taken aback. "Where's Doflamingo?" Luffy controlled the rattan, tied Kong Kong tightly, threw him to Monet, and said, "Keep an eye on him." "Yes. Doflamingo is in the bullfight ring." Monet immediately grabbed Kong-Kong. His hands and feet were pierced by vines, and his neck was also tightened. At this time, he had fallen into a coma due to lack of oxygen. Let's go to the town first." Luffy nodded, and walked in the direction of the town first. Monet followed, taking out his phone bug and contacting Doflamingo. After arriving in the town, Luffy found that the residents here have no sense of tension at all. These people don't seem to know that Marine's Buster Call is coming. The atmosphere is very peaceful. Many people on the street were taken aback when they saw Luffy appear. "Your Majesty Luffy, One Piece, Lord Luffy." Many people enthusiastically gathered around, thanking the toys that Luffy liberated the whole country. They all read the newspaper and learned about the 100-year history of blank. Luffy was a little surprised by the enthusiasm of the people. When he heard His Majesty's address, he realized that he seemed to be the king of Dressrosa. So he greeted the people with a smile, and randomly asked about the current situation of this country. It wasn't long before the revolution, and after an initial bit of chaos, the country quickly recovered. Luffy distributed the king's power equally to every adult citizen. He wanted to see what kind of result this group of people would have in the end without the interference of external forces. But so far, they are all turning back the wheel of history. They chose Riku Dold III as the leader of the country, and Dressrosa today is not much different from the past. The only difference is, as the king, he does not take care of things, and it is Riku Dold III who is in charge. How is the palace? Luffy looked up to the direction of the palace, said goodbye to the people immediately, and went to the palace grounds. When he came to the palace again, he found that there were a lot fewer servants in the palace. The whole palace is empty, only a few maids are responsible for daily cleaning. When seeing Luffy, a maid who was cleaning in the corridor was startled and immediately knelt down. "His Majesty. Get up, there is no need to kneel down and salute in the future, it is troublesome." "Yes, Your Majesty." The maid immediately stood up, lowered her head, and had a respectful attitude. Luffy asked, "Is this palace empty?" "Yes, you are not here. No one is qualified to live here. Usually we are responsible for cleaning and maintaining the palace, which is the order of the governor of Liku." Hearing this, Luffy nodded knowingly. Today's Dressrosa, the position that governs the whole country is called consul. According to the way this group of people came up with, the consul has no term of office. As long as a large number of people don't report to him, the king, the consul can sit until he dies. In fact, it's just a different name, from a king to a consul, there is no difference in essence. With the reputation of Liku Dold III, he can safely serve as the consul until his death. Considering that this guy is not too young, he probably won't be there for long. Luffy also has to think about a successor. Thanks for your hard work. Luffy turned around and came to the living room, and then told Monet, "You go and tell Doflamingo to come to see me, and by the way, tell Johnny and Joseph to come too." "Yes, Lord Luffy." Monet quickly led away. As soon as the people left, Luffy turned on the system. Today's adventure shop has not been refreshed yet. Using the function of timing refresh, brushed 6 times and bought 10 hockey fruits. Adventure coin. 145125 Adventure Warehouse. Hockey fruit 101, longevity fruit 3, washing fruit 1, blank fruit 1, self-healing fruit 1. Of the 24 blank fruits that I bought at the beginning, 23 of them have been consumed now, leaving only 1. Instead, hockey fruit has finally broken through single digits. Enough to raise hockey to IV7. Luffy took out 99 hockey fruits and ate them as snacks while waiting. Because he had eaten one piece before, this time, when he finished eating the 99th piece, his Conqueror's Haki finally reached a critical point. Conqueror's Haki. IV6 right pointing arrow IV7. Human limit. Luffy immediately sensed that this seemed to be the limit of human beings. And Conqueror's Haki, level 7, also brings a new ability. Overlord Territory. When the Conquerors is released, everyone within range will lose Haki's calendar. It is more terrifying than killing by knowledge. The knowledge kill just makes the opponent's knowledge color useless. As for the Overlord Territory, even the opponent's Conqueror's Haki cannot be effective. Its principle is very simple, because huge. When Luffy's Conquerors filled the field, everyone else's Haki was completely suppressed. It's that simple and brutal. Haki's level has reached a qualitative change, crushing all Haki users below LV7. Come and try. Thinking of this, Luffy focused his eyes, and in an instant, the Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire island. This time the Conquerors did not carry a heavy impact of consciousness, and no one even felt the existence of this Haki. Dimensions are different. People who have not reached IV7 will not be able to feel the Conquerors released by Luffy at this time. It quietly filled the entire island. This moment. Bullfighting arena, rear lounge. Foo, is it finally here? Doflamingo was very happy to see Monet. If I don't come back, I'm afraid I will have to use my last resort. He wasn't happy because of Monet, he was just relieved that the Straw Hat guy hadn't given up on him yet. Very good. Young master, Master Luffy wants you to go to the palace to meet him. Seeing Doflamingo again, Monet unexpectedly found that he seemed very calm. Let's go. Doflamingo frowned. He suddenly found that his perception seemed to have lost its effect and he could hear nothing. It's as if he doesn't know how to see or hear color at all. Subconsciously looking at Diamante. Did you feel anything? What's the matter, bandit? No, it's nothing. Doflamingo shook his head. You stay here, I will go see him alone. Then, under the leadership of Monet, he came to the palace. In the living room, Doflamingo saw Luffy sitting on the sofa. Coming. Luffy opened his eyes, crossed his legs and said. Did you do it? My Conqueror's Haki suddenly disappeared. Doflamingo looked serious. No, it was Haki that couldn't be released at all, as if there was something there. Suppress this power. Hearing this, Luffy raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. This guy reacted very quickly and immediately sensed the problem. That's right. Luffy said bluntly, not interested in getting entangled in this issue. What's going on? The world government suddenly launched a buster call on Dressrosa. I can understand this, but what about you? He originally thought that the world government was targeting Dressrosa. But in fact, after reading Kong Kong's heart, it was discovered that it was the 5 elders who gave the order to obliterate Doflamingo. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's face darkened and he gritted his teeth and said. 10 days ago, after the war on Cake Island ended, I returned to Mariajoy and did a little research on the 5 elders. Which is what you asked me to do. I didn't expect that it went so well that I was discovered. He couldn't even figure it out. How could this happen? He found out the secrets about the 5 elders easily. If I hadn't discovered his little trick, the 5 elders might not have been kept in the dark. Luffy asked. What did you find out? At the same time, Jianwens reads the other party's heart and confirms that this guy will not come up with any false information to fool him. Doflamingo grinned and said, I found out the abilities of several other people. The shocking fact is that several of them are phantom beasts. Then, he told me. The legal martial god, Saint Topman Vachuli, an old man with a mustache, is zone, dolphin fruit, fantasy beast species, and dream form. Although it is called the dream taper form, his ability involves the soul level, Doflamingo said solemnly. The god of environmental martial arts, Marcus Mashang, an old man with a goatee, is in the form of zone, bird fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Garuda. The big golden bird, the sixth flying ability. Doflamingo snorted. Such a fruit is not recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Therefore, it is the sixth type. The remaining 5 types are all recorded in the illustrated book. For example, Marcos bird fruit phantom beast species phoenix form. Another example is Bell, the adjutant of the Kingdom Guard of Alabasta, in the form of bird fruit and falcon. There are only 5 devil fruits with the ability to fly like this in the world. Such rumors come from the ancient Devil Fruit illustrated book. People who had seen it gradually spread the news. But 5 elders is not. Moshe Saint's bird fruit phantom beast species is a fruit outside the records, just like the rubber fruit, it is hidden. Anything else? Luffy continued to ask. There is also the god of scientific defense, Jagolucia Satan Saint. His ability is zone human fruit phantom beast species Gyuki form. The special ability is sun. Doflamingo quickly replied. As for the last Saint Peter, this person is very young and has not been found. In 5 elders, everyone is either bald or full of white hair. Only Saint Peter is a middle-aged man with blonde hair. He only became a 5 elders in the past few decades, and there is too little information about him. Doflamingo quickly explained. In addition to his ability, there is one certain piece of information. You will definitely care about it. On whether the 5 elders are immortals. First, Saint Peter is not an immortal. He has only been a 5 elders for a short time, about 30 or 40 years. Except for him, the other 5 elders have been in office for more than 70 years. At least in the documents Doflamingo investigated, the 5 elders from 70 years ago contained the names of these 4 people, including the dead Saint Nasarang. All members are fantasy beasts? Luffy chuckled. Phantom beasts, slippery ghosts. Phantom beast species, ghost. Phantom species, dream taper. The phantom beast species, Garuda. And, the unknown blonde 5 elders are probably also phantom beasts. Considering that this guy is the youngest, he might be the most powerful among the 5. What about I am? Doflamingo shook his head silently. I don't know. There is no information about that person. It's as if the person does not exist. There is only one thing. Go on. His way of eternal life. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and said, Op Fruit's ability users can use immortality surgery on others at the cost of their own lives. Do you know how this kind of surgery is done? Not daring to show off, he quickly answered. Instead of transforming the body to achieve immortality, a Paramecia's devil fruit awakens, and its awakening ability can be expected. A person with abilities can create a surgical space, which can also be called a space of eternal life. This space is permanently imposed on the target character, thereby stagnating the target's time. At the same time, you know, right? Op Fruit can expand a space in which move instantly. And people who have gained eternal life can also use such abilities. Finally, he concluded with a strange smile. That is to say, that person is a dual fruit ability user. No. To be precise, I am has abilities. Spoon. According to Doflamingo, I am has 2 abilities. One of them came from the person who performed the eternal life surgery on him. He gained part of the Op Fruit's abilities. Luffy was noncommittal about this. The color of knowledge reads Doflamingo's heart and confirms that the other party has nothing to hide. The above is everything I know, so I'm being targeted. Doflamingo said helplessly. He really had no choice now. He once held the secret of the celestial dragons, thus threatening the 5 elders to gain the title of Shichibukai. After that, he got in touch with Kaido and gained a big supporter of Black's forces. Therefore, he can safely serve as the king of Dressrosa, taking both sides in black and white. What now? 100 years of blank history have been exposed by the news, and the 5 elders don't care about any secrets. Backer Kaido is down. Dressrosa can't stay any longer. In recent days, he has been hiding in the factory below the bullfighting arena, not daring to show up at all. Who knows if there are killers sent by the world government on the island now? Only Straw Hat Luffy can save him. Such thoughts were also read by Luffy. Regarding Doflamingo's miserable state at this time, he couldn't help laughing and said, whenever there is a major change in history, it is important to take sides. I am the for you to follow your lead. Doflamingo immediately knelt down on one knee without any hesitation. You have done a good job. I will abide by the agreement and protect you from being obliterated by the world government. Luffy promised lightly. He is still very trustworthy, although Doflamingo is a complete villain, worthy of the gallows 100 times. Foo. Thank you for your kindness. Doflamingo heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the government would target his front foot just now, and the Straw Hat Luffy on the back foot would not save him. Then he can only run away. It's too early to be happy. Trafalgar Law, you haven't forgotten the name? R.O. Of course, Doflamingo remembered that in the Op fruit incident that year, he also personally killed his own brother, Don Quixote Rocinante. And now, Luo is the captain of the 4th Division of the Straw Hat Fleet. Your Excellency Luffy. As soon as the content on the news comes out, how many countries in the world are going to make revolutions? You are the future king of the world. Doflamingo did not directly beg for mercy, but grinned and said, there are many dirty things in the world. You may need a person to take care of it, and I have sufficient work experience. Luffy shook his head and said, I will not interfere with Luo's revenge. After everything is settled, Luo will make his own decision on this issue. Doflamingo, did you regret killing your brother? Doflamingo's mouth sank. Regret? Number. He didn't kill Rocinante because the Op fruit was snatched away by his younger brother. What he hated was betrayal. Just like when he was a child, his stupid father, whose brain was only the size of an almond, chose to give up his identity as celestial dragons and leave the Holy Land Mariajoy in order to live with ordinary people. In the end, without the skin of celestial dragons, she was bullied by furious mortals and eventually killed her mother. Doflamingo killed his own father himself. It was the man who betrayed the family. He also killed his own brother, his only blood relative in the world. Rocinante chose to be Marine's undercover agent and betrayed him. I won't regret it. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I just feel regretful. Luffy leaned back against the couch and switched legs on it. Doflamingo's heart at this time is very complicated. Regret? Of course not. I just feel very sorry that I killed 2 blood relatives with my own hands. He couldn't help but wonder, if that stupid father hadn't chosen to leave the Holy Land, what would have happened to their Don Quixote family? Of course, these are not important anymore. All he wants now is to bring those celestial dragons down from the altar. By the way, I heard some news before. Suddenly, Doflamingo seemed to remember something and said quickly, the 5 elders seem to be preparing to make Vegapunk the celestial dragons, and have reached some kind of deal for this. I guess that deal is related to Uranus. Hearing this, Luffy raised his eyebrows slightly. Vegapunk becoming celestial dragons? It's not about me, it should be his avatar. Known as a great scientist who is 500 years ahead of the world, and a person with brain fruit ability. Divide your consciousness into 6. One of the clones is named York, which represents desire. Are you planning to let Vegapunk solve the energy problem of the Virgin Flame as soon as possible? Thinking of this, Luffy shook his head. Who doesn't have ancient weapon yet? I see. With a wave of his hand, Doflamingo stepped back. After that, Luffy met with Johnny and Joseph again and learned in detail about what happened to Dressrosa recently. After understanding it, he summoned the current governor of the kingdom, Liku Dold III. The whole family ran together. Luffy had a dinner party prepared and entertained them. Lord Luffy, you are now the Pirate King, and people everywhere on the street are praising your greatness. At the banquet, Rebecca looked curiously at Luffy, whom she hadn't seen for a while. Do you want to free the slaves and overthrow the world government? Rebecca. Violet gently pulled Rebecca's skirt. Luffy waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. He looked at the former little princess with a smile and said, are you an outstanding warrior now? Rebecca also found that she seemed to have said some impolite words, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Lord Luffy, I live with my father now and serve as a soldier of the Kingdom Guard. Cyrus was restored to his post and was now the commander of King Lee's army. Of course, Dressrosa's army is not called the King Liku army, but the Kingdom Guard army. Come on. Luffy touched the little princess's head, and then looked at Liku Dold III. Thank you for your hard work, you must be very busy during this period. No matter what, Master Luffy, I'm just doing what I can. After a pause, King Dold III hesitated and asked, I heard the news that the world government's Buster Call fleet is here? It's been resolved, no need to worry. Luffy took this step lightly. Just as he was talking, Monet came over, leaned over and whispered in Luffy's ear. Lord Luffy, communication from Naval Headquarters. Hearing this, Luffy nodded immediately, stood up and said to everyone at the table, "Please take your time to deal with a little matter." After leaving the banquet hall, Luffy came to the living room and picked up the phone to connect Nianbo. A familiar voice came from the other side, "Monkey D. Luffy." "Akainu?" Luffy laughed and said, "Your fleet, 10,000 marine soldiers, 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and Kong Kong are all my captives. How are you thinking now? What is your purpose in wanting those families?" Akainu's tone was low. Regarding this, Luffy did not hide anything, and simply told the other party. "The sailors who survived the previous wars have all joined New Marine, including your former superiors, and the families of these people. Of course I want to get them back." "No way. Sengoku?" Akainu couldn't believe it. There is nothing to be surprised about. Today is a major change unseen in 800 years. Good birds choose trees to live in, and good ministers choose masters. The rule of celestial dragons is coming to an end at a glance. Luffy instigated rebellion on the spot. "Akainu, I have something to say." Naval Headquarters, Sinmadu. Marshal's office. "Some things, it's not convenient to say on the phone." The last half of the sentence comes from behind. Akainu was shocked and turned around suddenly. When he took a look, his pupils suddenly shrank. One Piece, Straw Hat Luffy is suddenly in his office. "When did you sneak in here?" Akainu gritted his teeth and immediately put on a defensive posture. "Don't be nervous, it's just a phantom." Angel Luffy spoke calmly. Conqueror's haki instantly filled the entire base. At this moment, everyone's haki is invalid. After ensuring that no one could hear the conversation, he said, "As Marshal Marine, you should be very aware of the current situation. What do you want to say? You, Marine, only want to maintain peace at sea. To you, the world government is just a sponsor of money. Do you mind changing your sponsor?" Akainu sneered. "Are you here to persuade me to surrender? A mere pirate? Pirates? I have now disbanded the Straw Hat Pirates and am about to establish a new country." Luffy said with a half smile, "Akainu, this is between me and the Celestial Dragons. You Marines don't need to get involved. How many elites do you have left to die? Sea Kings off the coast of Dressrosa. You already know this news, right? That's the power of Poseidon. Akainu's expression changed drastically. "It was just a guess before, but now I heard the other party admit it personally, and my heart suddenly sank. The power of ancient weapon is undoubtedly capable of destroying the world. The opponent has this kind of power and is invincible on the sea. No matter how huge the fleet is, it can't match the endless Sea Kings. What do you want to say in the end? I just want to remind you that you can carefully consider whether to accompany the world government to its demise, or to stand on the right side of history for the sake of justice." With a chuckle from the phantom of the angel, Luffy gradually faded away. "I will let New Marine contact you about the exchange of hostages. Don't worry, I didn't kill anyone. I'm a good person." When the last words disappeared, it was as if the phantom had never appeared. The invisible conqueror's haki also dissipated. Everyone regains haki's power, it's just that no one knows such details. Even Akainu didn't notice this change, and his mind was completely attracted by what Luffy said. Putting down the phone bug in his hand, Akainu looked gloomy. Poseidon. Sengoku, is that because of this?" He sat on the marshal's throne, thinking carefully about what Straw Hat Luffy said. Of course, he also saw the blank 100 years of history. Even from his standpoint, he has to admit that the history reported in the news is very likely to be true. Because celestial dragons. That's exactly what it is. Sighing, Akainu fell into a daze. What exactly is justice? As a pirate, Straw Hat Luffy is obviously not justice. But the world government is even less like justice. As the Marine Marshal, what should he do? Solve the problem with Buster Call, after making a hostage exchange agreement with Akainu. Luffy took Monet back to Elegia. After entering the castle, Luffy asked Monet to call Khalifa over. "Go and tell Zephyr to connect with Akainu and bring the families of those sailors over." Clear. Khalifa fully comprehended the meaning of the leader, and dutifully worked as a secretary. How is the repair work in the town? With so many people running over, can they settle down? The cleanup is going smoothly. If it's just 10,000 families, please rest assured. Khalifa reported it truthfully. Seeing her serious face with glasses on, Luffy couldn't help being happy. "Why are you so stern? Do you want to work hard to get your heart back?" "Mr. Luffy, is this sexual harassment?" Khalifa said blankly. "You already have many women. Each one is better than me. Please don't waste time on me." Luffy. If he just joked casually, he would be misunderstood by his female subordinates. Tisk, he is not happy about this. Originally, he didn't have such thoughts, but since Khalifa said so, he had to tease this girl well. However, considering the current situation, it is obviously not the time to play around. Let's talk about it after solving the world government. When the Celestial Dragon's government is overthrown, the hearts will be returned to you. After thinking about it, Luffy agreed. Hearing this, Khalifa finally had a change in expression. A flash of joy flashed in his eyes, but his tone was still calm. Thank you for your kindness. Go and inform Zephyr. Yes. With the promise, Khalifa became more enthusiastic about her work and left the castle immediately. Later, Luffy found Vivi. In the music room of the castle, a group of girls are listening to Uda play the piano. How is it going? When Luffy entered the door, just finished playing a song, the little singer couldn't wait to ask everyone for their opinions. So, do you want to use this kind of piano music to deal with those people in IM? Robin put his chin on one hand and smiled gracefully. What's your name? I haven't thought about it yet. What's the name? Ah, Luffy. Let's think about it together. Uda's eyes lit up. Seeing Luffy approaching, he got up and said, I wrote a new song, and I want to play it in the final battle. Little Diva is a more terrifying force than ancient weapon. A true decisive weapon. The key person who can make the final decision. The only flaw is that it only works best when used for the first time. For this reason, Luffy has been hiding her ability until now, not to be known by the world government. Just for the last moment, to give a Little Diva shock. How about calling it the final battle? To Uda's question, Luffy replied with a smile. Leave the name aside, go to Alabasta first, you haven't been there, have you? Do you want to go together? Go. Uda raised his hand excitedly. Vivi smiled all over her face. Let's go together. In this regard, everyone has no opinion. Afterwards, Luffy took everyone on board the Sunny, and ran to the first half of the Grand Line in an instant. When they came to the palace, his father-in-law, Cobra Chong, warmly entertained him. Dad. Seeing her father again after a few months, Vivi burst into tears with excitement. The time is short, but the adventurous journey feels as if years have passed. Vivi, you've grown up. Cobra smiled and patted his daughter's head. Her temperament became more and more similar to that of her mother Titi, and she was already an outstanding princess. His Royal Highness Vivi, Princess Vivi, Ikaram and others also greeted the princess one after another. Luffy. Cobra turned his gaze to Luffy, and made a gesture of invitation with a smile. I guessed that you would come back, so I prepared the dinner in advance, please rise up. He is still very satisfied with this son-in-law. Immediately, the card arrived at the banquet hall. Speaking of which, this was the third banquet that Luffy attended within a day. It started with Elegia, where he announced the disbandment of the Straw Hat Pirates. Then it was in Dressrosa, hosting the Riku family. Now it is being entertained by the father-in-law. It's just a rush. Luffy complained from the bottom of his heart, and then sat down. Vivi didn't sit down, but hurriedly said, Father, I am now a user of Yuyuguo, and I have the ability to change the climate. Rain fruit? Cobra was taken aback as soon as he sat down. You know what the name means when you hear it. As a desert country, Alabasta suffers from water shortage all year round. Even now that Crocodile has fallen, although the situation has improved, the reality of lack of rain will not be changed. Luffy specially prepared it for me. Vivi looked at Luffy affectionately, and said to his father as if asking for credit. I will transform this country. From now on, Alabasta will never be short of water again. Luffy laughed and said nothing. On purpose. Not really, it's just that the adventure store at that time just spawned such a fruit. He did intend to give it to Vivi. Cooperate with Nami's Thunderfruit, if the two join forces, the destructive power is king. Hearing this, Cobra was stunned for a while before sighing. Thanks, Luffy, for the thought. You're welcome. No introduction, Cobra laughed again. Nico Robin, I know, and Nami, Kaya, Nuoki Gao, who are the others? I haven't seen them for a while, but there are more women. This kid is very good in everything, but he is too carefree. He himself is a dedicated man, only Vivi's mother is the queen. Of course, as the king, Cobra wouldn't think much of Luffy because of this, it's just that his daughter is also one of them, and it's a little painful. It's something that Vivi may face in the future. She's Perona. This one is Uda, the world's #1 singer. This one is Kaido's daughter Yamato, and this one is, well, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Luffy immediately introduced Cobra. Looking at Cobra's expression, he knew that the old man must have misunderstood something. In fact, except for Uda, he has not touched the other 3 people. Hi. Vivi's father, I'm Uda. The little singer was very familiar and greeted her happily. Afterwards, the other 3 also saluted successively. A dinner party ends in a happy atmosphere. After the banquet, Cobra called Luffy to the study alone. He took out a letter from a book on the shelf and handed it to Luffy. This is a souvenir from Queen Lily, the ancestor of our Neferutali clan. Luffy took it and looked at it seriously. It's not ancient characters, he can understand it. The content of the letter is just to explain some things, obviously for my descendants. No, to be precise, it's not Lily's own child. Lily has no child. It's her younger brother, and her younger brother's descendants. He told his younger brother to protect the historical text located deep in the royal mausoleum, and demanded that this matter be regarded as an ancestral precept. And mentioned the future of a few words. It is clearly mentioned that after 800 years, the world will bring about changes again. At that time, I hope that the future Neferutali clan will stand on the right side. The last sentence in the letter. I made some mistakes and I'm going to make it up, Auntie Cup. Put down the letter and return it to Cobra. Then I heard Cobra ask. Blank 100 years of history. I have read it from the newspaper. Luffy, is all this true? Morgan's embellished the content a little bit, but it's basically true. Cobra's eyes darkened. Really? I'm sorry for bringing such a disaster to this world. In fact, I was shocked when I heard the fruit of Yu. It all seems to be fate. Queen Lily was also an ability user back then, and her ability is the fruit of rain and rain. Cobra said a surprising news. Luffy was taken aback. Cobra said again. The fruit of Yu has been reincarnated for 800 years, and was finally eaten by Vivi. This is also the guidance of fate. Don't worry, Luffy. This time, won the fruit of the Furutali family. Stand on the right side of history. I will support you. Alabasta will stand on your side. Wrong. Luffy was silent for a moment. Vivi's Yu fruit comes from the adventure system. This shows that there is another Yu fruit in the world. But he hadn't heard of it. Either still sleeping in a certain corner of the world, or Cobra. In the letter, Queen Lily obviously knows what will happen in 800 years. Does she have the ability to predict the future? No, strangeness. Luffy thought for a while and gave up temporarily. Has Lily traveled through time and space to this era, or has Lily not died yet, and is also an immortal? It does not matter. Traveling through 800 years is not inconceivable. The lost princess of Wano, the mother of Kazuki Hiyori, was a person from 800 years ago. Even one more group is not impossible. As for Tianue, someone obviously asked her to do this. Paramecia time fruit ability user. This fruit, after Tianyu's death, did not know where it was reborn. It is a very dangerous fruit. If possible, it is best to recover it. Concentrating his thoughts, Luffy turned to say. Actually, I came this time to ask for your help. You're welcome, Luffy, Cobra chuckled. I'll support you no matter what you want to do. About the creation of a new country. Luffy informed Cobra in detail of the disbandment of the Straw Hat Pirates and the subsequent plans. After listening, Cobra was silent for a moment. Do you want to announce to the world the birth of a new country when the world government ends its rule? That's right. Aren't you going to continue the system of the franchise countries? No, I'm going to change. The franchiser system is a way for the world government to collect protection money from the world in order to maintain a huge organizational structure. I'm not going to do that. Luffy shook his head. The rule of the world government is inseparable from the franchise system, and astronomical amounts of gold are needed every year. This is also the basic rule of the current world. Under such rules, endless pirates have been born. After solving the first thing I want to do is to establish the World Food Corporation. People can't live without food. If you can't survive, you will cause trouble. Maybe you will go to sea and become a pirate. The food company, or such an institution, is to redistribute food around the world. But this problem is troublesome. Just like in the previous life, the annual food produced in the whole world is enough for the whole world to eat, but there will still be hunger. I don't know how many people die of starvation every year. What Luffy can do is to try to manage the distribution process on a country-by-country basis. Simply put, there are only two things he has to control first. Food and guns. The gun refers to devil fruit. I see, Luffy, you really see farther than the world government. Cobra nodded and said, I will send someone to assist you, just do it. After a pause, he frowned again and said, however, After a new kingdom is established, will Vivi choose to marry? He has no objection to marrying his daughter. As a father, he will only bless Vivi's own choice. He cares about another thing. Alabasta cannot live without a successor. Cobra grabbed Luffy's shoulder and said seriously, "Do you understand?" Luffy. Star, is this urging him to have a baby? They all ran to the otherworld and escaped the fate of not giving birth. After chatting with Cobra in detail about the food company's plan. At night, Luffy sneaks into Vivi's boudoir. The girl was sitting by the window, carefully looking at the map of Alabasta by the light of the oil lamp. Just after taking a bath, she was wearing a white bathrobe, showing her smooth shoulders and sexy collarbone confidently. After Luffy got closer, he could still smell a delicate fragrance. Luffy. Vivi was startled, turned her head and said coquettishly, "Why are you walking silently? You are so scared to death." Luffy smiled, sat aside and asked, "Look at the map." "Well, I want to create a permanent rainland for Alabasta and let it serve as a national water reservoir, so that we don't have to worry about water shortages in the future. Alabasta is a big country with an area of about 140,000 square kilometers. And there's the Sandora River, which divides things. Of course, this river is flooded by seawater, not freshwater. Therefore, the problem of water shortage and drought has always been a headache for the king. Didn't there be an oasis called Yuba, turned into a wasteland because of the crocodile? Why not just perform a miracle there and restore it to prosperity?" Luffy suggested. In the original story, Straw Hat Luffy met an old man digging water there, and drank a pot of water from the residents. Yuba. Vivi's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. That is the trading center in the west of Alabasta, an oasis in the desert. If it is restored, it will definitely bring greater confidence to the citizens. It's not enough to create rainfields in the west. The east also needs it. Catlea used to be the stronghold of the rebel army. What's going on there now? Luffy laughed again. There's still some confusion there, Luffy. You're right. You've turned Catlea in the east into a city with plenty of rain. The two cisterns, one east and one west, will restore Alabasta to its former prosperity. Vivi readily agreed. But this matter, I have to discuss it with my dad tomorrow. By the way, have you finished talking with your dad? Hearing this, Luffy stretched out his hand with a smirk and became dishonest. Your father urged me to have a child, and you will marry me in the future, and become a princess in our country. If you don't hurry up and give Cobra a grandson, no one will inherit the throne of Alabasta in the future. Heirs are the big issue. Vivi's face flushed, and her body gradually moisturized. She bit her red lips lightly, staring at the man beside her with her moist eyes. The name of the child, I have seriously thought about it recently. Luffy. Are father and daughter alike? I didn't expect you to be like this, Vivi. Luffy cursed from the bottom of her heart, and immediately picked up the girl and put her on the bed. Then start working hard now. Wait a minute. Let's talk about the child's name. Luffy. It's okay, just do it while you think about it. 2 days later. In the past 2 days, Vivi ran a few times in the east and west, and used his fruit ability to bring rainwater to the cities of Yuba and Carter III. Perpetual rain permanently changed the local climate. Of course, it doesn't rain all the time for 365 days a year, but the climate becomes pleasant, and the rain gathers over the two cities every once in a while. When Cobra announced the news to the whole country cheered the name of Princess Vivi. In this country, rain is both hope and miracle. After solving this problem, Luffy left with the girls. At the port, Cobra watched his daughter board the boat. Vivi, stay healthy. Father, you should also pay attention to your health. Under Cobra's reluctant gaze, Sunny travels through time and space and returns to New World. When the ship appeared from the channel of time and space, what Nami and others saw was not the familiar port of Elegia. Did the Sunny get the coordinates wrong? Nami couldn't help but look at Luffy. Luffy, what is this place? A certain sea area in New World, not too far from Dressrosa. Next, we are going to the Shemale Kingdom. Luffy explained, and at the same time took out a permanent pointer and handed it to Nami. The Shemale Kingdom. Robin said unexpectedly, I've heard of it. It's also known as the Peachy Island, and it's the base camp of the new human Shemale paradise. Such a place, Luffy. She has strange eyes. Won't she awaken some special fetish? No, she doesn't want her man to become interested in transsexuals. Luffy said angrily. Where are you thinking? The king of that country, the demon king Emporio Ivankov, is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Now, that place is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Uta's bunny ears stood up. Going to meet Luffy's dad? When she was fighting in Cake Island, she had always regretted not being able to meet the dragon. Yeah, right. Luffy nodded and said with a smile, it's also time to meet with the Revolutionary Army for the upcoming final battle. Soon after, under the guidance of the permanent pointer, the Sunny finally arrived at the island after the Peach. The shape of the island is like a pink love heart, located on the sea. When the Sunny approached, it was immediately discovered by the reconnaissance Revolutionary Army soldiers. As the car of One Piece, the Sunny is so famous that it doesn't need to identify the flag it hangs, it can be recognized just by its appearance. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army immediately reported the situation to the above. When Luffy and the others docked, the owner of the island, King Emporio Ivankov, had already led a group of transgressives to greet them at the port. This is really a rare visitor. I didn't expect One Piece to come to this island. Straw Hat Boy, your father, the dragon, is already waiting for you, haha. When Ivankov's huge head appeared in front of Luffy's eyes, Luffy was still not used to it. Long time no see, Ivankov. Luffy said hello. The last time we met was during the Summit War, and we only met once. At that time, the bear asked him to pass the information to the dragon for Luffy. Haven't seen you for a long time. Ivankov glanced behind Luffy at the ladies who disembarked one after another. Immediately grinning. Ladies, welcome to the Shemale Kingdom hip-hop. Afterwards, the transvestites began to make jokes one after another. I hate it. Lord Luffy, the One Piece King, is really a romantic and passionate man like the rumors, and he always carries so many beauties with him when he goes out. Hey, Lord Luffy, what do you think of me? Would it be my pleasure to have a drink with you? Don't tease Master Luffy, Ja Beauty, don't you look at what you look like. The one who can have a drink with the great One Piece is someone, Ass and Chin. Ass Jaw calling himself Ass Jaw. The women had black lines all over their heads. Don't come here, don't spoil Luffy. Luffy laughed and said, drink, you can drink, before that, meet my father first. Let's go, I'll take you there. Ivankov beckoned, and immediately led everyone into the kingdom of monsters. Along the way, with a hint of curiosity, Robin asked Lightning about this country by the way. Lightning is Ivankov's right-hand man, and at the same time, the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army. In short, the original base camp of the Revolutionary Army, Baltic, has been destroyed by the Knights of God, and now it is a new stronghold. Yeah. Robin nodded knowingly. Soon, everyone came to the palace, 10 castles also filled with pink. Under the peach tree outside the castle, an open-air banquet is already being prepared. Here, Luffy meets his cheap Papa Dragon, and cheap big brother Sabo. And the koala I've seen before. Hi, Luffy. Koala greeted with a smile. Meet you again, you are here. Good afternoon. Luffy nodded, and after sweeping his eyes over the other party, he quickly stopped on some faces he hadn't seen before. One of them was a hot woman with short purple hair. She took off her red sunglasses, and with an unlit cigarette dangling from her mouth, she said, I am Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, with a bounty of 457 million Bailey. She is my adjutant, Deputy Army Commander Axilu. The first time we met, Luffy. It seems that they have a good impression of Luffy to a certain extent, and they greet each other quite affectionately. Hello. Luffy looked at the others again. The commander of the Confederate Army, Lindbergh, a warrior of the Fur Clan, offered a reward of 316 million Baileys. The deputy army commander, who gambled on poker, was obese, and was like an egg. The captain of the Western Army, Mori, a giant man, over 12 meters tall, was imprisoned in the deep-sea prison 100 years ago, and later used his ability to push fruits to escape by digging a hole without anyone knowing it. Reward: 279,300 won Bailey. The deputy commander, Usiano, is a fur tribe with horns and a very long neck. The leader of the Northern Army, the Crow, the man covered in pitch black, with a serious look, offers a bounty, 400 million Baileys. Lieutenant Commander, Goran, a male wearing goggles and earmuffs. In addition to the 4 armies in the southeast, northwest and north. Ivankov is the army commander of the Grand Line, and Lightning is his deputy army commander. There are also several ordinary cadres, including Murlocs. After everyone finished introducing, Koala smiled and said, "W don't look at the Crow with a straight face, in fact, he is your fan, Luffy." Is it? Luffy cast an unexpected glance at the darkened Northern Army commander. Knowledge Color has a little perception of the opponent, although the bounty is only 400 million, but the strength is quite good. If I remember correctly, it seems to be a Logia coal fruit capable person. He is one of the more difficult to fight in the Revolutionary Army. Luffy. At this time, Sabo smiled and said, I have become the One Piece. My childhood dream has finally come true. How does it feel now? Forget about it. Luffy rolled his eyes, looked at Long after sitting down, and said, Father, I am here this time because I need the assistance of your Revolutionary Army. Long showed a surprised expression. What's up? About overthrowing the world government and establishing a company that manages the world's food. Luffy briefly talked about the food, finally concluded. To put it simply, all countries that have joined can sell surplus grain to the company, and the company will also sell that grain to countries that need it at an appropriate price. Every country may encounter a good year or a disaster army. When you encounter difficulties, you can buy enough food from the company to survive the current crisis. Of course, while enjoying such powers, the joining countries will also have the same obligations. There are many twists and turns in this. Luffy is just simple, telling the dragon the good side. Compared to the world governments in the Heavenly Gold model, he only needs to control the circulation of grain to control the whole world. And still use a better way to eat. After listening, Long took a deep look at his son. He is not a fool, of course he can understand the hidden danger behind this beauty. Luffy is not doing charity, but is planning to take the right to distribute food to countries around the world. Some countries have too much food to eat, and some countries have just experienced the pirate rebellion, and the people are starving to death. No one is going to move food on a large scale. At least that's the case on the Grand Line, because it's not safe. The only person who can do this kind of thing is the world government. But the world government obviously does not have such an idea, as the ruler celestial dragons, to redistribute food. Joke. Why? You all offer gold to the sky, offering tribute to God is the correct way. I get it, it's really good for world peace. After a moment of silence, Long said with a smile, Luffy, do you want our Revolutionary Army to help you convey this meaning to those countries that have experienced revolution? Yes. Mandatory? Joining or not is optional, free to come and go. Luffy smiled. Mandatory? That's not necessary. Join if you like to join, don't join if you don't like to join. In times of crisis, do you want to buy enough food in the market? Even if you buy it, can you ship it back safely? This is not a question of whether to join or not, but if you don't join, in the future, you will never even think about buying any boatload of grain from the world. Luffy needs a monopoly, and has to. In the future world, there will be one and only one super grain merchant. It needs to control most of the flowing food in the world, and has perfect transportation, storage, and processing capabilities. As long as a sufficient scale of monopoly is formed, Luffy can use food to achieve the goal of controlling the whole world. Compared with the shameless means of gold in the sky, controlling food at least looks much better. This is the food supremacy bar. Regarding the plan proposed by Luffy, Long naturally supported it after thinking for a moment. It's not an evil plan, on the contrary, it's an upright and fair way. However, the biggest test for food redistribution around the world is transportation capacity. Regarding this, what are you going to do? Long asked as if he was taking a test. Father, I am still the Marshal of New Marine. Luffy smiled slightly and answered casually. In the future I envision, Marine's main mission, in addition to cleaning up pirates, is to maintain the peace of trade routes. Both can be seen as the same thing. Escorting merchant ships will be the main task of marine construction in the future. I will end the age of pirates and start the real age of navigation, Luffy said firmly. What was the age of discovery? It's maritime trade. Trade brings prosperity. To this end, I will open up the connection between Red Line and the Four Seas, completely transform the world and connect the whole world together. Without the barrier of the Red Line, communication between the Four Seas will be simpler, which will inevitably lead to the prosperity of maritime trade. I will establish branches all over the northwest and northwest of East Blue, using grain as a bulk commodity, and setting an example for the coming of the new era. As for the Grand Line, due to climate problems, it is very dangerous to sail here, and the transport ship may encounter natural disasters. Therefore, I will use special ships to transport. The rate can be reduced to reach the destination. For example, the Sunny and the Melee have eaten the ship spirit fruit and have the ability to navigate automatically. As long as you have arrived at the island before, you can travel through time and space and arrive in an instant. The strong transportation capabilities of the grain company will also be based on this. Explain this matter to Long. After Long listened, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It seems that you have already thought of an executable plan. This is not something that can be thought of suddenly at a moment. You must have been thinking about such an issue a long time ago. That's the truth. During the Summit War, Luffy began to think about this. Thinking of this, he turned to the army commanders and said, I need your help regarding Luffy's plan. I spent 3 days on Peach Island, the base camp of the Revolutionary Army. Luffy and the dragon construct a blueprint for the future in detail. Long spared no effort to support his son's plan, and immediately sent 4 army commanders to the 4 seas, preparing to contact countries that had revolutionized or were about to revolutionize. While the men were discussing important matters in the future, the women were quite familiar with each other. Nami and the others hit it off with Koala, and after learning that she was once a slave, they became even more angry at the celestial dragons. Slave, slave, slave. The word celestial dragons is bound together and will always appear together. World government is a country built on slaves. Uta clenched her little fists and hummed. I have decided. I will name the song for the decisive battle, Slave Liberation. Robin said amusingly. I'm afraid Luffy's plan won't go so smoothly. People who like slaves are not just celestial dragons. There are also many slave countries in the world. Leave it to me. Uta said confidently. All the conservatives who stand in front of Luffy will be swept into the trash heap of history by me. Hockey, Miss Uta. Koala couldn't help laughing. Nami shook his head helplessly and said, after the new era, is this the liberation of slaves? Older sister Noki gave her younger sister a thumbs up and said quietly, let me tell you, Nami, can't you pay more attention? That Koala really admires Luffy. Don't wait for a while, you will have another sister. Hearing her sister's teasing, Nami was actually a little happy. Doesn't this prove my vision? Nokagawa was completely speechless towards his girl. 10 days later. Sun Sea. The legendary final island of Lahuter has now been moved here. After half a month of charging, Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, is finally full of energy. At this time, under its power Luffy looked at the huge glass ball with a faint blue luster, and couldn't help but said to Frankie beside him. This thing won't explode, right? I fixed up the aging structure, don't you believe me? Luffy. Frankie banged the glass ball and grinned. This thing is not ordinary glass. Although I don't know what material it is made of, it can't be broken with my fist. Don't worry, as long as Nami doesn't mess with it. Convey the power of thunder and lightning, and it won't explode. Pluton's energy source is electricity. In theory, Nami's thunder fruit can also charge it. Has it been tested? Luffy nodded. No, we will contact you as soon as it is fully charged. Do you want to test? Frankie's eyes flashed, eager to try. To him, Pluton is just a big toy. Finally the toy is started, of course I want to see what will happen. Certainly. Where to test? This power is no joke, one attack can destroy an island. Go to Calm Belt? Frankie suggested. No, Maria. Luffy smiled faintly and said, send those celestial dragons on their way. Hearing this, Frankie looked blank. Just use celestial dragons to test the sword. It's exactly what Luffy knows how to do. Wait a minute, are we just the 2 of us? Of course, let's go. Luffy immediately used the power of Lion Fruit to control Pluton to fly up from Lahutel and fly to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Pluton itself cannot fly, but in Luffy's hands, it suddenly exhibits greater mobility. It has only one main gun, and its attack method is a plasma cannon. By the time they arrived over the red line, it was already night. Night color is the best protective color. But because Luffy had a night attack last time, Mariajoy now has dozens of times the number of troops on guard. Not only that, they will not let up for a moment in their exploration of the sky above the Holy Land. Of course, a behemoth like Pluton won't get too close. It will be discovered as soon as it gets close. Luffy. On the deck, Frankie quickly said, there is a charging process when Pluton fires the cannon. It will make a lot of noise and will definitely be discovered. Very noisy. No, the muzzle of the cannon will glow, a very strong light. We are in the sky now. If we fire the cannon at this time, it will probably be like a white sun appearing at night. Frankie shook his head and said, why don't we test it in another place? His worries are also normal. Such a large target is easily exposed. If the enemy finds out, they may fight first. He's not afraid of fighting, since Luffy is here anyway. But hurting Pluton is bad. It's broken, he can't fix it. It makes sense. How about this, I'll go downstairs to make a little noise to attract attention, you wait for my order, and be ready to fire at any time. Luffy said decisively. After speaking, the man had already flown down from the deck. Frankie was shocked. Wait a minute, Yinhu is coming. You will also be caught by the main gun of Pluton. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Luffy waved nonchalantly and quickly disappeared into the night. Frankie is stupid. This cannon, should he shoot it, or not? If Luffy was hurt, Luffy himself would definitely not blame him, but Nami's group of women might want to tear him apart. Really, the drama presents me with such a problem. Holy Land, Mariajoy. While Pluton drove to the door, hidden in the night. Pangu City, among the flowers. Different from the night outside, among the flowers is a scene of bright sunshine, singing birds and fragrant flowers. I am standing in the center of the colorful flowers, stretched out his raised index finger, attracting the butterflies to stop. Outside the door, the 4-5 elders knelt down together. Kneeling together, there is Vegapunk's clone, York of Desire. At this time, York had already put on Celestial Dragon's costumes, with the Celestial Dragon's logo on them. My lord, the flames of the Holy Mother are ready to be tested at any time, York said confidently. Mum knows. Im's voice was cold, and he didn't look back. These days, the world is very noisy. The newspapers are reporting the history of the 100 years every day, and the franchise countries are also very disobedient, relying on the spread of news. Listening to this calm tone, Satan's eyes were clouded. Master I.M., who is the light going to be extinguished tonight? Has the fleet to Dressrosa returned yet? I.M. asked lightly. The Straw Hats have proposed a hostage exchange, and Akainu is preparing for it. Blonde 5 elders, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint replied in a deep voice, 10 to 20,000 people are involved, and it will take a while. Marcus Mashang said with a deadpan face, want to erase Dressrosa? Use this recruiter. I am no off. If it was before, the society may not care. But now it was different, he had to consider Marine's reaction. Sinking Dressrosa with the flames of the Virgin is completely overkill, and once this is done, the Straw Hats will retaliate equally, and the hostages will definitely die. Akainu will also have opinions. Alabasta. After a while, Im's voice sounded again. He gently raised his hand, and 5 photos appeared from it. Cobra. Daughter of Cobra, Vivi. After that, Robin. Shirahoshi. And Uda. Let's start with the first. Huh? M was taken aback. He turned around and looked at it with a moving expression. A figure appeared out of thin air in between the flowers. The figure in the straw hat is now known to everyone in the world, and everyone knows it. The only difference is that the Straw Hat Luffy who appeared at this time not only has a white ring on his head, but also a pair of illusory wings behind him. Straw Hat. The 4 old stars stared at Luffy with wide eyes. Luffy greeted several people with a smile. Yo, good evening, rulers of the world. Glancing at several old men kneeling on the ground, Luffy looked at I.M. I've seen it once before, but at that time, I couldn't fully see the other person's appearance. At this time it can. You are actually a 3-eyed clan. Luffy said in surprise, it's really unexpected. On I.M.'s forehead, there is a closed eye. Joy boy. I.M. looked indifferent, staring at Luffy quietly, and didn't act immediately, but said, you have caused me a lot of trouble. He uses your title instead of I, and calls himself I too instead of M. This means that I.M. recognizes Luffy as an existence equal to himself. Today's Luffy is no longer a mortal, but another god. Don't use that name, I have nothing to do with the losers of the previous generation. Luffy smiled lightly. Haki of Conquerors instantly filled the whole Holy Land. In an instant, the incredibly huge Haki suppressed everything. I.M.'s pupils shrunk. Just listen to Luffy go on to say. You seem to be trying to turn off some lights just now? Alabasta? Luffy dismissed it. You can't put out anything. Boom. The gentle Conqueror's Haki, like a spring of water, suddenly boiled. The strong oppressive force shocked all the 4 old stars present, and their heads were directly suppressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure. Impossible. What level of Haki is this? The 4 people were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. The 4-5 elders were incredible. Never in their long lives had they seen such a fearsome conquerors. 4 emperors, who claim to be the best at conquerors, have red hair, and the opponent's conquerors is only aware of the fact that even Marine Vice Admiral can't keep awake. But the conquerors in front of him has surpassed cognition. The physical coercion produced by Luffy's conquerors is real, the atmosphere is vibrating violently, and the entire Pangu City seems to be deeply trapped in an earthquake. And the few of them couldn't even look up at each other couldn't. The weakest York, as the clone of Vegapunk, was stunned by Haki immediately, and her consciousness fell into darkness. This is not the body. The only person who remained calm was I Am. He stared at the angel Luffy coldly. Even if you were a clone, dare to break into this place again. Don't even think about leaving, do it. As soon as the words fell, the 4 people who were suppressed by Luffy conquerors on the ground transformed together. The bodies of the 4-5 elders swelled up rapidly, showing the appearance of terrifying monsters. Goatee 5 elders, Makus Mahjong incarnation of a golden bird, wrapped in flame clouds, cold eyes, phantom beast Garuda form. Mustache 5 elders, top man Vokuli's nose protrudes outward, like a black pig, in the form of a porcupine fruit nightmare. Curly-haired 5 elders, J. Golucia Satan grows horns, is charmingly naive, and is in the form of Gyuki, the fruit of everyone. And the last one, the blonde 5 elders. The moment the opponent showed his posture and stood up from the prostrate state, Luffy moved. His body seemed to be scattered into pieces of white angel wings, disappearing in place in an instant. When he appeared again, Hay came to the other side. What? The blonde 5 elders Shepherd 10 Peter Saint paled in horror. It's not a matter of moving speed, it's an instant transfer of direction. The opponent's body was like a phantom, and while disappearing in the illusion, a new clone had already condensed in front of him. This change was extremely rapid, almost at the same time, so it seemed that for a moment, 2 angels Luffy appeared. Fix one first. Luffy's face remained normal, and he first dealt with the blonde 5 elders whose intelligence was unknown. He can name the other 3 abilities, only the youngest 5 elders has unknown abilities. At this moment, under the shocked gaze of Shepherd X Peter Street, Luffy punched him brazenly. Under his overlord territory, everyone's haki is suppressed, and it is impossible to predict his attacks at all, and everything depends on instinctive fighting awareness. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint has been sitting in the position of 5 elders for more than 30 years, and it can even be said that he has not fought to the death for 30 years, and his sense of fighting has long since degenerated. Facing Luffy's blatant blow, he didn't have time to react at all, and even realized it belatedly when the attack fell and hit him. Boom. Wrap Conqueror's punch and face yourself. Shepherd 10 Pitson's entire face was sunken, without any Haki's defense, and he took the bullying punch completely hard. Amidst the loud bang, his skull cracked instantly, his whole body was blown away by a punch, and his blood flowed wildly. Like a sandbag, he was punched flying, passed through the corridor behind him, and flew directly out of Pengu City. Luffy did as he said, in short, solve one first. Peter. Im's eyes were cold, and a jet-black tail quickly rushed behind Luffy. At the same time, the other 3-5 elders also started at the same time. Gyuki spit out a column of green venom, the black pig nightmare exerted a sleepy power, and the golden bird opened its mouth and sprayed a ray. Next moment. Puff. The jet-black arrow-like tail pierced through the chest of the angel Luffy from the black. The green venom stained the back of Luffy's hand. The strong corrosiveness seems to be able to paralyze the nerves. It is a neurotoxin. The sleepy breath of the nightmare seemed to pull his soul away. The strange camera of the golden bird hit Luffy's head, causing a huge explosion. Boom. Billowing smoke and dust filled the air. Successful. Sa Tanshang said coldly, my ability is enough to paralyze his nerves. His soul is very tenacious, and I can only temporarily affect his consciousness. Voshuli's eyes were cold. This kind of influence is only for a moment, and his haki is too strong. The big golden bird Moshe Sacred was shocked. Disappeared? The smoke dissipated, but there was no sign of Luffy in the straw hat. The 3 of them looked at I Am together. A black tail quickly returned to Im's back, and retracted under the robe. They couldn't use the knowledge color to investigate, and they didn't know where Luffy went. On the throne. I Am said lightly, and the next moment, he disappeared in front of the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately headed towards the direction of the Void Throne. At the same time, Saint Satan immediately contacted the Knights of God. Pengu City, empty throne. In a flash, I Am appeared under the stairs. He looked up at the stairs, and Luffy in the straw hat was sitting on the Void Throne, with his legs crossed and his chin resting on one hand. Seeing I Am appearing, Luffy clapped his hands lightly, applauded and said, well done, I found this place in no time. That's just an illusory clone. I Am hadn't looked up at others for a long time, and he was a little uncomfortable at this time. This is your true nature. That's right. Luffy smiled slightly. The angel's clone is just an echo. Although it can also use hockey and fruit abilities, its actual combat effectiveness will be reduced. He just tested the abilities of these people a little, and the result was as he expected. This throne of void is actually meaningless to sit on. Old God Luffy opened his mouth and said, 800 years ago, you intercepted the fruits of victory and became the lonely king of the world. You have never appeared in front of the world. Do you find such a king interesting? He was somewhat curious about Im's inner world. Now that you are sitting in my seat, how do you feel? Im asked calmly. I just felt lonely. Luffy held his chin with one hand, looked down at Im, and continued as if chatting. So, I'm here to liberate your loneliness. Ridiculous. Im's expression was cold, as if he thought such words were ridiculous, but in his long life, he had already lost the emotion of laughter. Luffy smiled. What is your purpose? Im's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Luffy continued. Even if I know all the history, I still don't understand what you want to do. Dominating the world is not a goal, it is just a result. Im raised his right hand, stretched out his palm from under his wide robe, and pointed at the row of weapons under the throne. Luffy glanced at the 20 king's weapons inserted there. One of the western swords disappeared instantly, and then fell into Im's hands. This sword is Lily's weapon. If she hadn't betrayed her in the end, things wouldn't have developed like this. With that said, 5 elders broke in from outside the door and stood behind Im. After a while, there were several more knights from the Knights of God, as well as the Supreme Commander Green Gu Shengchen. Counting Im, there were 10 people standing in front of Luffy at this moment. Have the main combat forces arrived? Luffy chuckled, raised his finger and flicked a few pages. There was a snap. The next moment, outside Pengu City, countless vegetation broke out of the ground, swelled when the wind blew, and in the blink of an eye, covered the entire building. These rattans even penetrated through the windows and filled every corner of the entire castle in a short period of time. Even under the Void Throne, there are branches like this climbing up the ground, walls, and ceiling. Everyone's expression changed. Im unexpectedly glanced around and raised his head again. We were surrounded, but the castle was sealed off? No, you are wrong. Luffy took out a few bullets from his pocket, tossed them gently in his palm, and said with a generous smile, you are the ones being surrounded. Accelerate 100 times. As soon as the voice fell, a bullet fell instantly. Accelerating 100 times, this small bullet reached the heart of a knight of the Divine Order in an instant. The other party didn't even know what happened. After his heart was penetrated, he lowered his head and looked at his chest blankly. As the blood flowed, his consciousness also faded. The body slowly fell forward, and even the process of death was so slow. Seeing this scene, Ancient Saint Green's face was gloomy. Without any hesitation or waiting for Im to give an order, he took action in anger. With one step, he rushed towards Luffy on the throne. The sword in his hand was like a white dragon, rushing straight towards the throne. Wait. Saint Satan said immediately. However, Green ignored it. Luffy raised his 2 fingers, and when the western sword was about to penetrate his Adam's apple, he gently clamped the tip of the opponent's sword. Ding. The last few centimeters are no longer close. Are you a fool? Luffy looked at the moon-headed old man and said with a hint of ridicule. I am Logia Sensen Fruit. How are you going to hit my body without the help of armament hockey? Hearing this, Green Goo's pupils suddenly shrank. Only then did he react. Ha ha ha, are you old enough to have amnesia? Luffy couldn't help laughing, and then, a vine suddenly rose from under his feet, as if it was going to penetrate Green Goo's neck. Green Goo's expression changed slightly, he immediately gave up his weapon and quickly distanced himself. Luffy held the opponent's western sword, stood up and pointed the sword at Im and his group of lackeys below. Then, the game begins. He said indifferently, in about 30 seconds, Pluton will wipe out the entire Holy Land with one shot. Before that, you can struggle as much as you like. At the same time as he declared. Above the Holy Land Mariajoy, above the dark night, a blazing white sun illuminates the entire Holy Land. Pluton's muzzle starts charging. Frankie pressed Pluton's launch button. He had some hesitation before pressing the button. The people located in the Holy Land were not just celestial dragons, but also many slaves. If this shot continues, the celestial dragons will die, and those innocent slaves may not survive either. Not only that, Luffy is also down there. Luffy has caused a commotion, is trapped in enemy lines, and has no time. When things came to a close, Frankie didn't care about innocent questions and gritted his teeth and took a picture of the launch button in the control room. The next moment, Pluton, hidden in the night, emitted a burst of harsh white light from its muzzle. The white light dispelled the darkness and illuminated half of the sky like daylight. This scene woke up countless people in the Holy Land. The patrolling soldiers raised their heads one by one, feeling confused. What is that? I don't know. Some kind of celestial phenomenon. The commotion caused panic. At the same time, inside Pengu City, which was blocked by countless vines, guards were entangled with the vines. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone shouted. Report to the 5 elders quickly. However, what they didn't know was that the 5 elders, who they had high hopes for, were in a stalemate with the attackers in front of the Void Throne. Luffy pointed his sword at the people under the stairs. What do you mean? Pluton. Pluton, one of the ancient weapons. Everyone in the Knights of God was shocked. They first looked at the Commander Green Ancient Saint who had his weapon taken away, then looked at the 5 elders, and finally stopped at Im's back. Saint Satan's face turned livid. Impossible. Even if you take away the design drawings of the ancient weapon, it is impossible to complete such a thing in a short time. A bluff? Top man Vasiuli didn't believe it at all. Faced with Luffy's 30-second countdown announcement, everyone was completely unsure. Under the cover of the Overlord territory, they lost Haki's power and had no way of judging what was happening in the outside world. There are still 24 seconds. Luffy grinned. This group of people was really interesting. Faced with his truth, his first reaction was disbelief. Even if what you say is true, you are here yourself. Marcus Moshe Saint snorted. Pluton is powerful enough to penetrate the red line, and you will die too. Am I going to die? Funny. Luffy flicked his hand and the western sword in his hand was thrown out instantly. 100 times faster. The tip of the sword instantly penetrated Green Goo's chest and penetrated from his back. Too fast. That's not a speed that can be captured by the naked eye. No, even if it can be seen clearly, only the brain can realize this straight attack trajectory, and the body cannot avoid the pressure. Ancient Saint Green flew away and was stuck on the wall. Im's expression changed slightly, and even he didn't react. Momo Fruit? He knew almost everything about Devil Fruit's ability, and he immediately guessed it. 22 seconds left. Luffy went down the stairs, took one step, and the person had disappeared. The 5 elders once again showed their phantom beast forms, surrounding Im. Everyone was extremely horrified by the combat power displayed by Luffy at this time. With overwhelming speed and power, without Haki's assistance, he is simply not an enemy that can be fought on an equal footing. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood dripped down Green Goo's chest. He was not dead, but was about to die. The palm of his hand grasped the sword blade that pierced his chest, and he wanted to pull it out with all his strength. It was just the scene that happened in front of him that stopped him in his tracks. No attack is visible at all. But his subordinates, the Knights of the Order, were like wooden men. One of them was killed in the blink of an eye. In just the blink of an eye, another person was killed. Each of them has powerful devil fruit abilities and good Haki training levels. But at this moment, there is not even a trace of strength to resist. Luffy is like squeezing a chicken to death, killing one in one go. It only takes 3 blinks. When Luffy appeared in front of Im and others again, the 5 Knights of the Order around them were all dead. They die standing up, before their brains even realize they are dead. Behead. They lost their heads. After a person's head is decapitated, the brain will realize this in about 3 seconds. Gudong. Ancient Saint Green looked at this scene blankly. The 5 elders looked horrified, and Saint Satan in Gyuki form widened his eyes in disbelief. You bastard. He stretched out his hand and flicked it, and dense white threads shot out from his palm, like spider silk. Spider silk wrapped around Luffy's wrist, and then a feeling of numbness came. Toxin? Luffy grabbed the spider silk with his backhand, and it swelled violently. Sa Tansheng immediately flew towards him. 100 times more power. The huge pulling force that he could not resist at all caused Saint Satan's pupils to shrink suddenly. Puff. Before he could finish his words, a palm instantly penetrated his chest. Luffy killed another 5 elders expressionlessly. When he took out his palm, blood stained his arm red. It's indeed a tricky ability, he commented truthfully. In Gyuki form, he has the ability to control spider silk and toxins. The former is a bit like Doflamingo's string fruit, and the latter is similar to Impel Down's Magellan's poison fruit. After the two are combined, it is the ability of the phantom beast Gyuki. Honestly, it's a very powerful devil fruit. Satan. Saint Wachuli took a breath. Luffy ignored him, but looked at Im, who was watching the show from beginning to end and had no intention of taking action, which made him a little confused. Your men are almost dead, they just went to the underworld. Spoke calmly. 19 seconds. Luffy continued to count. Don't be complacent, Straw Hat. Saint Wachuli gritted his teeth and struck hard with the crutch in his hand. Stand up and lie down for as long as you want. Luffy raised his eyebrows slightly, and then saw a scene that surprised him. The dead knights of the Order, as well as the Saint Satan killed by him, had black souls floating on their corpses. It is different from Big Mom's soul fruit. The soul captured by the soul fruit is a pink substance, while the soul captured by the dream taper is black. Those souls gradually turned into dark figures and transformed into undead warriors. In front of my ability, you can't kill anyone, Wachuli said disdainfully. It's just a physical casualty. It's enough to repair it after death. It's really not possible, and... Body. Really? No wonder you are not in a hurry. Luffy smiled knowingly and said, but what's the point of being resurrected again? As he spoke, he threw out a few bullets casually. The bullet entangled Haki and was accelerated to 100 times. Whoosh. In an instant, the newly resurrected soul was once again penetrated and scattered by his attack. It's useless. The soul cannot be killed. This is an existence even more unsolvable than Logia's elementalization. Marka's Mosh Saint transformed into a big golden bird, fluttered his wings, came to Luffy, and grabbed it with one claw. Luffy raised his hand and grabbed the other person's paw, then slammed the person to the ground. Boom. The ground was smashed through. The place where everyone stood collapsed, and everyone fell towards the dark depths below. Luffy landed lightly. There was a cold breath all around. He looked back and saw a huge straw hat placed on a stone platform behind him. Then, I heard Im's voice. This is the place where Joey Boy died in battle. Is this his straw hat? Luffy glanced at him. I didn't defeat him. He died because his lifespan was exhausted. Said with cold eyes. You have also awakened rubber fruit, so you should understand this. The beating of the heart will bring endless physical strength, but this is power bought at the cost of life. Such a god-level fruit can only exert its true power in the hands of the immortal. Always wanted rubber fruit, but never succeeded. Monkey D. Luffy, you will be the second sun god to die here. As he spoke, Im's eyes emitted a strange red light. He opened the third eye in his forehead. The third eye of the three-eyed tribe has incredible power. Luffy looked at Im's third eye carefully. The knights of the Divine Order who were killed by him and whose soul shadows were dispersed by him were now surrounded by him. Luffy chuckled, took out a pocket watch from his pocket, and said calmly. There are still 10 seconds. 10 seconds seems to be a short time, but for the battle in front of us, it seems a bit long. Monkey D. Luffy, do you know why celestial dragons are called celestial dragons? Im's eyes suddenly condensed. The red circles in the three eyes are shrinking. His body changed rapidly. Black scales appeared on the surface of his skin, dragon horns appeared on his forehead, and a thin black tail stretched out from under his wide cloak. Human dragon form. The next moment, suddenly disappeared from the spot and teleported. Op Fruit's teleportation ability. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luffy, his right hand was in the shape of a claw, and he suddenly took a picture. Luffy entered the form of the Sun Dragon God at the same time, and punched the opponent easily. It turns out to be a dragon. Im's fruit ability is not a blue dragon like Kaido, but a lizard dragon. However, the opponent did not show the true face of the phantom beast, only in human form. I see, no wonder your slave mark is called the Celestial Dragon's Hoof. As he spoke, the slender tail behind quickly pierced Luffy's chest. It has the ability to expand and contract and is extremely fast. 9 seconds of countdown. Luffy dodged backwards and avoided the opponent's attack. At this time, the third eye on Im's forehead burst out with a burst of red light. The third eye of the three-eyed tribe has different abilities. The ability displayed at this moment was control. Luffy felt a strong will trying to control his body, and his body seemed to be out of control for a moment. The black tail was like an arrow, seizing the flaw at this moment and piercing Luffy's chest. No, to be precise, Luffy's body protruded backwards for a distance, as if it had been penetrated. Luffy grabbed the black tail, and Conqueror's chamber energy instantly dispelled Im's power of dominance. 7 seconds. While whispering like this, white flames were instantly born in his palms. The blazing white flames spread towards along the black tail. Whoosh. The tail was abandoned, I.M. took the initiative to tear his own tail, and it turned into ashes and disappeared in the blazing white flames. Rubber. I.M.'s eyes were sharp, and the broken tail looked like a lizard. High-speed regenerated a new one. At this time, the surrounding black souls attacked Luffy one after another. If it were an ordinary person, facing the siege of so many masters, they would always be exhausted. But Luffy is different. In the Overlord territory, everyone's actions are based on his prediction of the future. As if taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, while avoiding the siege easily, he defeated these black souls with one punch. 5 seconds. Seeing this, I.M.'s body suddenly collided, and the black shadow expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his body filled most of the space. A black lizard dragon appeared in the room. He opened his bloody mouth as if he was going to swallow Luffy whole. Huge dark energy was condensed in his mouth, and the dragon's breath descended on Luffy's head. White breath. Luffy looked up and saw the same dragon breath. Boom. The two kinds of energy, black and white, collided together. In an instant, Pangu City collapsed, and the shock wave swept through. Everything it touched was turned into powder in the high temperature and impact. The vines that bound the entire building were also shattered in this explosion. The next moment, a black dragon flew into the air. I.M.'s 3 red eyes stared at the scene below. The power of domination is activated again. The billowing smoke and flames quickly dispersed as if they were controlled. The next moment, a white figure flew up and arrived in front of the black dragon in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds. Luffy looked up at the sky. The dark night was driven away, and a huge white light enveloped the entire Holy Land. Chaos was everywhere in Haki's perception. The celestial dragons living in the Holy Land seemed to have a premonition of the approaching danger and were running away frantically. The 800-year-old Holy Land will disappear after tonight. Luffy chuckled, turned into a ray of white light and retreated into the distance in an instant. I.M. stared at the direction he was going away and suddenly raised his head. Countdown. 2. 1. In an instant, with a thunderous roar, a beam of plasma cannon fell from the sky. He had witnessed such an attack more than 800 years ago. Pluton. I.M.'s eyes widened, and the black dragon's wings were rolled up and blocked in front of him. Next. Boom. Pluton's plasma cannon penetrated the red line. In the huge explosion, everything within a radius of several kilometers disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luffy accelerated 100 times and covered a distance of dozens of kilometers in one breath. When the roar came over, he turned back and looked in the direction of the Holy Land. The original red line was a towering wall that stood like an iron wall on this planet. At this moment, in Pluton's shot, part of it was erased, and a hemispherical hollow area appeared. The white light is scorching, as if a solar panel lights up the world. This explosion lasted for dozens of seconds before the white light began to fade and gradually shrink. The world returns to darkness. The power is not as powerful as expected. Even if it hits me head-on, it may not kill me. Luffy thought in his heart, leave aside other people, I am really not necessarily dead. It is a fantasy beast species, and it also has the ability to teleport op fruit. It is not impossible to escape such an attack. His sight and color quickly swept away, but he did not detect any aura of I.M. The black dragon disappeared. On the other side, on the deck of the Pluton Battle 160 ship. Frankie looked down at the scene, shocked by the destruction Pluton had caused. As expected of an ancient weapon, is Luffy okay? With this thought in mind, a figure flashed and Luffy had arrived on the deck. I'm fine. Did it succeed? Frankie asked in relief. Not sure yet. Everyone else should be dead, not necessarily I.M. Luffy's vision continued to cover the huge void. As soon as I.M. shows his head, he can find it immediately. Op fruit's ability can allow instant movement, but the range is not huge. To be honest, Luffy felt that he was more likely to be killed with one shot. What now? Frankie frowned. Luffy sat cross-legged on Pluton's main gun, crossed his arms and said, "Contact New Marine, immediately send troops to Egjan Island and control it." Uranus may have been sent there by I.M., and in order to prevent this weapon from falling into the hands of others, it must be controlled as soon as possible. Clear. Frankie immediately took out the phone bug and started executing the order. The next day, when it was bright and clear, a piece of news quickly spread around the world. The disappearance of the holy place Mariajoy has caused heart palpitations in countless countries around the world. The center of the world, the Holy Land Mariajoy, was destroyed overnight, and all the celestial dragons died? Holy Land Mariajoy, above its ruins. A small airship slowly came to the side of the Pluton battleship, and Morgans jumped over from the airship. He flapped his wings in midair to keep himself from falling. So dangerous. Yu wiped the cold sweat with her hand, and Morgans immediately took out her camera and took pictures of Pluton. What are you taking pictures of? Frankie came over with a glass of Coke and slapped him. You don't want Pluton to report to the newspaper, do you? This is not possible. This kind of dangerous thing should not appear in Shin Ijong. Morgans touched the back of her head and put down the camera with regret. After receiving your phone number, I didn't waste a moment and rushed over immediately. As he said that, he finally saw Luffy sitting cross-legged on the main gun. His eyes lit up. He quickly walked over, took off his hat and saluted. We meet again, Pirate King. Don't use this title. I have disbanded the pirate group. Now that you have killed the world government, should you be called the king of the world? Morgans chuckled, walked up to him, and looked at the scene below. A huge hemispherical hole appeared in the red line. It was like a piece of cake, but part of it was dug out. The gap was scorched black. The lowest place, away from the Red Harbor on both sides, is full of treasures every day. Morgans swallowed secretly. It was indeed an ancient weapon. Its power was so terrifying. How are you going to deal with the endgame next? Hearing this, Luffy was noncommittal. The color of his knowledge still enveloped a large area around him. Didn't show up. All night long, he continued to pay attention. There was no prompt from the system, indicating that he had dominated the Grand Line, completed the ultimate mission, and the adventure store was permanently free. With that in mind, probably not dead. If he died, he should have completed his mission. It seems that the last resort can only be used. Thinking of this, Luffy said to Morgans without looking back, I'd like to ask you a favor. Please tell me that I am happy to serve you, the new king of the world. New World, Red Harbor. Several warships docked at the port, and Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora and others got off the warships. A colonel immediately came to report. Marshal Akainu, Kizaru Admiral, Fujitora Admiral W. How are things going here? Akainu looked heavy, and when he looked up, he could see that a large piece of red line was missing. Ships have been arranged to evacuate the people in Red Harbor, the colonel replied immediately. I'm asking you, how is the situation in the Holy Land? Yin snorted coldly. This. The colonel was suddenly sweating profusely. Last night there was a burst of intense white light, and then it became like this. The elevator leading from Red Harbor to the Holy Land was damaged. At present, there's no way up there. Hearing this, Kizaru released his sense of knowledge and said with a crooked mouth. There will be no one left alive. I can't detect any aura from what I've seen. Let's go down and have a look. The blind Fujitora pulled out his sword, and the blade cut the ground beneath his feet. The next moment, the floating platform lifted him up and flew towards the heights of the Red Line. I'll go take a look too. Kizaru's palms faced each other, and a golden light burst out, Yada mirror. With a flash of golden light, he instantly surpassed Fujitora and arrived at the battlefield site first. What caught the eye was the charred earth. There is even red and hot magma flowing in the center of the spherical pit. It's really scary. Isn't it a sudden explosion and everyone is evaporated? Kizaru stepped on the scorched earth and couldn't help sighing at the toppings. Not to mention the corpse, not even a bug was seen. Such a big world government, such a big holy place, disappeared overnight. Later, Kuohu also came here. However, as a blind man, Fujitora could not see the scenes of destruction after the war. He could only see and hear the colors. Everything around him had no color, only Kizaru was yellow. Did Straw Hat Luffy do it? He muttered. That's what it says on the news, so be it. Kizaru raised his head, and saw a huge black shadow looming above the battlefield, far away in the sky, above the clouds. The next moment, there was a whoosh. A beam of white light falls from the sky. Within a breath, Luffy had already arrived in front of the two of them. You're late. Straw Hat Luffy. Fujitora grasped the hilt of the knife. At this point, there is no point in continuing to fight. Give up, Fujitora. Kizaru curled his lips, looked at Luffy and asked, are the 5 elders dead? Died. Luffy replied calmly. Including all celestial dragons in the Holy Land, high-level government officials, servants, slaves, etc., everyone in the Holy Land died last night. Under Pluton, all living beings are equal. The only one who might be alive is I am. I don't know how this person escaped. But it doesn't matter, Luffy is ready to use the last resort. At this time, a burst of red light suddenly erupted on the dark land not far from everyone. Immediately afterwards, magma rose into the sky. Akainu stepped out of it and spoke with a stern expression. Straw Hat. What do you want now? All 5 elders are dead, which means that the world government has collapsed. Even though there are still many government branches around the world, the headquarters has completely disappeared. And they, Marine, also lost their master. Just in time, I'm going to find you too. Luffy smiled faintly and said, on both sides of the red line, there are 2 red ports, where hundreds of thousands of people live. Disperse them now. What you up to? I want to get through the red line. Akainu's expression changed slightly. He didn't doubt Luffy's ability. To be honest, he can do this kind of thing. Even if he can do it, Straw Hat Luffy will naturally have an easier time. But the consequences of doing so will be very serious. After you moved the Fishmen Island away, almost no pirates can enter the New World. If you destroy the red line and open the channel, pirates in the park will be able to travel unimpeded from now on. What on earth do you want to do? Akainu said in a deep voice. Even if the world government disappears, I am still the Marine Marshal. If you do this, it will cause even greater damage. Do you want to stop me? Are you the only one? Luffy chuckled. Don't worry, I'm just connecting the world. After the red line disappears, a strait will be formed here, and I will set up institutions on both sides of the strait to collect tolls. This is not to break up all the red lines around the world, but to open up this section to facilitate the passage of ships. After it is opened, the strait formed will immediately become a shipping hub. Of course, Luffy must control such a battleground for military strategists. As for charging tolls, that's a matter of course. Akainu quickly understood what he meant, and his expression suddenly changed. Isn't this equivalent to the former world government's dedicated channel? In the past, ships had to apply to the world government to enter the new world from the paradise. They had to abandon the original ship and enter the Holy Land through the elevator at Red Harbor, and then go down the elevator on the other side. It's just that the intermediate process is omitted, and the obstructive red line is opened up to form a strait. Of course, there are still differences. Judging from Straw Hat's intentions, it seems that anyone can pass as long as they pay money. Where are the pirates? Akainu asked with an ugly expression. Of course New Marine will handle the pirates. As for you, disband as soon as possible. Your sponsor father has collapsed, and no one will give you money in the future. Luffy laughed and said, by the way, I'm going to broadcast a founding ceremony live to the whole world. If you want to participate, I don't mind. Poor Marine, he's a stray now. One by one faced with Luffy's ridicule, Akainu had nothing to say. Without world government, Marine has indeed become a stray dog with no one to feed him. A hungry wild dog will eventually starve to death. There is no need for Marshal Akainu to disband this army. As time goes by and wages are no longer paid, it is only a matter of time before Marine collapses. As for justice? Justice also requires a full meal. When the world government exists, it will collect a huge amount of heavenly gold every year, part of which will be allocated to Marine for military expenses. This military expenditure is measured in trillions every year. Such a huge military expenditure has lost its source, and Akainu takes the lead to solve it. Could it be that he was like a pirate, because of robbery? If the money problem cannot be solved, Marine's collapse is doomed. Sir Luffy. At this time, Kuohu said, you don't want to disband Marine. Luffy raised his eyebrows and glanced at him in surprise. Fujitora continued. Your enemy is only the Celestial Dragons, not the world government organization itself. Now that the Celestial Dragons are extinct, it does not mean that the world government should disappear. The world needs a new order. Since you are standing in this, the place should be built by you. Hearing this, Luffy smiled. It's exactly what Fujitora said. As long as the world still needs a center, then he must be the center. As for what the name is, it doesn't matter. Whether it is to continue world government, or to completely liquidate world government and re-establish a new international organization. The results are the same. Power is not born out of thin air, nor is it born out of thin air. It just moves from one place to another. The current situation is that the power of the world government ruled by the Celestial Dragons has been transferred to Luffy's hands. If Luffy does not use this power will slip away and be held by others in other forms. I will continue world government and reform it. Luffy didn't bother to tease Akainu and said bluntly, you can still be Marines under the world government, but there are some problems, do you understand? Hearing this, Kizaru and Fujitora both turned to Akainu. It goes without saying. Things in the past always require a person to take the blame and shoulder all the things that happened in the past. And who else could this person be? Akainu clenched his fists. He is tired. I will step down as marshal. Leave Marine. Dogs carry it. Dogs bear it. Ha ha ha. Luffy was happy, laughed for a while, and then nodded. Only you can bear it. Kizaru is just a social animal, Fujitora just joined Marine, and Green Bull is already dead. 3 Admiral obviously does not have such qualifications. Only Akainu. Before you leave office, do one last thing. Luffy's smile faded and he calmly ordered. I will hold a temporary world summit in the name of world government. You, Marine, go and summon the heads of all the participating countries for me. World Summit? Kizaru twisted his mouth. World Summit is held every 4 years. The last one was in 1518, and the next one is in 1522. It is now 1520, the end of the year. However, with such a major event happening, it is reasonable to hold an impromptu World Summit. This meeting will determine the future direction of the world. I see. Akainu nodded expressionlessly, turned and left. In order to keep Marine, he, the marshal, had to be used as waste in the end. The venue of the meeting is Elegia. From now on, the headquarters of the world government will be placed there. Akainu went to fulfill his final duties as marshal. Luffy looked away and shook his head secretly. If Akainu were treated as a subordinate on the spot, it would actually be pretty good. It's a pity that someone has to carry all the past. Marshal, Akainu must step down. Luffy still has to think about his successor. First of all, it is definitely not possible to select within Marine. This is unrealistic and prone to trouble. Secondly, you have to be able to hold your own. After thinking for a moment, Tien Lu asked Aokiji to do it. Thinking of this, Luffy took out his phone and dialed the contact number of new Marine Admiral, Aokiji Kuzan. After a while, the phone was answered. Hey. It's me. Luffy. How's the action going on Danjian Island? We have taken control of Egjian Island and captured a Seraph, a clone of Hawkeye. What about Vegapunk and ancient weapon Uranus? It's all under control. Aokiji replied lazily. Luffy nodded with satisfaction and said, well done, the organization has decided. Kuzan, you will take the position of Marine Marshal. After telling Aokiji to report to the new Marineford, Luffy cut off the communication. As for whether Aokiji wants to do it or not, you have to do it even if you don't want to do it. Putting away the phone bug, Luffy moved on to the next task. He slowly flew up, staring at the incomplete Red 10 continent. The residents of Hong Kong on both sides are evacuating. There are more than 100,000 people in total. Just evacuating will take a long time. Red Harbor on the Paradise side was arranged to be evacuated to the Sabaody archipelago. The Red Port of New World was evacuated to the nearest new naval headquarters. It took several hours until the evacuation was finally completed at noon. When the last warship left, Luffy finally took action. He entered the form of the Sun Dragon God, his eyes condensed, and his body expanded instantly. Gigantization. In an instant, it turned into a white giant hundreds of meters tall. Next moment. Momo fruit activates. The giant several hundred meters high continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye it was comparable to the size of an island. Such a huge giant. The evacuated Hong Kong residents can be seen when they turn around. Just as huge as the black shadow he encountered off the coast of Guy Island, Luffy at this time was even bigger than the Elephant Master. The white giant raised his fist and then fell towards the gap in the Red 10 continent. A punch from the Sun God. Boom. The place that had been hit by Pluton now suffered a blow from Luffy and collapsed in an instant. The red wall that blocked the Sea of Paradise from the New World was shattered with one punch and completely disappeared above the sea. Huge waves are sweeping over. A new strait was born at this moment. It looks very strange. If you look at it from a high altitude, it looks like a fist. From now on, this place is called Sun Strait. Luffy's voice echoed in all directions, spreading hundreds of kilometers around. Luffy punched away the red line, created a new sea hero, and named it Sun Strait. This strait connects Paradise to New World. From now on, ships traveling between the two sides only need to pay a fee to pass safely on both sides. Of course, just opening up the channel is not enough, it also needs to be repaired and a toll station built. At the same time, in order to protect the toll station and maintain the order of the Marines, a Marine base needs to be established. Of course, Luffy doesn't need to do these things himself, it's enough to leave them to Garp. Next, Luffy controlled Pluton and returned to Aegea. Pluton was sent to Lahudal to be recharged. The ancient weapon is very powerful, but it only has the power of one shot at a time, and it needs to be recharged after being used. Pluton is like this, and so is the king. Only Shirahoshi doesn't need to be recharged. Considering this aspect, Shirahoshi is actually the strongest among the three ancient weapons. Back at the castle, Luffy immediately gave the order. Two things are coming. First, the founding ceremony of the new kingdom. Second, World Summit. These two events can be regarded as the same thing and will be held on the same day. For this reason, a magnificent headquarters building needs to be built in Elegia. Bring Bullet here. An order was passed on, and soon Douglas Bullet was brought into the castle. Kneeling in front of the throne, Bullet looked up at the man on the throne. Luffy smiled slightly and said, "A former member of the Roger Pirates, after escaping from prison with the help of Blackbeard, joined forces with Blackbeard and joined the Blackbeard Pirates. What is your purpose?" "Help him become the Pirate King." Bullet grinned and said, "Then kill him." For a moment, Luffy couldn't understand this guy's brain circuit. Bullet stared at Luffy with fighting spirit and said, "However, it seems that I chose the wrong person. I should have chosen you in the first place. Now you have become the Pirate King of the second generation after Roger, and the last one. If I want to prove my strength, the only way is to defeat you. There's a way to go." "You think you can beat me?" Luffy was speechless. This person is also a Conqueror's Awakener. Such people have a characteristic. They don't know how to turn back until they hit the wall. In short, head iron. "I can't beat you now, but I will become stronger." Bullet's eyes narrowed, and Conqueror's Haki was suddenly activated. Lu immediately expanded the territory of the Overlord and suppressed the opponent's power. "I'll give you a chance. But you need to do a few things for me. Once you do it, I'll give you a chance to challenge me." Already having enough experience in dealing with the iron-headed man, Luffy followed the other person's words and said, "You are a user with the ability to use the fusion fruit. If you can build a magnificent building within a week, I will give you a chance." Bullet was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly turned bad. "You didn't kill me on purpose just to let me do this for you." Combined fruit. Able to fuse visible inorganic objects with one's own body. In other words, as long as it is inorganic, he can arrange it in any combination he wants. Building a building is not difficult, it is just troublesome and cumbersome. Luffy smiled, took a design drawing from Monet beside him, and threw it in front of Bullet. "This building will be the new headquarters of world government. You should follow this design drawing." After a pause, he added, "After this building is built, there will be the marine base at Sun Strait, the toll station, and the renovation of Upside Down Mountain. There is a lot of work waiting for you." Bullet. "He is a good pirate. Will he become the captain of the construction team in the future?" "You keep what you say, right? If I do well, I can challenge you." "Who am I? Will I lie to you?" Luffy pouted. "Got it. I'll do it." Bullet's eyes flashed and he immediately agreed to the request. Hearing this, Luffy nodded with satisfaction. "We will arrange a team of construction workers for you later. They are all former Marine soldiers who have been converted from the military to civilians. They will prepare the building materials you need. Work hard, Bullet. Originally, you have committed a crime. If you can go to jail for your crimes, I will give you a chance." He waved his hand and asked someone to untie Bullet's handcuffs and send him out of the castle. As for worrying about the other party running away, his heart had already been taken out by Luo. If it runs away, just crush it to death, collect the combined fruit, and arrange for someone else to eat it. At the same time, the warship heading for Dangian Island returned to Elegia. Aokiji got off the ship and brought Vegapunk to meet Luffy. "Master Luffy." As soon as Vegapunk saw Luffy, he called him "young master" affectionately. Luffy immediately stopped the other party. "Call your majesty, although the country has not been officially announced, from now on this will be the kingdom of the sun, and I will be the first king." "I understand, Sun King." Vegapunk immediately changed his words. "Forget it. Let him be." Luffy didn't bother to worry about the title issue and said bluntly, "The celestial dragons have been destroyed by me, and the world government will also be taken over by me in the future. I am going to establish a special academy of science, with you as the president of the academy." "Very happy to oblige." Vegapunk stuck out his long tongue and agreed readily. Although the two met for the first time, Vegapunk has actually been paying attention to Luffy for a long time. Ever since Luffy was first offered a reward of 71 million, he has been paying attention to him. The first study to be done by the Academy of Sciences. Luffy quickly arranged the work. It is the cultivation of crops. I need more efficient crops that can grow smoothly whether on Spring Island, Summer Island, Autumn Island, or Winter Island. Hearing this, Vegapunk was immediately dumbfounded. This kind of scientific research task sounds simple, but it is more difficult than researching human cloning. Let him copy a group of serifs, maybe it will be simpler. I know it's difficult, but you have deciphered the blueprint of life, and even Shichibukai can be cloned. As long as we solve the problem of having enough to eat, most of the pirates' problems will be solved. I will give you sufficient funds, Mr. Vegapunk. I am different from the celestial dragons. They have wronged the country and need to cover up their history. They need slaves and pirates to maintain the heavenly gold system. I don't need it, I want to solve the pirate problem as soon as possible. And you are an indispensable part. Luffy complimented the other person a little while giving him money. Of course, it is necessary to say it casually. There is no Vegapunk, there is Quinn, and there is Vinsmoke Judge. These people are not weak in scientific research. Now that you have said so, I understand, and I will find a way to screen and cultivate a high-quality strain as soon as possible. However, it is difficult to create a kind of grain that can adapt to all seasons, but by relaxing the conditions and creating several improved varieties that are adapted to different climates and have targeted strengthening, the difficulty will be greatly reduced. Vegapunk said pragmatically, so, what do you think? Very good. Luffy nodded with satisfaction. If you need anything, you can mention it to my secretary, Monet, and you will be responsible for contacting me from now on. Yes, Your Majesty. Monet nodded immediately. After arranging the food research project, Luffy turned to Aokiji and said, report to Naval Headquarters as soon as possible. After Akainu leaves office, you will become the Marshal. Aokiji scratched his head speechlessly. Does it have to be me? How about Mr. Garp? The old man is old, you are just right. Go quickly. I thought it would be easier to leave Marine and join New Marine, but I didn't expect that I would still be working hard. Aokiji smiled and said, then I went. I didn't expect that after leaving Marine, I would have to go back to be the Marshal. What will happen to Akainu? You won't kill him, right? He let me go. Will you still plead for him? Luffy shook his head, took out a self-healing fruit, threw it directly to Aokiji and said, eat it and your right leg will recover. As for Akainu, we'll talk about it then. Clear. Aokiji looked at the self-healing fruit in his hand and left immediately. Of course he wouldn't mind if he could get his lost legs back. Next, Luffy quickly met with several different people, and everything was arranged in an orderly manner. It wasn't until the busy evening that I finally felt a little more relaxed. I won't be so busy every day in the future. No wonder I.M. wants to set up the position of 5 elders. Sitting alone on the throne, Luffy felt bored. It seems that I need to find someone to do the work for me. Dressrosa's set is pretty good. Although he is the king of Dressrosa, someone else manages the country for him. Therefore, a consul is needed, but who should be the consul of the Kingdom of the Sun? Time flies, half a month passes in the blink of an eye. On this day, the eyes of the whole world are focused on Elegia. Countless people were waiting in front of the live broadcast screen, waiting for the Nyenbo to be connected. This scene is even more exaggerated than the original Summit War. Elegia, in front of the castle. How are the preparations going? Luffy asked Morgans. As you wish, everything is ready. As long as the thought waves are connected, the pictures and sounds here will spread throughout the world. Morgans said proudly. His newsbird group not only maintains millions of newsbirds, but as the world's largest newspaper group, it can only handle a live broadcast around the world. Connect to the thought wave. Luffy gave the order decisively. At this moment, a dozen large impact phone bugs in front of the castle opened their eyes for the first time. They convert the captured images and sounds into special thought waves, which are transmitted to the headquarters by the phone bug. The signal is amplified by the Admiral phone bug and transmitted to further places. Finally, after spreading layer by layer, the whole world received the live broadcast signal from Alahia. This moment. East Blue, Sejun Village. The villagers gathered in front of the tavern and exclaimed when they saw the lighted up scene. It's Luffy, the bar owner's wife exclaimed. Oh, Luffy. And Mr. Garp. I haven't seen this kid for more than half a year, and I don't know if I'll come back to see him. East Blue, Sea Restaurant Barati. The boss Jeppu thanked guests behind closed doors and took all the chefs to watch the live broadcast. It's Sanji. Why is this guy dressed like a cowherd today? He's shameless. Chef Patty complained. Just say a few words and let's get started. East Blue, Shieldstown. Kirby, who has been promoted to sergeant, is also watching the live broadcast at Marine Base. Mr. Luffy. Of course, there are also pirates among those who also pay attention to the live broadcast. New World, Kale Bali. the headquarters of the Buggy Pirates. In the clown's tent, several captains from the Pirate Alliance were also paying attention to the live broadcast. Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth and said, "According to my information, Pluton, Uranus, and Poseidon, the three ancient weapons have been obtained by this guy. So, let us wait. Is this the result of waiting?" Kid looked ugly. "He has also found the big secret treasure. There will be no more One Piece in the future. My dream is over." The fortune teller Hawkins silently played with the tarot cards. The divination of fate informed them of their fate. Survival rate. 0.0%. No matter how many times you divine, the result is 0. This means that he will die today. How to die? Straw Hat Luffy is far away in Elegia. How can he come here and kill him? Hawkins couldn't help but look at the others. Maybe there was internal strife? "Just wait quietly until the end," he said calmly. Even though he knew that he was about to cause death, he did not run away. On the contrary, he watched the live broadcast very calmly. New World, Trans-Sea area. The newly built Cake Castle. People from the Charlotte family are also watching the live broadcast. But their mother wasn't there. As the Queen of all nations, Charlotte Linlin was invited to participate in the World Summit. "I hope nothing will happen." Charlotte Katakuri looked solemn. New World, Alahia. On the sea not far from the Sun Sea, a pirate ship was riding the wind and waves, heading towards Elegia in the center of the sea. "Shanks, wouldn't it be rude if we just barged in?" Vice Captain Ben Beckman couldn't help but ask. The red-haired Shanks stood on the bow of the boat holding a bottle of wine and said nothing. Elegia, the main island. In the center of the town stands a tall and magnificent building. That's the new headquarters of world government. At this moment, the kings of the various franchise countries who were invited to attend the meeting gathered together and watched the live broadcast together. And in the square in front of the castle, the soldiers of the new marine divided the two sides and kept up the fight with live ammunition. On the high platform set up in the center of the square, Luffy slowly walked up to the stage. Today is the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China. The speech comes first and the music comes last. Luffy came to the camera wearing simple everyday clothes. He held a small phone bug in one hand and spoke to the video phone bug with a smile. "To all the people of the world, good morning, noon, and evening to my family. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. In recent days, there have been many reports about the final island in the news. I now officially announce to all regions and forces in the world that I have indeed arrived in Lahudal and found the so-called Great Secret Treasure. But the title of Pirate King does not need to be placed on my head. I have disbanded the pirate group. From now on, I will build a new country on this island that was once in ruins. At the same time, just half a month ago, I destroyed the world government ruled by the Celestial Dragons and took over this huge international organization. I declare that the Heavenly Gold system will be abandoned. Starting from next year, see Circle Calendar 1521, all countries will not need to pay any unpaid gold. Abolition of slavery. In the past, they were slaves. From this moment on, he and she are free citizens. All countries or forces that defy this declaration will be regarded as enemies of the world government, diehards of a backward era, and conservative forces that need to be swept into the garbage heap of history. This process will not be fast, but it will not be slow either. After this World Summit, the world will enter a new era. Speaking of which, Luffy didn't waste any time and announced directly. Now, I declare that the Kingdom of the Sun is officially established. People all over the world watching the live broadcast were shocked by this huge news. The man who killed the Celestial Dragons, took over the world government, and gained the authority of the world, the first thing he did with his authority. To be precise, it weighs 2 pieces. 1. Abolish the heavenly gold. 2. Abolish slavery. No matter which one, it is a far-reaching impact, and can even be called a world-shaking event. There was no cheering, no arguing. Just stared blankly at the live broadcast. Luffy in the picture has already stepped off the high platform, and then a vigorous singer stepped onto the stairs. Stand center stage. Hello everyone from all over the world, I am Uda. Smiling and saying hello as usual, Uda adjusted the headset on her head and slowly said, "For today's grand ceremony, I prepared a song called Slave Liberation." As he spoke, the accompaniment started playing. As soon as the first word came out of her mouth, the power of the song Fruit was activated. This song spread to the entire planet in a short period of time through thought waves. With Elegia as the center, the closer to here, the faster the thought waves are received. The earlier the person receives the wave of thought, the earlier he will be dragged into the world of song by the song Fruit. It was as if a torrent swept across the world. In a short period of time, hundreds of millions of people were affected by the power of this god-level fruit. Whether he is a pirate, a marine, a king, a slave. Regardless of gender, regardless of race, regardless of identity. Anyone who hears this song is instantly hooked. Hundreds of millions of people were dragged into the world of song by Uda's singing fruit. And this number is still increasing rapidly. The world of song, false Dressrosa. Don Quixote Doflamingo sat on the sofa blankly. In front of him is the live broadcast screen. But the family members around him all disappeared one by one, disappearing suddenly. He released his seeing color, and there was no breath in the entire punk hazard. It seemed that in an instant, the island turned into a dead place. How is this going? Doflamingo stood up suddenly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Weird. Suddenly, a colorful halo flashed in front, and the next moment, a familiar face appeared. This is a virtual world. Now on this island, there are only you and me. Trafalgar Law said calmly. Doflamingo, it's time to settle the grievances between us. Lo. Doflamingo was stunned for a while, and then he grinned. Foo, right? Is it this far? Not too surprising. On the contrary, there is a sigh that it has finally come. I see. Is it the legendary song Fruit? As someone who had seen the ancient Devil Fruit illustrated book, he quickly realized that this was Uda's history. Trafalgar Law slowly drew out his beloved knife and cried. While pointing his sword at Doflamingo, he slowly explained. What is standing here is the human spirit, not the body. Even if you are killed by me, you will not necessarily die. Foo, don't be ridiculous. If your spirit is dead, can you still say you are alive? Doflamingo immediately activated his awakening ability. The floor under his feet was quickly turned into threads, and everything around him became a world of threads. Countless white silk threads were entangled together, forming several thick tentacles that strike towards Trafalgar Law. The white line of wild waves. They are like twisted snakes, trying to wrap around their opponents. Room. A translucent space unfolded, and Luo disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already behind Doflamingo, with the demon sword in his hand, Gui Cry, and struck down the owl with a merciless sword. Shield white line. Suddenly, two thick threads surged up from the floor, crossing to form a shield. After wrapping around armament hockey, they blocked the blow. Doflamingo. Trafalgar Law said coldly, don't think you can die easily. I will let you experience the pain. I will inflict 100 times on you what Mr. Rosinante endured back then. Kid. Doflamingo turned around sharply. Shinyu hits the line. Thousands of threads wrapped in armed colors rose from the ground, surrounding Luo in the shape of flamingo wings, like thousands of arrows piercing the heart. You are no longer my opponent, Brother Ming. Luo Yidao cut off the incoming line, stepped forward, and was close to Doflamingo's body in an instant. Next moment, the sharp blade pierced Don Quixote Doflamingo's chest. K-Room Shockwave. After awakening, the Op-Op fruit adds abilities to the blade. After piercing the human body, it creates strong fluctuations in its internal waves. Doflamingo's pupils shrank suddenly, and his armament hockey couldn't block the sword at all. Immediately afterwards, a strong roar sounded. The world of song, the virtual honeycomb island. The skeleton hotel suddenly became deserted. One of the bars. The frustrated Blackbeard was suddenly shocked. What's wrong? Shiryu of the Rain narrowed his eyes and said, it's gone? Just now, there were many people in the bar. During the incident on Cake Island, the Blackbeard pirates suffered huge losses, and only 4 of them escaped. Katrine Demai pointed to the live broadcast screen. As soon as that singer sang, the people in the bar disappeared. Song Fruit? Blackbeard looked ugly. Oops. Run away. He reacted immediately. However, the moment he stood up, 4 colorful rainbow lights flashed at the door. Zoro suddenly drew his sword and slashed at Blackbeard's head. There was a ding, and Shiryu of the Rain quickly blocked the blow. Did the live broadcast turn out to be a trap? Rain Shiryu's expression darkened and he glanced at the other 3 people. Straw Hat Luffy, Jinbei, Ace, Teach. Ace took a deep breath, and a strong flame ignited all over his body. Killing Sage and betraying Dad's crime. Today is the time of reckoning. Ace. Blackbeard was very aggrieved and said angrily. The ghost is still lingering. It's not me who killed Daddy. During the Summit War, it was Akainu who did it. What can I say now? You are the root of everything. You are the only one I can't forgive. Ace punched out, and the flames instantly engulfed the space of the bar. Akainu killed Father Whitebeard. Of course Ace hates the other party, but this is a matter of position. But not Blackbeard. Blackbeard is a betrayal. One is the fight on the battlefield, and the other is the stabbing by someone who was once one of my own. The latter is even more infuriating. Boom. A wall of the skeleton hotel exploded, and then several figures flew out of it. Blackbeard was surrounded by black smoke, quickly swallowing the flames on his body. Damn it, there's no need to fight them, just retreat first. Where are you going? As soon as the figure flashed, Luffy stopped in front of Blackbeard and said with a slight smile, "This is the world of song. Once you are dragged here, unless the person with the ability removes the ability, there is no point in escaping to the ends of the earth." Wait a minute, Monkey D. Luffy. Sun King. I don't have any grudges against you, right? Blackbeard was shocked. He is still confident that he can fight a dozen others. This person is really outrageous. He has who knows how many fruits and abilities, completely subverting common sense. Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach, you are different, you are a real careerist, I can't let you go. Luffy snapped his fingers, and the next moment, the ground around immediately sprouted countless vegetation, surrounding Blackbeard and Ace. Whitebeard is a remnant of the old era. You are a comedian trying to get on the stage of the new era. Your role has come to an end. As he spoke, Luffy's figure slowly faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I still have people to meet. Ace, I'll leave him to you. The world of songs is the Sea of Ifugia, Red Force pirate ship. Ben Beckman immediately discovered the anomaly and quickly said, "It's Uda's ability." Usopp scratched his head and said in confusion, "What does it mean?" Uda brings people watching the live broadcast around the world closer to the virtual world. What to do? Coming. Suddenly, the red-haired man standing on the bow of the boat turned around. The next moment, 3 colorful lights flashed. Luffy, Uda, and Usopp all appeared. Shanks. When Uda saw the red hair, her eyes were quite complicated, and the first thing she said was, "Luffy has told me the truth about what happened back then." Uda. The redhead was stunned and couldn't help but glance at Luffy. Luffy smiled. "Shanks, I want to ask you a question. You may know the answer to this question. Half a month ago, I destroyed the world government, but I ran away. Where did he run away?" The red-haired man was silent for a moment. "If nothing else happens, it will be in that place. The Valley of God. The place where God descends." Valley of the Gods? Wasn't that place destroyed by the war? Where? Luffy asked bluntly. West Blue. West Blue? Not on the Grand Line? Luffy thought in surprise. At this time, Usopp came over and took out a thick stack of West Blue's all-ocean charts. He turned the chart to one of its pages. In the chart on this page, there are continents, peninsulas, and isolated islands, and each place is marked with the name of the place. In the center of the chart, there is an island drawn in a red circle, with the name of the Valley of the Gods written on it. This is a chart from a long time ago, 30 or 40 years ago. On the current chart, this island has been erased. Usopp explained. I gave it to you, Luffy. You know I'm coming? Luffy smiled and immediately took the chart. The corners of the red-haired mouth raised slightly. It took me a lot of effort to find this chart. It might be more troublesome than finding Lahoodle. That's where he was born. It's just that he no longer has the memory of his childhood. Anyway, I'll go take a look first. Uda, Usopp, you just stay here. With that said, Luffy jumped up and instantly turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky. Flying at 100 times the speed of sound, it only takes a few minutes to fly from New World to the Valley of the Gods marked on the chart. Watching him disappear in an instant, Usopp opened his mouth and said, Dad, are you okay? That should be the most secret lair of the celestial dragons, right? Are there any traps? Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? We have been there a long time ago, and there is nothing on the island. Usopp patted his son on the shoulder and grinned. I haven't seen him for 10 years. He has become a man, Usopp. Hey hey. Usopp gave himself a thumbs up. I am already a brave warrior on the sea. No matter what kind of enemy I encounter, I will never flinch. Not to mention the reunion between father and son. Uda looked at Shanks and stretched out his hand to conjure a straw hat. Shanks, this is the hat you gave to Luffy. Now, Luffy asked me to give it back to you. 5 minutes later, Luffy traveled 10,000 to 20,000 kilometers and found the Valley of the Gods marked on the chart. When I came to the island in the sky above, I found that the island was hidden in thick fog, and the garden atmosphere remained as usual. He lowered his body, dived into the fog, and landed on the island. There are 2 towering peaks in the center of the island, and the valley between the two mountains is the so-called Valley of the Gods. After the news unfolded, it enveloped the entire island, and Luffy quickly discovered Im's aura. Looking up to the top of the mountain, there is a looming castle in the mist. He flew up and arrived in front of the castle. There was a world government logo on the gate of the castle. It seemed to welcome his arrival, because the door was open. Stepping into the castle, walking along the dark and cold corridor to the depths, passing through the gates, and finally came to a throne. Im is sitting on the throne. Is there another void throne in a place like this? Luffy said in surprise. Long time no see, Im. Im's condition was obviously not very good. The third eye on his forehead seemed to have been severely injured and he was permanently blind. A pair of red eyes stared at Luffy below, saying nothing. I can probably guess how you escaped Pluton's bombardment. Luffy smiled slightly, as if an old friend was reminiscing about old times, with a hint of sarcasm. It is the power of the third eye. Singing fruit. Suddenly, Im spoke softly and said, what you see now is the Valley of the Gods in the past. The Valley of the Gods in reality has long been in ruins. After a pause, he said again, this is my hometown. I was seriously injured in Pluton's shelling, and I no longer have the strength to fight against you. When I come back here, I just want to choose a suitable tomb. Do you want to put the tombstone here? I know that one of your women has a singing fruit ability. As long as he is still on this planet, you will find him sooner or later. Im said calmly. I lost, you won. Sun King, you are much stronger than the original Joey Boy. You have many secrets, I am very curious. Lu Xingxin talked nonsense with him, raised his hand and punched out a bunch of canes. The sharp rattan instantly pierced Im on the throne and pierced his heart. Im's whole body was shaken, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He still maintained his sitting posture and spoke softly. It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to learn these secrets. You asked Mew before, what is Mu's purpose? Mu's purpose is very simple, to transform the world and make it suitable for a family to survive. It doesn't matter now. Please bury Mu's real body in the Valley of the Gods. Sorry to trouble you, Sun King. After saying the last sentence, Emu Yongan closed his eyes. At the same time, there was also a prompt sound coming from the system. Congratulations on dominating the Grand Line, the adventure shop is permanently unlocked for free. Luffy doesn't quite understand what Im calls a clan. Are you referring to the Celestial Dragons, or the Three-Eyed Tribe, or something else? Forget it, it's not important. Luffy opened the adventure shop and saw that all products had become 0 adventure coins. Free forever. No money is needed to refresh, you can buy whatever you want. After truly achieving this goal, Luffy was unexpectedly calm. I have lost my goal and feel a bit empty. Luffy shook his head, as if he had finished a computer game, feeling a little unfinished at the end. White tree seed. A tree that bears a fruit called blank fruit. After planting it, whenever a person with abilities in the world dies, the ability to be reborn will be intercepted and a devil fruit will be produced. The original price was 10 million adventure coins, and the current price is adventure coins. Note. This product is unique. When the white tree dies, the store can refresh the product again. Buy it. A white light flashed in his hand, and there was a fruit seed in his palm. Soon after. Elegia, the new world government headquarters building. Gorgeously decorated conference hall. Both sides of the long square table were filled with kings from various countries around the world. Not only are there more than 100 participating countries, but there are also many non-Canadian allies. General Wanokuni, Kurozu Miyu. The Emperor of the Daughter Kingdom, Boya Hancock. Queen of all lands, Charlotte Linlin. King of the Shemale Kingdom, Ivankov. Of course, in addition to these, there are also many familiar faces. The King of the Drum Kingdom, Dayton. King of Alabasta, Cobra. The Mayor of the Seven Waters City, Bingshan. Consul of Dressrosa, Immortal Dold III, etc., etc. Luffy walked into the conference room and went straight to the chairman's seat to sit down. He smiled at everyone. Sorry, I went to solve a small problem. Everyone who has come from afar, the development of the world is always spiraling forward. The world was once connected, and now it is time to return to the right track. Then, let's get started. The future direction will be decided by this World Summit. The huge conference hall was extremely quiet. Facing the new king of the world, the more than 200 kings present did not speak, but waited quietly. Waiting for the Sun King to raise the issue. But after Luffy finished speaking, he remained silent, his eyes scanning the kings present. Until someone breaks it first. The Sun King. The speaker was Ivankov. He was both a king and a revolutionary soldier, and his identity was much more complicated than the others present. Before the meeting, I think there is a question that needs to be answered first. Excuse me. Luffy smiled and could probably guess what he wanted to ask. In an instant, the eyes of more than 200 people were fixed on Ivankov. Ivankov spoke calmly and asked, "As for the army, marine, new marine, and revolutionary army, how do you plan to arrange these three armies? The great affairs of the country lie in sacrifice and military affairs. Although the world is different, the principles are the same. Let's not mention the sacrifices. The so-called sacrifices are of course the sacrifices of the previous life, but a matter of paying protection fees. As the new king of the world, Luffy probably plays the role of being sacrificed. Put this aside for now. The kings were most concerned about military issues." Then, everyone turned their attention to the Sun King. Luffy answered calmly. "These are three different armies with different positioning. The Marine is the army under the world government. The new Marine will be the army of the Sun Kingdom from now on. As for the Revolutionary Army." Having said this, he couldn't help but smile. The Revolutionary Army cannot be disbanded, he still needs this army to liberate those disobedient countries. Just now, he also announced that he would abolish slavery and abolish heavenly gold. Leaving aside the latter, there must be many countries that will not comply with the former. Countries that do not comply are naturally die-hards from a backward era and need to be solved by the Revolutionary Army. Of course, I would not say this to these kings. The king who is willing to attend this temporary world summit obviously does not fall into the category of die-hards. Marine is still Marine, and its issues should be discussed together with the reform of world government. After pondering for a moment, Luffy immediately said, "In the past, the world government would only hold a world summit every 4 years and invite all participating countries to discuss major issues. I think this is too inefficient and needs to be reformed." Hearing this, Cobra took the lead and asked, "Change it to every 2 years?" Luffy shook his head. "It will still be maintained every 4 years. In the past, the 5 elders were in charge of all affairs, but there will be no 5 elders in the future. Therefore, it is necessary to maintain the operation of the world government and each country needs to send appropriate governing personnel." Then, he didn't bother to talk nonsense with these kings and directly implemented his own will. All participating countries are required to send a representative to the world government. After that, 20 people were selected. These 20 people are responsible for managing the world government and handling various affairs. Of course, these 20 people represent completely different interests, and there will definitely be disagreements and unresolved problems. At this time, Luffy needs to come forward, or Luffy sends a representative to come forward to solve the problem. At the same time, in order to maintain Luffy's own authority, Luffy retains the absolute right to appoint these 20 representatives. To put it simply, if you don't like it, I can tell you to get out with just one sentence, and let the country behind you choose another representative to pass the evidence. Or simply let another country's representative take your place. There are many franchise countries, and there are more than 200 countries, but there are only 20 positions. If you can't do it well, there are plenty of people to do it. Therefore, in addition to the World Summit held every 4 years, these 20 consuls hold regular consul meetings, and representatives from other countries can also participate to raise demands at the meeting. They take over the authority of the 5 elders. The appointment and election of these 20 people, or the countries represented by the 20 people, will be held at the World Summit held every 4 years. Choose the country, not the person. This person can be replaced at any time. Of course, for Luffy personally, the country can be changed at any time. He has unlimited power within world government. He just made a rule and allowed these franchised countries to play by themselves within his rules. If they went too far, he, the Sun King, would need to step forward and solve the problem. If the problem cannot be solved, then solve the country where the problem occurs. In short, he is the maker of rules and obeys them. Hearing this, the kings began to whisper. There were no staff of their own around, so they could only whisper with the people sitting next to them. The commotion lasted for a long time. After a while, someone finally asked, "Sun King, regarding the division of powers and responsibilities of these 20 people. Who are you?" "Ahem. I am the king of East Blue Goa Kingdom, Oh, the Kingdom of Goa." Luffy waved his hand, not bothering to remember the other party's name. "Put aside the issue of responsibilities for now. First of all, today, we will elect national representatives from 20 countries." Hearing this, the king's expression suddenly changed slightly. "We are not fools, the benefits from this are too great. How do I choose? Can you give us some time to prepare? Someone suggested. No, just now Luffy snapped his fingers. The next moment, paper and pen appeared in front of everyone's eyes. You can write down the names of 20 countries, and the 20 countries with the most votes will become the first 20 country representatives. The first term is not 4 years, but 2 years. Because it is an impromptu world summit, in fact the next one is in 1522. In other words, once elected as one of the 20 countries, during these 2 years, they will have the power of the 5 elders. If there is time to prepare, everyone here is willing to pay some price to let other countries choose them. But obviously the Sun King didn't give them this chance. The time is half an hour, no talking to each other is allowed, and votes will be counted after half an hour. After saying this, Luffy leaned back on the chair, closed his eyes and rested. The kings looked at each other, not daring to disobey Luffy's will, so they had to pick up the pen and think about who to fill in. There is no doubt that almost everyone has written down their country on paper. Of course, it is also possible to write Kingdom of the Sun first, and then write your own country. But there are 20 places. Who should write the rest? This is a major political issue. The Empress also picked up the pen and quickly wrote down a series of names without any thought, as if she knew those people she should write about all along. Kingdom of the Sun, the daughter country. Dragon Palace Kingdom. Alabasta. Drum Kingdom. IWC. Etc. These names were all written by Luffy. Not only her, but also Cobra, Neptune, Kurozumi, etc. Some of the people who made it wrote exactly the same list. Half an hour flies by in a blink of an eye. Then, Secretary Khalifa began to collect the list and started counting votes at Luffy's signal. Soon, the first representatives of 20 countries were formed. Everyone looked up at the results of the vote count. The country with the most votes on the writing board was of course Kingdom of the Sun, elected with a unanimous vote. The remaining 19 countries are generally within Luffy's expectations, including Dragon Palace Kingdom, Daughter Kingdom, Alabasta, Shemale Kingdom, etc., are all included in this list. Among the 20 countries, more than half are determined by default. Of course, these countries were informed in advance that there would be an election process. The above are the representatives of the 20 countries elected this year. After Khalifa finished reading, he retreated behind Luffy. Luffy grinned and said, "Then, let's get to the topic." The unelected kings looked at each other and understood immediately after seeing the voting results. Of course, they have no dissatisfaction. The meeting officially begins. This term is just a formality, the next term is the real war, and no one wants this spot. 2 days later, the results of this World Summit were published in the news. The newspaper's front page headline read, "New Times. First of all, we inform the world that world government has officially changed from a private organization of celestial dragons to an international organization jointly established by countries around the world to manage world affairs. The Sun King is the highest and only authority in world government. Under the Sun King are the consuls elected by the representatives of the 20 countries, representing the interests of the 20 countries. Under the representatives of the 20 countries are the remaining participating countries. At the same time, the world government established the World Food Corporation. Of course, this news was only a short line, and the world still does not know its importance. In addition, Akainu resigned as Marine Marshal and was succeeded by Aokiji. The news content is full of useful information, one after another of major news, almost all spread out on the page, making it dizzying. Elegia. Underground of the king's castle. Luffy stood in front of a pale tree. The trees are not very tall, only 5 or 6 meters high. At this time, a fruit was born on the branches of the white tree, the blank fruit. It grew out in a short period of time and quickly turned into a devil fruit. Luffy waved his hand, and the fruit immediately fell down and flew into his hand. Dark fruit. Blackbeard is dead, Luffy whispered to himself. The song fruit was activated, sending almost 80 to 90% of the world's population into the world of song. The purpose of this is of course not just to find and solve IM. The other pirates are also targets. Nowadays, both Marine and New Marine are running around to quickly capture the pirates. The spirit is dragged into the world of song, and all that remains in reality is a body that cannot resist, and it is easy to catch it. Those captured pirates. In the past, the world government did not want to execute the people with abilities because they were afraid that the fruits would be reborn. But he is not afraid. After the captured pirates are tried, you will be punished regardless of whether you are an able person or not. Soon, the number of ability users in the world will be reduced to an extremely low level. Maybe in a few decades, there will no longer be anyone with abilities in the world. Thinking this, Luffy raised his head and looked at the white tree. While he was thinking, one devil fruit after another was reborn. The age of great pirates is over, and from now on there will be a new era started by me, the age of discovery. Luffy smiled slightly, turned around and left the underground secret room. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by numerous girls waiting for him. Luffy. Mr. Luffy. A string of laughter echoed in the castle.